I'm Ratman Rob. Welcome to my show. Since we're getting close to the end of the season, I thought it would be a great time to make up for the lack of the last few Rat recaps with some power rankings of every team in the North American Strikers League Season 5. Without further ado, let's get this started. Starting with number 10, it is Bang Bang. Unfortunately for Bang Bang, the rebrand did not come soon enough. While every other team has had 6 weeks to mesh, the real Bang have only been able to play 4 games together. With only 3 weeks left on the horizon, Bang will need multiple miracles to make it into playoffs, on top of just winning all their games. They do, however, receive the baseball emoji for having one of the funniest set 5.5s ends in week 1. Fun fact, Bang are undefeated in set 5.5 games. No other team can say that, unless I'm wrong. Coming in at number 9, we have Modern Magic. You guys remember when Modern Magic beat Demons Raw straight up? The Demons didn't have any subs, no PC cafes that Gumi was at. They just beat Demons Raw. And now here we are at number 9 because of roster change-ups, and now they haven't won with their new team. Now, I know number 9 is not a great ranking. However, I will add an asterisk in the fact that I think that this team is just one step away of figuring out how to make things work, because they've managed to do like stuff I never thought they'd be able to do. I'll be honest. They took a game off of Showtime. Now, Showtime had a sub, but like that's still pretty impressive to me. And they've managed to keep things close against most of the teams they faced. I'm going to give them the puzzle piece emoji, as I think they are just so close to being able to be a real threat in the North American Strikers League. At number 8, we have Bunn Bonanza. Welcome to the Rat Recap Powers app, where a team who hasn't won a single series can be ranked above 2 other teams. But unlike 9 and 10, the Bunn organization as a whole is doing great. Calm stands on top of the stands, and RTF have a serious chance at making playoffs. That's 2 teams that are technically under the Bunn organization. If both of those teams make it into playoffs, Bunn will be the first team in NASL history to have 2 teams in playoffs. That's more than everybody else. So they get the wish pass emoji for passing the love around to the other teams in the league. Good job, Bunn. Continuing the trend of teams that are in crazy spots, number 7 is Cosmic Calamities. That's right, I have Calm at 7th. Now, how could I possibly do that to the team that's only lost 1 game and has beaten both Sad Boys and Demons Raw? Simple. If I gave them first, I would be cursing them. They wouldn't win anything, because guess what? No NASL has ever been won by a first seed, so I am doing the Calamities a favor by making sure that I put them well below on this list to guarantee success. I also want to take this time to point out that all the way back in week 1, and I have the DMs to prove it, I'm flashing on the screen right now. All the way back in week 1, I was telling Threezy Breezy that he has been moving different, and I was right. He will most likely get an all brawler ballot for the first time in his Omega Strikers career, and I called it out day 1. So they get the punching glove emoji. I'm giving them punching glove emoji for brawler. All right. Now at number 666, we have Demons Raw. We've had 6 weeks of North American Strikers League. The Demons roster shares 6 unique S tier titles amongst themselves, not counting Disneyland. Don't at me. And if you add up their placements since the start of the NASL, you get 6. 666. The number of the devil emoji Demons Raw will be receiving for their less than kind play against Bunn and EKC. I don't think there's ever been a season where we've seriously considered the fact that Demons Raw won't make playoffs. So the only real question left for them is, do they care enough to actually lock in when playoffs come around? We will find out. Not to be outdone by their league rivals, at number 5 we have the Sad Boys. Here's some fun numbers about the Sad Boys. They won NASL Season 2 with a 7-2 record. They won NASL Season 3 with a 5-4 record. And they lost NASL 4 with a 7-2 record again. Now, this pattern does not bode well for the Sad Boys. They're currently sitting at win-win, loss, and with a projected 5-4. I don't know, my SAT classes would tell me that the pattern here is win-win, loss-loss. But I don't want to speak these sorts of negative thoughts into the world. So, I will point out that the boys' schedule is pretty chill. They're going to face Bunn and Modern, weeks 7 and 9 respectively. But if they really want to guarantee that last NASL playoff spot, they're going to have to beat their eternal rivals, Demons Raw, in what I am pretty sure is the first ever Boys versus Raw regular season matchup that actually has stakes. Boys received the lock emoji because they need to lock in.
Get back to work. It's time to get back to work.
Next up, we have Bozo Bunch at number 4. When I, aka Muncher, not I as in me, Ratman Rob, announced that he was retiring, I seriously doubted Bozo Bunch were going to do well. I mean, do you blame me? Most of the time when someone says, hey, I'm not going to play after this, they don't really have, like, the spirit to give it their all now. I don't know. That's the feeling I got. Maybe I was wrong. I was definitely wrong with Bozo Bunch, because this team has proved to be damn good. And they're defeating the substitute allegations from last season because they're actually beating starters. Their underdog win against Sad Boys earns them the coconut emoji. Knowers know Mr. Zerd out there representing Coconut Crew. I'm high on Bozo Fever right now because Muncher's been great, Dropletto's been great, Breads has been amazing. But these last 3 weeks, it's going to test them. They're going to be playing against Demons Raw, Showtime, and Return to Form to end the season. With that last Return to Form match, really, like, maybe one of the most impactful Week 9 matches in Omega Strikers history. As far as their emoji is concerned, I'm giving them a frog emoji for obvious reasons. At number 3.5, we have Era's Kitten Club. Now, before EKC's match against Bunn in Week 5, I stated, I believe this team is the second best team in the North American Strikers League, only second to Demons Raw. EKC proceeded to become the only team to drop a game against Bunn Bonanza after they role swapped, and then the week after that, they continued their losing streak against Sad Boys. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals, this team confounds me. When EKC is firing on all cylinders, they look like they could beat any of the top teams that have ever played Omega Strikers. Yet, other times, they look like they could drop a series to a nasty team. Thus, I will place them at 3.5, between the lines of power rankings, as I try to grapple with how good this team actually is. They get the Juno laugh emoji because I made this gif for them a while back because I thought it was really funny. At number 3, we have Switch SSV's Coinbox run. For those of you who don't know Switch SSV, he was a former starter in the NASL playing for Quest Esports in Season 3. He is more famously known in the Project M community, habitually ranking amongst the top 20 players in the game.
But Switch
oh my God.
is going crazy. What is
Back air footstool. I want a footstool. Oh my God.
More recently, he's taken an interest in Rivals of Aether 2, where he won a giant online tournament hosted by Hungrybox called Coinbox. Go check out the video I made for him. That's right, this was a shameless plug the whole time. I don't care. I love Switch. He's the GOAT. Nice dub, Switch. Keep it up. At number 2, we have Showtime. The silver medalists from last season find themselves in second again. Joker and Shianzu are a deadly forward duo whose dual threat offense has dismantled the greatest defenders in the game. Add to that the iron wall that is Barcode, who also got second in the Fantasy Football League that we are both in, and you have yourself a dominant second place power ranked team. The only thing Showtime needs to do to dazzle this rat and move them up to a true number 1 ranking is for them to beat Demons Raw. Easy, right? They get the internet emoji for Barcode DCing in Week 2 and Joker DCing way back in Nassau 3, both against Era's Kitten Club. At number 1, we have Return to Form. That's right, they're the 3-3 Devils that are gonna make the run. I'm calling it right now. And why do I think this? Despite losing against Showtime and Demons, despite the fact that their playoffs are far from guaranteed, hell, they might not even make it to playoffs. They might lose the spot to Sad Boys. And that's a big might, because Sad Boys have never missed playoffs. I will tell you why I believe this team is the number 1 power ranked team. Because the only brawler whose name is not Snake, whose name is not Bells, whose name is not Kainoob. I guess. I don't really count that one. Nope. Taking that back. Bye, Kainoob. Whose name is not Snake and Bells. And like, probably some S tier that I don't know about. We're like, oh, Goomy. Oh, I got it. Only brawler who has ever won an S tier outside of Sad Boys, outside of Demons Raw, and who is a clip highlight machine. His name is Leo Leon 500, and he will be the one to finally break the glass ceiling that is winning a goddamn S tier without any Sad Boys Demons Raw members. I'm calling it right now. Leon's the GOAT. And another fun fact for you, Hook Resets has never lost to Sad Boys in NASL. Chomp on that for a little bit. And also Mop and Corey's cool to watch. Watch this sick. You know what? They get the camera. They get the camera emoji. Look at this sick play. Clip it. Just pure clips from this team. Alright, and now that all those are done, we are heading off to the racetrack to check out a new, I mean, all this is new, but we're going to add even more new section of the Rat Recap that hopefully I do all the time. I'm not sure yet. Signing off. Woo! Welcome to the first ever Mozzarella Marbles Mania Rat Recap Power Zaps run. We have here all 10 of the NASL Season 5 teams represented by some bland marbles because I don't have the money to shell out customizations for each marble. The winner of this Marbles Mozzarella Mania run will receive the cheddar cheese blessing. And the loser, there's got to be stakes. They're gonna get the cheese touch. I don't make the rules. I just make the rules. Anyways, without further ado, let's get things started. They're making their way it seems that no one actually gives a A lot of teams kind of stuck up there, but the first one to go down is Modern Magic as they barrel down. Oh, but Boys takes the spot from them. Holy smokes, it's a battle between Boys and Modern. They're barreling through the rocks right now. Oh my god, the rocks explode. Watch out for that. In last place, we have Bang Bang. You know, that's the thing about marbles, is that you never know. In marbles, you never know who's gonna win and who's gonna lose. I forgot to shovel that out before the run, but I'm sure that won't be a problem for these contestants. They're a hardy bunch, making their way to the speed boost, right through some more snow I forgot to shovel. Boom! Boys is gone. Raw and Modern gone. RTF sneakily are at the bottom somehow. I don't know how they did that, nor do I know how Bang is down here, but there must have been some skip that I'm unaware of. Return to form, getting a very comfortable lead on everybody else. Everybody else is stuck on like on this part. I guess they got stuck on some snow or something. Sorry about that. Raw actually managing to make it through farther than everybody else, but it seems like a lost game for these guys. We're done with them. Bang and but as I say that, the Snowflake of Doom has trapped Return to Form. It has not trapped Bang, however, who are determined to receive the first cheddar cheese blessing as they go through these rocks. Oh, but there's a rock right there slowing them down, and Return to Form is slowly but surely making their way through. Are they going to pass Bang here? Is all hope lost? Oh, they do! They do pass Bang! Return to Form through the snow. Are they going to be the first receivers of the cheddar cheese blessing? It's looking like it is, unless these poles mess them up. Oh, one bump, two. It doesn't matter. Return to Form will be receiving the first ever Rat Recap Power Zap Marble Mozzarella Mania Cheese Cheddar Cheese Blessing. I don't know if ironic's the word I'd use. More like symbolic, that it seems like Demons Raw are going to be the ones to get caught by the flames of hell. It's looking like Demons Raw are the unfortunate receivers of the first ever Rat Recap Power Zap Marble Mozzarella Mania Cheese Touch. On the bright side, Return to Form! You got the cheddar cheese blessing. Congratulations. Hopefully that's enough to get a win. We're gonna find out this week how strong the blessing actually is.
Welcome everybody to the North American Strikers League Season 5, and we are so back, getting on into it. Week 7, we got some really good matches coming up here. Demons Raw versus Bozo Bunch is going to be our first match of the day, and a couple of important notes here. Actually, I'll just let you know that it's NVNYC here, joined by my boy Mystic, and we're going to be hitting it here. Mystic, what do you
What's
think
up?
actually we'll be seeing about this first game here?
Oh man, okay. Taking a look at what we got here, it is Demons Raw versus Bozo Bunch in week whatever this week is, season 5 Nassau, going with Demons Raw first pick on Night Market, a known team that plays the Night Market comp to say extremely well, right? And when I say Night Market comp, I mean either the Era goalie or the Mako goalie with some sort of double brawler action, with Kainu piloting the X in the midfield is something that we've seen quite a bit. Or we can just see the Mako Era X, something along those lines. It doesn't have to be those exact things. You know, you can substitute characters here and there. Asher has been getting picked up more in the Night Market comp as well. Juliet is still a little bit strong, going to get nerfed in the next patch. So this is something that is a powerful pickup here on this map in particular, and I think will be a little bit contested. Some other things that you want to take a look for is the Eyes pick in the midfield, because that person plays speed demons extremely well. There's things like the Kai, the Octavia, the Now, and that is usually a contested pick as well. So I would say like those are kind of like the key things we want to be taking a look out for on this Night Market map for game 1.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I agree with literally everything there. It's so interesting to like bring up, Era goalie, right? Like it's kind of a rare pick here and there, but like pretty commonly seen on Night Market, as the center there is really good for the midfielders, and she can kind of get in there given the speed. Another important thing here to note, Demons Raw and Bozo Bunch are both at a 4-2 record right now, and they are actually 2 of 4 teams that currently have a 4-2 record. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, haven't miscounted there. So kind of big stakes here. They're trying to win this one, get in front of basically 4 other teams, or I guess 2 other, maybe 3 other teams. In fact, they could tie with Cosmic Calamities if they do end up losing this week here, as they are currently at 5-1. So I'd say this is a pretty high stakes match here to secure a solid spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, and like you said, 2 of the top teams in the season right now, or in the current league, definitely shaping up a little bit different than what we'd expect, with Demons Raw not at the top of the leaderboard, although they are close. But even then, let's take a look at the draft that we have here. The ban phase. Okay, well, starting off with the starting awakenings, fight or flight or ad rush. This means for the most part that you're either going to lock into a KO comp, which is weaker on this patch, which most likely means that both teams will lean towards the fight or flight and go for absolutely insane speeds. We can see that Rune and X banned away. Juliet, why I forget the character's name. Juliet Octavia now locked in for Bozo Bunch. And then on the other side for Demons Raw, we have the Zentaro, Aimi, and the Kai in the midfield. So again, both teams having a lot of speed. We have both Now and Octavia for Bozo Bunch, and only Kainu, who was piloting a speed character, so to say, over here. But this is something that he is strong with, starting off with the double barrier partnered with Snake here, leading off to a powerful 0.1, but they are not pushing back just yet, or I should say, Bozo Bunch is fighting to get this going. Octavia's looking really low here. That's one of the downsides of being a character with such a low stagger bar, but it does not matter. The primary comes in and manages to snipe it in for the first point, going over to Bozo.
Yeah, really great primary there from the Sonic Boom. Got that one in there. Another thing I want to bring up here is, you guys saw on your screen just a moment ago that we actually have and Dropletto both taking Magnetized Souls here. And everyone else has, well, everyone in the game has taken Fight or Flight, but Gumi is the only one to take Adrenaline Rush. We actually don't have any, actually Snake is the only one here with Slick Kicks, but man, really interesting to see the Juliet Brawler. You know, I mean, she has Octavia on the team. Octavia can play basically every role, but like Juliet, and we have Magnetized Souls on the midfielder as well. So really interesting speed that they're going to try to get this the center speed gate a lot, basically to you know, have as much control as they can here. But man, big power play for the side of Demon's Rock. Can they actually secure a point here to even this one up?
Yeah, and I like that you brought up the Magnetized Souls. The meta has definitely shifted, even though we've been on this patch for some time. Teams have come to adapt and realize that Magnetized Souls, even double Magnetized Souls, between both of your forwards, seems to be the play. It is become the most popular pickup. You see it more in solo queue. You see it definitely here in Nassel. Something that we saw with Bang Bang. They started picking it up really early with the double Magnetized Souls, and it has caught on quite a bit. And I like that teams are adapting to it. But again, going back and forth here, flips in front of the net. Kainoob not able to secure it, tries to stall out a strike and abilities, but has to wait through all of it and gets rejected by Obscure Breads. Going back and forth here, we can see Dropletto's low, and it gets it through the mine there. The mine not able to catch it fast enough. Snake with a great strike, getting it into the bottom pocket.
Yeah, good work there from Demon's Rock, evening this one up here. Got a flip onto Gumi, though. We'll see if we can get a little bit of offensive pressure, possibly a double situation, but does end up ejecting right on back there, though. Snake seen at half health now, possibly a kill target, getting almost triangulated there by the opposing team, but gets a really great Sonic Boom primary stun into the ult. The base drop. It's going to be a really great power play. I love that synergy there.
Yeah, if without that Sonic Boom, Kainu would have had enough time to react and elusive there, but good on Gret or I for seeing that and managing to come up with their own little combo, but it is not enough, as constantly they are being pushed back with low stagger. The space is opening, and the defensive lineup between the midfielder Octavia and the now goalie is not holding up enough to some of these stuffing abilities between the Zentaro primary or the barrage from Kai. It seems to just be able to push through, and we don't have any of these anti-stuff tools. And we can see just a few hits gets I so low on the Octavia, and it's going to take a set or two for them to pick up the stagger, get the levels, scale up with Awakenings to be able to compete.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they have Now and Octavia. Those are some of the lowest stagger characters, basically, in the entire game. I think, what's his name? Kazan is one of the other ones as well, but not seen in this game just yet. One barrier down here for the side of Demon's Raw here. One for Bozo Buns. Oh, Obscure Breads is going to miss a strike there and actually drop the other barrier there. Kainu with a really great backup, and Snake, perfect offensive pressure with the rush and had flipped just in case something had gone awry. And it's going to be Demon's Raw taking that first set here. We got Kainu going to grab a first awakening.
The midfield Mafia coming in clutch here. First pick going over to Kainu, like you said. We have one spark on the lineup, which means that most likely that one spark will... Oh, sorry, two sparks. A spark most likely will get picked up by someone. Most likely that's what the Juliet is going to go for. Twin Drive being taken up by Kainu. A spark going over to Octavia, which means they're going to be playing for that Spark of Resilience play, ideally, in the future. The Timeless Creator taken away from the IME goalie. It is such an oppressive tool when on that Firewall Sentry. 1-2 punch going right back over to Gumi, which paired phenomenally with that Adrenaline Rush. And then besides that, the Spark of Strength going to Juliet, which is nice because they don't have the pummelers here, right? So they have a little bit less of that KO potential that we typically see on Juliet, but one single Spark of Strength adding in so much power, 24 power, and scaling with any additional sparks means that even without pummelers, we should be KOing relatively fine as long as the dash punch connects.
Yeah. Oh, really great strike shot there from Obscure Breads, but nice reinforcement there from the barrage. Kainoob's got it there. I was going to mention also, as you were saying, the deny, like the pick there, 1-2 punch from Gumi was such a great like deny and benefit there, right? Because the adrenaline rush, like you're saying, it just goes so well with what they're trying to do, and is the perfect deny. Juliet being a lot weaker without that pummelers, like you also mentioned there, and they're going to try to work up some power with that spark. Although having spark on the team is pretty good to at least have one person to take some of those sparks.
Yeah, I completely agree. You have both people, both of the forwards having access to the sparks there, which means on a future draft, if two of them appear, or the odds of you collecting all the sparks is higher here. But a great flip from Snake, gets the KO, has no more elusive, but it does not matter. Gumi in there has to eject button back, and now we have the power play coming out between the members of Demon's Raw. Gumi trying to set up a play to get it over to Snake. Missed the bitch pop a little bit, but ends up getting there. Nice Firewall Sentry. Can it connect? A good defense coming through from the Octavia there. Manages to keep it out of the Firewall Sentry. Snake looking low. The counter offense coming through. Dropletto, can he shove it in? Does not have any abilities. Tries to send it into the Dorito. Is not able to get it, but the second attempt gets it on the tip. Kainoob, just a little bit misstep there. Was not able to connect.
That was great. Good setup there from the sentry drone is going to be just enough to, actually not even just enough, that ball went pretty fast. It's quite strong when it's at full size there, especially with some Timeless Creator to make it even larger too. Obscure Bitch has a really great defense in that point as well, and actually has a flip here to possibly help get this last little barrier here and defend against Snake. Is going to use it. Felt enough pressure from Snake there, who's actually taking so much power. It ended up getting a kill onto Obscure Reds. Like, wow, insane synergy there from the side of Demon's Raw.
Yeah, and we can see the Adrenaline Rush proc. Gumi's trying to make as much advantage of that situation here. Goes for the flip into the glitch pop play. I absolutely love it. We don't see this enough. Being able to use the time you have while the core is elusive and untargetable to reposition yourself, and using a ranged ability to then set up your play there, and he does it masterfully. This is something that we start seeing on Rune more often. We see Vaughn do stuff like this all the time, and I'm glad to see it happen on the IME as well. But a strong comeback, both barriers being taken back as one gets traded from Snake. I looking low, has to jump back. Gumi using that eject button to try to get as much stagger, but we can see that I is doing their best. Final elusive is gone, and people are brawling here.
Absolutely. I've noticed multiple times here that Drop Little has not gotten a dash punch kill, like right at the edge there, just missing a little bit of power. The 1-2 punch probably would have gotten every single one of these kills, but really great defense here from Demon's Raw. Gumi might be out of abilities right here, though, as Octavia does have the place or the flow state up. The combo of Drop Little's dash punch is going to stun Gumi enough, and they're going to get that one in there to even up at least this set here. But they do both have sparks. They have a lot of potential for this next draft, and they're going to be trying to win this set for sure.
Right, there's so much that they can pick up here between the sparks, the stagger awakenings, the stagger swagger, and then on top of that, just more damage over there to drop Leto if they manage to get it. And a good offense. Oh my goodness, almost manages to get it, but Gumi with a great clear in front of the flurry there. I'm surprised he managed to clear it out of there. Really impressive. I think that was a little bit of a misplay on drop Leto. That should be a guaranteed point. But regardless, the KO coming from I on the Octavia level 7, the highest in the game alongside Kainu. And now they need to get this core over, but Kainu is just holding it down in the midfield, is not letting anything pass through. He is the wall between his half and everyone else in the world. You can just see how much he held down, but even with Snake coming back enough, just one pass needed to get through to drop Leto to allow him the opportunity on the net.
Yeah, that was a really great defense there from Kainu, working a lot of overtime there, but the flow state just a little bit overwhelming, and with the power play over, it's going to be just enough to get Drop Leto on in there. And we do have Octavia, first pick here, possibly the best pick on their team to grab the first awakening, but it's going to end up okay. I mean, they're never taking Deadeye, so it's fine to grab peak performance there, but yeah, best character on their team, I would say, to get this pick here. We get a second spark onto Drop Leto, though, one of the better sparks here. We got this extra special showing up for Snake, which is, honestly, I've heard a lot about this recently, as people really do like to take an extra special on Zentaro recently, and that's kind of cool. Kainu with Knife's Edge there, going to help with a lot of the edge pressure there, getting a lot of speed and power. Obscure Red's grabbing Castle Ash, which is good on now. Actually has double duration there for those projectiles, which is going to be quite nice. And overall, I think this is going to be kind of like if Gumi can get some of these kills with all this power, that's kind of where this advantage is going to lie.
Yeah, and we can see that Snake managed to get full prize fighter stacks the last set. And now with the help of Happy Star or Extra Special, one of the tools that he has to help secure the KOs if someone is staggered is up more frequently, which means more stagger coming through, more repositioning, and more attempts on net as well. The Drop Leto tries to go for the shot there, is able to connect with the fist, but does not go into the net here. We have the offensive pressure coming through. Gumi holding onto that elusive, does not need it as of yet. The extra special coming in right there as Snake pops the ultimate here, but I looking low. A great heal from now, manages to get him back up, plus the orb pickup. And we're still just going back and forth here as I is trying his best to get the core up to Drop Leto. One of the issues with his comp is that it is really on I to push the core up as far as possible, because Drop Leto does not want to use abilities in the midfield, right? He wants the abilities as much as possible to score on net, but as I say that, manages to catch the strike going up over to Kainu, doesn't need any abilities in that moment.
Yeah, really great. Also, as you mentioned as well, peak performance showing up for I, the stagger is actually probably going to make a big difference here. A big 350 and an extra speed. Kind of a great awakening there for I. try to hold this midfield and stay in the fray a little bit more, but Snake is going to use that nice dashing strike passive to grab that barrier here. Gumi on the front side almost grabs the barrier, but ends up finding himself in the garbage there after getting flipped right off the map. Obscure Breads sending one of these drones on in here to help out, but really great defense here from Snake, and Kainu perhaps losing a little bit of health there, but not enough. We have the power play is over. Gumi is back to defend, almost makes something happen there with a really great cyber swipe, but now it's getting kind of flipped on here from Dropletto. Yeah, really in the controller of who is flipping to make that decision, and it was the right one there for Dropletto, and they're taking a little bit of an advantage here in this game.
You can see the damage coming through. We have 2 sparks on Dropletto, and all of a sudden 154 power on this Juliet means that even if he doesn't get the KO off the side through the knockback, any dash punch or ultimate is going to do a lot of damage. But as I say, that Dropletto manages to just miss Snake with the combo, so we have a couple seconds before that comes up. And oh my goodness, weaving in the strikes, manages to get it. I wasn't even sure, was that I that scored that, or was that Snake?
Snake did end up catching the ball there. They might have struck in the same direction,
okay,
possibly, but Snake is going to be the one to at least receive the credit for that goal. Now they're going to work on some of this base drop action here. I just doing a bunch of damage in the midfield here, but getting hit by literally everyone there, and it's going to find themselves out of here. The peak performance not enough. Even Dropletto kind of taking a ton of damage. Going to have to back out for just a moment. It's almost a double power play there, but Dropletto does maintain a little bit of control here. Does enough stalling. Both barriers are still up here. Power play over. Nice hold here from Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, and that was an insane amount of damage that came out from Gumi onto Octavia there. With the power of the Deadeye plus 1-2 punch, we saw I just get absolutely blown up before. But even with that, it is Bozo Bunch who have the advantage on the barrier. They just cannot get it through. I think once the stagger has come through, the awakenings that come through, this comp has scaled it. Oh my goodness! Into the drone, bounce around the world, and that is another set 1 over for Bozo Bunch.
That is actually like the dream. Is now sets up a really nice drone. It gets kind of big at full power, and then you just pass it into the drone, and it's just aimed at the perfect spot there. Really nice from Obscure Bed to set that one up. We do have Dropletto as first pick here. Not really seeing any sparks right now, though. Unfortunately, they're going to drop the Chrono Boost over to Kai. Kai always kind of getting Chrono Boost here, denying some of these jump perks here, as Obscure Bed is going to grab that explosive entrance. Getting Catalyst for Dropletto, quite good for the Flurry, ton of extra energy. Rapid Fire on Gumi, quite good as well. Unstoppable for the Octavia is going to make her a little bit more durable. And Demolitionist, also quite good for Snake. I'd say this is overall just a good draft for both teams. We'll just see if this Catalyst makes like the big difference.
Yeah, I think Dropletto probably got the worst out of it, although there's nothing wrong with Catalyst. When you're in that first position, already have 2 sparks going in towards the final sets here, you were definitely hoping to find that last spark. But regardless, Catalyst is going to generate so much energy, does not need it, sets it up perfectly off the corner 45 angle, and dash punches it through, although Gumi did pop the elusive, was not able to clear the ball out. And this is a strong start to this set as we move forward. Another thing I wanted to mention is I like that Obscure Breads opted to take the explosive entrance away from both Gumi and Snake rather than go for the little bit more greedy play and pick up the Monumentalist. We know how good Manu is on the now, but on now goalie, it still is really good. But it's one of those things where they understand that, hey, if they get this, they can win, and I'm not going to let that happen, and I can't even finish my sentence before Bozo Bunch manages to score another point.
Yeah, Dropletto got in there nice with that flip. Maybe a little bit of extra energy there from that Catalyst. But yeah, like you mentioned there, the explosive entrance was a pretty solid pick and a great deny overall here for Obscure Breads. Just reducing a lot of the power potential from the opposing side here, though, as a lot of pressure is being put on here from Demon's Raw. Snake gets on in there, but we do actually see a power play as well from the side of Demon's Raw. I is going to have to hold this ball as long as physically possible here with the assistance here of Obscure Breads, who is basically a strike away from getting this flip. Oh, getting knocked back and forth against the wall there with that firewall sentry is going to be a little bit rough, but you got that lifeline on deck there, though, and they're going to try to find Snake. Okay,
oh, manages to get both flips out from Demon's Raw and save it, although this isn't looking too good either way. Well, actually, Dropletto clearing things up a little bit, but Gumi manages to stay up, finds the angle between them. I would still say that was a pretty good defense, and getting 2 flips from Demons going into the next point is gotta help, because Dropletto is close to his, which means that he can use that energy to pop barriers or to score if he manages to get it up. And with I now in his final form, in their final form, with the Octavia, level 10 has some stagger, has some speed awakenings, has some unstoppable. They're doing much better in being able to participate in the fight, rather than having to keep weaving in and out every time they get hit a little bit.
I can definitely agree with that here, though. He might be looking at a kill on Dropletto, who does have that flip, gonna just stand on that thing, get lifelined, but it's not enough to unstagger you just yet. Stands around for just long enough to finally get unstaggered and restaggered one more time as I and Obscure Reds are blocking from the bottom as much as they can. Kind of sends the ult in there, but doesn't seem to land it, though. I, still having that flow state, can kind of go grab the ball even if they lose it themselves. Dropletto getting knocked all over the place still. A flip finally from Snake grabs the final barrier as well. Nice point here for Bozo Bunch, man. If they can find a way to hold on to this and keep it together, it could secure this entire first game.
Oh, tried to go for it again. I actually think that wasn't the play this time around. Flipping and then immediately striking and using that time advantage would have been better, but Gumi goes for the attempt, and I can't fault him for that. Both barriers are dropped everywhere, but the Firewall Sentry comes down and it secures, just throwing it back into the turret over and over again. That is the way you score these points.
Yeah, I want to say that Gumi's placement of this Firewall Sentry has been pretty pristine every single time. It's caused just so much havoc. The opposing team, Bozo Bunch, just does not have enough strikes to get it on through, and they don't have enough health either, as I and Dropletto are both getting hit kind of hard. The lifeline comes in to heal Dropletto at least above half. Nair gets knocked again under half. Ainu going to retrieve the ball one more time. Gumi trying to find one situation to get it onto the top side, though. Dropletto still looking at just about no health, can barely play this whole point.
And yeah, at least manages to live so far. Dropletto, unfortunately, out of all defensive options, has no access to elusive. Tries to go for the dash punch, almost gets it just a little bit off there. But a good set of skills at least manages to get Dropletto up to par with the stagger. Barrier dropped open. If they manage to take this, Demon's Rock can go into a set 5, but you know Bozo Bunch is trying their best to close it out right here. They don't want to bother with a set 5. It's one of those things where Demons knows if they're going to a set 5, they're probably going to take it all, and the momentum needs to be stopped right here. And a good barrier take.
Getting a flurry. Huge, and the punch to go with it, man. Actually taking that game, Kainu could not get that strike in there to beat. They actually did 2 strikes for that situation and dropped Leto. It's going to be our little MVP there. Well, not really. Maybe the MVP. Maybe Dropleto's the MVP. He's just got the camera.
And that is game 1 going over to Bozo Bunch. Let's see if this is going to be a nice long BO3 or if it's going to be a 2-0. I don't remember what the second map is. Oh, okay, taking a look at it now. It is Atlas Lab, a map that I'm always a fan of playing on. And this is Bozo's pick, by the way. So Demon's Raw ended up going for the Night Market. They did not end up taking it, losing in set 4, not even set 5, with a lot of a surprising amount of KOs still coming out from Demon's Raw side, right? We see a total of 7 KOs, a good amount of damage. Gumi with over 40,000 damage in 4 sets, a Snake with over 30,000, and then it was mostly just Bozo Bunch who were trying to live and take advantage of the speed with that fight or flight to start off with. The Octavia managed to get the stagger, scale up, a few kills on the Octavia allows that level comeback EXP to come through, level them up. They were probably the highest level throughout the entire game for most of it. And all these small things added up. So I'm glad to see Bozo Bunch stuck to their comp. I mentioned the Octavia before we got into that draft, and we saw it get picked up by I and take it all the way through to win that game 1.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I do think I was probably highest level there. Had the highest amount of redirects there, highest amount of touches as well. Solid amount of damage. And yeah, I think the KOs actually don't reflect as much damage as Demon's Raw was dealing. It felt like Bozo Bunch was finding ways to survive some of these staggered situations here, especially with the now having the lifeline healing and getting you above the stagger. They seem to have lived a little bit longer than Demon's Raw would have liked them to. But moving on to Atlas Lab, much more. Actually, I mean, Night Market and Atlas Lab are both like kind of the neutral stages of this game. So going to the second neutral that we have in play here, starting off with Unstoppable and Adrenaline Rush here. Really Awkward to see Adrenaline Rush a second time here, though, but Unstoppable, pretty good at mitigating some of that pressure that we were going to see for sure.
Yeah, it depends on what type of composition you go for here. Taking full Adrenaline Rush, even into Unstoppable, is completely fine if you go for characters that have multi-hits. For example, if you have a Centauro, then it does not really matter if you have Unstoppable, right? Because all of his hits, or I should say all of his hits, his ultimate and his primary, and then having access to that passive as well, are multi-hits. So that means that the Unstoppable just procs off pretty quickly. But if you have characters that rely on a single instance of damage, maybe such as getting KOs off the side with a Juliet dash punch, that is a little bit harder to fulfill going through. So taking a look at the draft phase here, we have the Octavia banned away. So Demon's Raw will not want to face off against that again. Bozo taking the Rune away, something that both Gumi and Kainu can play, and gaining popularity as well. Rune taking a nerf in the next patch. It took so long for him to be strong, but he is strong. So if you put in the time and you can play him, he will reward you. So happy to see both of those bans come through. Pick one for Demon's Raw is going to be the X here. Again, something that can utilize the Unstoppable himself or go for the Adrenaline Rush, because that ultimate, being the X Maximus, having so many multi-hits, means that you don't particularly care too much about the Unstoppable. Taking a look at the rest of the draft, it is a pseudo Kitten comp for Demon's Raw with the Mako in the backline, but is going to be the Aimi in the midfield. Or I've seen this in the solo queue mines, Envy, is Kainoob on the Mako midfield.
Oh, not too happy about that. It could be a little crazy. We might see something brand new here, though, but I'm not sure if we will see the reflection of those solo queue mines just yet. You know, another character that we haven't seen yet, but I think is pretty good against Unstoppable is Kazan. Maybe if we saw a size perk instead of Adrenaline Rush, we maybe would see Kazan there. I think he's also pretty good at cleaning up those kills, and just, I don't know, overall, he's got those light hits. He's got a ton of extra things to knock off the Unstoppable, but deciding to go X and Rasmus here, which is fair. I mean, I'm not going to say, oh, you're a noob for picking X or anything.
Now, taking a look at the picks here, we have the Rasmus now Kai for Bozo Bunch, most likely going to be Breads on the Rasmus goalie. And then on top of that, actually no, we're mixing things up quite a bit here. Drop Leto on the Rasmus. I was expecting Breads to pick it up. He has a really good Rasmus goalie, and I was going to make a point that the Unstoppable Rasmus goalie is not that good, because you need that pendulum swing to be able to connect and hit stun your opponent to clear properly. So glad that I interpreted this incorrectly, and we'll see Rasmus in the forward position here. But the same thing kind of still applies here when you're Drop Leto and you want to go for that attempt on barrier or on net. One of the best ways for Rasmus to score is to space out that pendulum swing so that you line up the hit with the core and the goalie at the same exact time. And that is something that we won't be seeing as often, because all 6 players opted in for Unstoppable.
Yeah, for sure. 6 Unstoppables. We got, again, 1 Slick Kicks, 3 Magnetized Souls as well, 1 Strike Shot. Gumi taking Momentum Boots here on the Mako. Has a lot of access to a bunch of different Awakenings Mako does. Pretty good scaling off any of them, but we still have 2 barriers up right now. Gumi opting to blow up the center black hole every time they get the chance here. Really happy to keep a lot of the pressure on. Drop Leto almost gets a really great strike reset there with an ability use, but man, Gumi holding it down here with Kainu. We got 3 flips for the side of Demon's Raw, 2 flips now. I spends theirs just to try to help defend, and does successfully though, but they can't seem to get this last barrier from either side.
Yeah, once this Firewall Sentry comes through, but just missing it on the way there. Firewall Sentry, a great tool to help stuff it down. Snake most likely waiting for the X Maximus to return here to help break it through. But the Unstoppable is making it so hard to get through these final barriers. Mako is a great character, by the way, in terms of defending against Unstoppable, with the primary having the multi-hits as well. And then the ultimate managing to go through regardless of Unstoppable existing. It still connects, it still pops, it just doesn't do the hit stun. We saw it right there on Drop Leto. So a character that can utilize the 6 Unstoppable play, I guess, meta just fine. We see the damage coming through, but it's almost not enough to KO Drop Leto there. Snake getting a great pass from Kainu, finds it into the barrier, and now finally it is open here. Open net on Bozo Bunch's side, trying to get it through. I and Drop Leto going together, aren't able to connect. The drone is there to set up for the rebound, but once again, not going through and breaking anything here. And we're just going into the stalemate in overtime. Finally, the barrier drops, and who knows who's going to get it at this point. Oh my goodness, that is not the way I expected the point to go.
I actually had the tinfoil hat on to avoid the mind control, and in fact, getting a perfect barrage through that pass there, getting that barrier and getting that strike. After moving forward there, I was kind of the MVP of that last little bit of the point there. But like you said earlier, Kainu had a really great pass to Snake to get the barrier as well. So both teams are kind of feeling good right now, playing kind of nice. Dropletto looking kind of weak right here, though. We got now with a minor bit of healing. Everyone thought Kainu was going to have the ball there, but kind of didn't. No problem, though. Demon's Raw is going to recover from this one there. Everyone full health now, except for I, who is blown up.
Yeah, and there's no... there is healing thanks to the Now, and it's one of those things where I think if the Now didn't exist, we'd be seeing way more staggered KOs come through. Paired with the Unstoppable, it's going to be so hard to kill, and that's something that Demon's Raw are really good at, right? They want to be able to KO some of these people when they apply the damage, but not having that option, it always makes it feel bad when you get all this damage off and you just can't do anything about it. But the barrage getting through into the barrier, the Mako flip, sending it right back into Breads and I, and the great tag team passing it around, keeping the momentum from the flip coming back and just redirecting it into that bottom corner. I gets the second goal for Bozo Bunch here and giving them a strong lead. If they get this, we're going into a nice strong start, set one in Bozo Bunch's favor. Demon's Raw has to step up if they need to compete.
Yeah, I agree there. I hate to use this like caster trope when it's like uncharacteristic of, but like literally an uncharacteristic doesn't flip before the barrier gets hit from Gumi there. I was so sure that was going to happen, though. We do have a really great kill from Snake using the flip to help knock off onto the stage here, though. It's going to be I that falls off the board. Bozo Bunch has a little bit of a mountain to climb as they... Dropletto is also looking kind of weak. Lifeline just used, no healing left. Kainoob does have flip to get this one on through if they need it. Snake making sure that we have some more reinforcements here. This one barrier is your whole life for the moment. Kainoob can just get the ball to Snake maybe one more time here, though. But honestly, Dropletto doing a really good job of keeping themselves on the front line here, receiving some of these passes from I, and one more chance here. Damn, they can't seem to get the barrier right now, though. The Unstoppables, like you said, are really just a big problem.
Yeah, and we're seeing so many attempts go through onto these barriers. Finally, the glitch spot from Kainu manages to get it around all the way through the corner, breaking the barrier here, and now Obscure Breads has to defend a full open net. And a nice passing play from Kainu to Snake, a redirect, no flip used from Obscure Breads, which means we're going on to the next point and got to try all over again.
Yeah, it really is a struggle for these players to just get these two barriers. These goalies, these midfielders are doing such a great job of defending here. It's just going to be that the whole time. Maybe a couple of kills is what they're looking for here to make this a little bit easier, but the Unstoppable is just making so much problems for trying to get any of these kills here. Almost a perfect double from Dropletto, but Gumi with a really great reaction with that flip to make sure that that does not happen.
One barrier finally gets to drop down. Unstoppable backup for Gumi. No flip or elusive available, though. One barrier traded right back. Tries to use the Giga Blast to get the redirect on the core to send it right back down. Kainu goes for the flip, isn't able to connect with anything. Snake is really close to his own energy burst here. Trying to get into a position where he can either get a KO or try to flip and get it around into that barrier. Also, one thing that I want to point out that Demon's Raw have been doing really well, they seem to be taking advantage of the black hole in the middle way more than Bozo Bunch. I feel like every time the black hole pops, it's on Demon's Raw turn, and they're usually inflicting quite a bit of damage or stagger onto Bozo Bunch while doing it, because they do it while the Unstoppable is down for pretty much all the members of Bozo.
Yeah, I think I've seen the black hole pop onto a member of Bozo Bunch the last like 3 or 4 times there, so they always kind of just end up jumping on that one guy and staggering them just about instantly, though. But it's going to be Snake, the one that's staggered currently. Dropletto looking a little bit weak here, though. Still one barrier left for both teams. Almost been overtime every single time, but Dropletto is going to finally confirm a kill there onto Snake, and it's going to be a power play. Can they just get this one barrier here through Kainu? Kainu does jump away, though, kind of allowing Bozo Bunch to get it through Gumi. It's going to be rough situation here now for Demon's Raw.
We saw how tough that was. Just constant barrages coming through, abilities coming through, and still with all the unstoppables and the double strikes with the midfielder, it took forever. But the sad boys angle, making it so that no barrier will fall over there in the end, and Demon's Raw have to now attempt this once more to try to get this. But a late flip. Brez does not catch it. And now the barrier has fallen. We are in an equal situation here. Flips being traded left and right as Bread trades one for Gumi. And now the closest one is Snake as he sets up. He's just waiting for Kainoob to pass it on over to him. Because you have a feeling Snake is just exuding that aura right there. He knows that if he gets the ball, it's going in. But the flip is so scary from I, and there it is. Manages to get it through. The dribble up the top, barrage to reset the momentum. And then just throw off the balance, flip, and just straight shot through Gumi.
I feel like something I also want to bring up here, and now I might get some hate for this, but I am noticing what I feel is that Kainoob and Gumi are not on the same page. I feel like Kainoob is just a little too close to Gumi. Gumi may be moving up at weird situations. They're stacking strikes. I've seen a double flip this game, and it's just kind of something about what's going on right now between that team, between Demon's Raw, feels like the midfielder and the goalie are currently not on the same page. I'm not sure if they have practiced as much as they should have very much recently, but I don't know. That's kind of what it feels like what's going on.
Oh, and I have to keep an eye out, but it's definitely hard. This is the team that you typically expect, where the barriers drop really fast, they're getting KOs, and just passing plays between everyone will secure it through. But the defense from Bozo Bunch has been doing so well. But coming out strong on this set here, both barriers dropped the fastest we've seen of any point so far in this game, as Snake tries to get his energy burst here and set up in front of Breads. I like what he tried to do. I think he tried to pop Breads' elusive there, or Breads' unstoppable while walking into the black hole, but wasn't able to reach. He did not flip in front of the net and went for the bell ringer instead, and I think that cost him the point there. If he just walked up and flipped, I think Snake would have been able to score on there, and instead it is Bozo Bunch with the barrage coming through from Kai that gets the point. And one of the things that works well into Unstoppable is barrage, right? You have this multi-hitting tool that does not care if the first hit is an unstoppable hit, if the second hit is a strike, because the third, fourth, and fifth barrage hit will eventually get it through.
Yeah, for sure there. Barrage also going to be getting a little bit of strike reset as well. Obscure Breads, ooh, getting it past Snake there, not getting mixed up by that movement is going to be quite nice there. Kainoob, it's not going to help Gumi one more time here, though. Does stay up far enough to where I think they will not stack strikes, so that was definitely a minor improvement there for that exact play, though. Gumi going to have to defend against Dropletto, who's not done with this one here. Gets the death touch to keep the pressure on, but now Kainoob in the right position to help Gumi with a couple of extra strikes and get that one perfectly out of there, though. Let's see if Obscure Breads can maybe get the pressure on with this flip of their own. And it's going to be... oh, not much just yet, though, from that one, but keeps flip on both sides.
And I want to quickly talk about the draft from last set. Taking a look. We have a spark a piece on each side, so that's something to keep track of going forward. We can still manage to reach 3 sparks total. And then the biggest one that I'm actually going to point out here is going to be I with the aerials, as well as Snake on the catalyst. So we can take a look at the Egoist catalyst play potentially. And because it's so much harder to KO with this current unstoppable setup, the extra energy that you get from energy burst might be the defining factor on breaking these barriers and scoring these points.
For sure. Flip definitely is going to be the best tool that you can be using here to grab some of these barriers. And, I mean, Snake had Catalyst last point as well and decided to hold that flip in a situation where we were like, yeah, they could have possibly scored if they did run up and flip, but decided to hold it even having Catalyst there. Interesting decision, but, you know, I'm not going to be on the front of saying, you guys are bad. Not yet. Not yet. Just give me a couple more games and I'll get on there, but Snake finally building up one more of these flips here if they can just get right on in there, though. Kainoob does get it close enough to Snake to grab that one nicely. Now they have finally an open goal. It's way easier now.
Oh, I like the attempt there, the strike shot being able to save it, but a good rebound into a shot onto the bottom. Not able to secure it for Snake as Dropletto goes for it, misses does not connect to the barrier there with his own energy burst. That is very surprising, but hey, these things happen. The Bozo Bunch still have the advantage here. But as I say that, a great glitch pop sends it through, and I think the hit stun from Snake on the X Max on the X-Man. Oh no, it was just a perfect redirect from Snake that kept going it through. Obscure Breads did manage to strike it, but Snake striked it right back. So Glitch Pop. Glitch Pop plus the X Strike combo manages to tie things up into this set here. We have 2 energy bursts apiece for Demon's Raw, with the third one coming up in just a few more hits. One of the benefits of X is that he gets to just stand in front of the barrier and strike and use abilities, and he'll just generate an energy. He'll just generate a flip because everyone's going to be hitting him, and that's just how Catalyst works.
That's exactly how Catalyst works. Hit or get hit, you get a lot of extra energy there, which works really well against things like Barrage too. You end up landing a couple of barrages on 2X. He's going to get a ton of extra energy here. Kainu and Gumi both have this flip. I want to see Gumi maybe move up just a little bit here with Kainu, which would be a ton of pressure for the Bozo bunch. He's going to charge up just a perfect pitch here. Gets the ensnaring jump, but not much. Barrage quite good against it. Obscure Breads with a really good angle on that drone is going to be enough to get it on through.
No, the sad boys again.
The sad boys angle. I feel like Demon's Raw has waited exactly when they should to get some of these strikes on through, and it's just getting the boys angle. It's inexplicably sad.
Yeah, and Bozo Bunch getting the lead now. Barrier dropped, and even though Dropletto is low, the lifeline coming in. A good attempt from I. Tries to get it through. The barrage is right there. Dropletto going in. Only has his strikes. Is not enough. Kainu with the glitch pop gets the KO. Trying to turn things around. Here we go. The Catalyst flip coming through. The Firewall Sentry trying to line it up. But even with all that, it does not drop the barrier, and we take it. The perfect pitch coming through to get that bounce onto the barrier here. And finally, things are tied up. Snake going onto the net here, trying to get it with the bell ringer, isn't able to connect it. Once again, the black hole is up, shot off the bottom. I trying to walk up, has the barrage, has the secondary. Actually, secondary is not active right now. And now we are in overtime. Core is moving fast. This is where the double Maxwell shines. The barrage not able to connect. A good clear from Gumi, and all around the world goes, and the strike war goes over to Snake.
Whew, that was kind of scary there, but it was a really great wait there from Gumi to get in front of that barrage before striking the ball. Everyone, stand in front of your barrages before striking the ball. That is how you are going to defeat that move, as intolerable as it is sometimes. We did see that Bozo Bunch was able to survive a couple of crazy situations where Kainu set up a really nice firewall sentry there. Obscurebreds is kind of putting in overtime here, but so is everybody else, honestly. Keeping this game competitive, though, even though we do have Bozo Bunch at 1 point in this current set, but really great combo there. Cyber Swipe flip is going to be enough to grab a power play here for Demon's Raw. Can they get this final barrier, which has been the hardest thing this whole game? And they do.
Oh, and there it is, the movement speed. Gumi's walking up. You said it before, you wanted to see Gumi move forward when the flip is there. We see the energy burst come out, but not really the best play. Oh my goodness, there it is. Snake doing Snake things. Oh, they're doing...
okay, all right.
They got it. And that is a lot of energy, or that's a lot of EXP that went Snake's way with the double kill. So just keep that in mind. Even with that, it is Kainu that gets the MVP here. And the reason I wanted to bring that up is because if Snake managed to get it, there's an egoist sitting right there for him. And I think that's going to be a must deny here. If you are I don't think you can really go for anything else in this situation. Not that there really is anything else you want. I think the egoist is, yeah, you just take it away. That's all we gotta. If you're Snake, you yell at Kainu for getting too much EXP and costing them egoist. That is Kainu's fault.
Yeah. Tough to avoid there if you're Kainu, though, as you're playing quite well, getting a lot of kills, doing a lot of damage. You are all over the place there. Team player, an alternate win condition here for Obscure Breads, though. Dropletto gets second spark as well. Snake, a little bit of size, too. Gumi has explosive entrance to make that drum and bass just as more effective than before, but Kainu also taking Deadeye and just getting even more power than before. Snake, nice walk up there with the strike right into Obscure Bread's face there. Getting that barrier nice and quick, real efficient this time here. Oh, that strike shot is perfect to deny Snake's little dribble there.
Yeah, and taking a look at everything we have here, I think one of the biggest picks of this draft is going to be that team player. It's one of those things where, especially on a game like this, where we're not getting KOs that frequently, although they were coming out last point, the speed that comes out from team player is going to be so nice. Does not matter though. Snake off the bottom bounces it, resets it with the flip, takes the shot, walks up with the bell ringer, all options covered, gets the first point of this set, and now Demon's Raw finally, after a full 2 games, are in the lead of this particular game.
Yeah, Demons Raw possibly favored to win this, though, considering the last performances here at some of the Nationals that we've seen here. Wow, really nice point. Getting the ball right behind those barriers is going to end up being a double. And, man, Snake gets on in there with the help of Gumi, too. Man, really good point, and that's some of the stuff that Demons Raw is going to have to make more use of. I mean, they didn't even use Flip at that point. They have both of them. They can make those plays even easier than before. It's going to be all on Bozo Bunch to try to reduce the situations where that can even happen.
Yeah, and trying their best to get in a situation here where maybe I can get the Egos procced, but has to use the Elusive a few times to dodge some of the abilities. We have the Deadeye Amy with the Spark of Strength here, so it means that you cannot just tank these even with Unstoppable. You just take a lot of damage. So much energy economy over for Demons Raw because they don't need to use anything to Elusive at this point. They have the damage. They also have the speed from the Mako with the extra explosive entrance enhancement over there, and we can see Snake, the way he positions himself is just in a spot where if Kainu gets the core forward at all, Snake can take advantage of it, and that is the quickest set of this game, the quick 3-0, and we might be looking at a game 3.
Yeah, Kainu kind of went turbo mode right there and got the ball straight to Snake through all of that thick and that thin. He's going to be rewarded here nicely with stacks on stacks here. We're going to see what Dropletto can grab here with 2 Sparks, Super Surge, which is acceptable as well. Extra Special, quite good for X, and some of the situations I've seen here, helping get that first barrier, it's going to be quite nice. Chrono Boost, fine on now. It's not super amazing, but if you're going to buff your teammates, it's quite good here. Rapid Fire for Gumi, a lot more perfect pitches coming in hot. And Size for I, which is, no, it's not the worst perk I've ever seen.
So the decision there was between like Missile Prop and the build different, really. And with Missile Prop, you already have the extended range from the aerials, and then the extra damage most likely won't do anything because it's Unstoppable start. So I think that's the logic there. You just go for the size for extra strike range, really. And these things do matter. If you play midfield and you take size occasionally, you realize how much easier the strike wars become when your character is 20 to 30% bigger.
That's true. I can definitely see that there. Having size, making the strike wars nice and easy is quite good, especially when trying to give the ball to Dropletto, who has fallen off the board, but you guys secure the point anyway because I, sitting in the midfield exactly where they're supposed to be, is going to be putting that one in as everyone's got their sights set on that kill.
I feel like that was a size difference right there. Yeah, I was looking back a second ago, and it was such a deep strike from I that it looked like it was inside Kainoob's character model that I thought Kainoob was the one who struck that.
Oh, interesting. Defending more on the top side here with that ensnare drum. It's not going to do any favors just yet, though. Snake losing a ton of health, but it's actually going to be a kill from Kainoob, I believe, to get I off the map there, though. Snake's going to try to push it onto the top side here with Kainoob on the back side of Scarebreads. Has Flip, going to spend it, not get much other than one barrier here. Oh my god, goodness. Combo there from Kainoob, dude. The classic Cyber Swipe glitch pop is going to end up hitting them another power play. Snake, currently in X Maximus, trying to grab this last barrier here. Beautiful weight from Kainoob. The flip from Snake. I mean, they are just putting it in right now.
It's X. It's excessive.
It was excessive. He was so big. The weight from Kainoob to actually wait out that bell ringer was like, damn, that was lit. that was just good gameplay, I don't say.
Yeah, and take a look at the speed that Kainoob has when walking around the midfield with the stacks, with the Mako secondary there to speed him up. It is so fast. How much movement you have, and movement is the key stat in Omega Strikers. The more movement you have, movement is everything. Movement means you can hit your damage more. Movement means you can dodge damage more. Movement means you can reposition faster. It's just everything, right? So, and we're seeing it how quickly we can just get into these favorable positions with how much speed that we have between the 150 pancakes and Maxwell's, and then Gumi holding down the spacebar button, being really skillful there in the back line.
yeah, Kainoob was at about 700 speed there. Went with the drum and bass on, which is quite a bit. Again, holding these flips here. Gumi and Kainoob have them. Snake is just about to make one of their own. Double flip once again. Not on the same page exactly, but I would say that situation was a little less egregious than some of the others here. Snake just has flip on the front line. Obscurebread's crying their eyes out as giant X is flipping on your face. Tough situation here. Demon's Raw really trying to even up this one to get on over to that Clarion Corp match, Game 3.
Yeah, and if they take this, we're going to a Game 3, like you said. Bozo Bunch, once again, would rather avoid that and take the 2-0 right here. But Demon's Raw have scaled. We can see that the Awakenings are in their favor at this point. The speed is in their favor. The Snake doing anything on X is popping off. The Catalyst is coming through, but around the world it goes and breaks the barrier for the first time. Bozo Bunch have a shot on net. A great Giga Blast, but a good save from Gumi. Manages to try to get it in between both of them. A little bit greedy there, I would say, but even then, a good shot on net. A KO from Kainoob. The Deadeye plus Spark of Strength coming through. The flip. Tries to go for the hit stun and leaves the core to Kainoob, but isn't enough here. Snake is looking low, and I manages to come back, and he's coming through blitzing, and it is enough.
Okay, Kainoob, most of that point, again, was just in Turbo City, and then when they were finally out of moves, I comes back, has the cooldowns to just blow right through and gets that point, but I'm seeing some like crazy gameplay here from Kainoob actually entering the Matrix basically right now. Is they're gonna get another power play here though. One more little barrier to drop here again, but you know, if Bozo Bunch can manage this point, they do keep themselves alive, and this set will be, well, reset down to 0-0, and goddamn if someone could just get one of these barriers.
Yeah, this is such a key point here for Bozo Bunch, right? If they take this, they don't have to worry about next game right away, but looking at the flip into the strike reset, the Snake, and oh my goodness, just X with size, with the spacebar held down by the Mako, giving him even more size, giving him speed, giving him and he has the energy from the Catalyst, and everything is just lining up, and there it is. We saw how well Demon's Raw scaled going into that, and with each successive set, they were just getting harder. It was getting harder and harder for Bozo Bunch to compete here. And now we have to go into this final game. Let's hope for a little bit of a different Awakening start, something that isn't as boring as Unstoppable or Fighter Flight. But even then, Atlas Lab going the way of a Demon's Raw. 9 points for Snake, 6 points for I. We can see that most of the time the way to score was through the barrage. And this was one of the things that I also mentioned with Dropletto on the Rasmus. Rasmus not being a bad character or anything, but when you have this unstoppable start, you cannot just use one of the biggest strengths of Rasmus is the ranged stuffing ability that you have thanks to Pendulum Swing, because you just can't hit stun the goalie. And that is something that we saw come as an issue, where those barriers just would not drop at some point, and it had to have been through I a lot of the times, or some crazy fast core going like around corners that broke a barrier.
Yeah, for sure. Rasmus is going to certainly be neutered a little bit there from the Unstoppable. They're approaching like the goalie. Sometimes you're going to have to like dribble the ball, throw your ult at the goalie just to make sure that Pendulum Swing can actually land. But the situations didn't seem to show up that much, as we had Kainoob just all over the place, doing a great job of defending and just getting the ball over to Snake. I mean, oh my gosh, the last like set and a half of that game was just the Kainoob show. I feel like Kainoob got like 150 redirects in like the last 2 sets, pretty much, and it's possible because they were just all over the place. Clearly, the MVP of that game, but either way, Bozo had a chance to bring it back there. It was pretty close. It was competitive, and now we have our Game 3 here on to Clarion Corp. What the starting Awakenings will be, I am excited to see. Not Unstoppable. I'm not trying to see Adrenaline Rush. What do I want to see? I don't know. But hopefully something really cool.
Yeah, something with you give like one give me a prize fighter. I just want to see
You just want the pain.
I just want to see things blow up at this point. And the nice thing about Clarion is a lot of the compositions just work, right? There's no like, with Night Market, you have the Night Market comp, in Atlas Lab, damage a little bit better, on Amy's app, you have, certain specific comps. Clarion is kind of just, things work, right? If you know what you're doing, you can kind of just make anything work. I think Estelle is a lot stronger on Clarion as well. I'd love to see the Rune come out if it doesn't get banned away this time around. And it's also going to depend on pick priority on what we see. The Mako and the Atlas can be picked here as well. So it's just one of those things where you'll probably just see things based on the starting awakenings. Okay, we have Knife's Edge and Big Fish, which is interesting enough because Knife's Edge is again a speed awakening, even though it gives some power. You want to take the Knife's Edge if you're in the midfield, which seems pretty obvious. But a lot of times, sometimes you opt in for the other choice if it is something that you think works well, and then you get blown past because you don't have the speed yourself.
Yeah, this screams Juliet. Not only do I believe Juliet is like pretty damn good on this map as she has a lot of these side lanes to get kills on, and the flurry is going to block a lot of these side lanes as well. But these awakenings are quite good for Juliet, both of them. So that might be a ban for one of these teams unless they are trying to get it here, like Bozo Bunch here, first pick. So Demon's Raw might be opting to. I mean, you don't have to pick Juliet here, of course, but I think that is going to be kind of a big pick here. We might see, like you mentioned way earlier before, Asher being picked a lot more often is quite good on this map as well. And there goes your Rune ban. I also want to see Rune. Rune is fun. Rune is interesting.
I love
has
Rune.
Some stuff. He's got some sauce.
I put in the prerequisite 200 games of Rune running it down before I got good at him. Right,
Me too, just dude, we all do it.
That's just a requirement before you're allowed to play the character. You just got to run it down forever, and we just don't get to see it. And it's surprising because Demon's Raw, they do play Rune and they have good runes, but it is not the team that I would just consistently keep banning Rune out from. It's something that I would take the Rune away from, more of like a Xianzhu or a Vaughn that it's just like a team that uses it more. So I'm surprised it's being banned with such high priority right now. But even then, taking a look at the rest of the draft here, not allowing the X to go through to Bozo Bunch. We have the first pick now. Once again, Breads has been performing really well on the now, keeping the lifeline, which has been all this extra stagger coming back in, preventing Demon's Raw from getting even more KOs than they normally would. It is the Atlas and the Octavia going over to Demon's Raw, taking the Octavia pick away from I, not allowing I to have it, and instead the Imi is going to be going right back over to Bozo, paired with that Juliet, like you mentioned.
Yeah, kind of strong. I mean, it's tough. Both of these comps have quite a bit of potential here. Of course, Octavia is just this overwhelming force that is really hard to douse, and having Atlas at her side as well is going to be just harder to get her damage, to get her off that map. But hey, a combination of like Juliet with Imi, pretty damn good. If they take any damage here, we also have now Obscure Breads once again most likely hitting this now. And we have that Asher pick. Asher quite good, quite big at closing lanes. I mean, her the Path Splitter is also just a lane closer as well. I mean, it's just good on this map. So I think that this is going to be pretty engaging. I do actually like Demon's Raw comp here, but it's kind of in the hands of Drop Leto to see if they can really make some of these Juliet kills happen.
Yeah, I think without the kills, it's going to be tough because the defensive lineup of just Atlas, nothing else, no midfielder needed, just Atlas holding it down is plenty good, and it's something that Juliet players know that they hate playing into Atlases just because Atlas can stop the attempt on net from so far out. The expanse just prevents dash punch from working, and if you get hit by the primary before your dash goes out, the core just gets pushed through you, and it's really frustrating because then you buffer the dash, you go through, nothing happens, and you're just like, oh my goodness, I got to deal with this again. Especially if he gets any sort of CDR or twin drive, twin drive or prime time, for example. The Atlas gets really annoying to deal with. So I'm going to say that yes, Drop Leto has to get some KOs, or it's going to really be a lot of pressure on I to set up plays with the Firewall Sentry, the Glitch Plop, the Cyber Swipes to help enforce some of these offensive attempts on barrier or on net.
Absolutely, we will be seeing some of that for sure. Knife's edge on every single player in this game. No slicks to be seen. Magnetized souls on all the forwards as well. And it's just going to be kind of a brawl. Double strike shot as well. Almost perfect symmetry here for these teams. So we're going to start here on the Bouncy House map, which I would say that this is probably one of the hardest maps to play on as a goalie. I mean, it's no why, like, you know, why? Obviously, the ball just going too fast. Honestly, but we'll see. We'll see here if we can get some of these points here. Dropletto probably not going to find too many kills on this map specifically, but
yeah, but this is a good spectator map, and
Yeah,
Demon's
it is.
Raw starting off strong. Both barriers, bouncy house, like you said, just all over the place. So hard as the goalie to defend.
Now
And-
moving on over to the Expanse one here. This should be interesting though. Again, a lot of these characters here that we see on the map are good at closing these lanes here. Dropletto kind of approaching. Oh man, the 6-man Knife's Edge is really making this kind of crazy. You can see everyone just kind of smashing onto that ball all in the same spot as they're all just so fast enough to get there.
Yeah, we have the speed because of the lanes, like you said. We have the Knife's Edge pretty much constantly having 100% uptime for most of these characters. And then when you're walking through the midfield, getting that extra boost from the Magnetized Souls, it's just so much movement speed. And then here comes the flow state, but with no extension coming through, it is the quickest flow state known to man. Drops as fast as it came right back on. Doing it with a good bounce to get it off the corner. Does not allow his barrier to fall. It has no elusive or abilities really to use anymore. And a nice play. Oh my goodness. It just went all around the world, and then a strike from Snake sends it right back into the top. Core is moving too fast. It wasn't even overtime. That was such a fast shot that just went through.
Yeah, really nice freezer right there from Snake. Just in the perfect position sometimes. Feels good, man. He's going to set up that firewall sentry. Not too much is going to come out of it here, though. Obscure Bridge does save that little barrier. You do have Kainu. This is the perfect map here for Octavia, as she can strike the Maelstrom ball in the center here and just keep that flow state up. Doesn't seem to get any kills here with that base drop, though. Has the flow state still. Looking a little bit weak, but gonna be Demon's Raw losing both of their barriers in that situation. And Obscure Breads nicely defending against Snake, and those angles are not going to do Demon's Raw any favors here, as they're not going to even get one of these barriers.
Odin does not manage to get the KO onto Dropletto with the Asher Dash Punch. And it is Demon's Raw who have to break both barriers. So, and like you said, managing to keep up the flow state thanks to that middle orb. But it is Dropletto who gets the orb, the size, and the point there.
Well deserved here. The Maelstrom Orb gives you a ton of health and power and everything else you could ever want, dude. I think it like even heals you like 50% or something kind of crazy. But moving on to this next map here. These are some of the side lanes that you're going to have to be a little careful of here, especially with the Knife Edge. Everyone's really strong, and boom, Kainu, base drop into flip is going to be just enough to get that power play going here. Obscure Breads can't defend it here. Kainu on the bottom side to make sure we get that pass. And Obscure Breads not stunned, opting not to flip there, which is a reasonable... Actually, it's it's unreasonable.
It is not reasonable.
Unreasonable decision.
Yeah. As the set is over.
That's the set. That was quick.
And that is a quick Demon's Raw set going over their way. And we have Octavia up front, has the pick of the litter here. Can go for something like stacks or go for a little bit more size with, or not size, like a spark here. So, opting in to go for the spark angle, getting the spark of Rizzo. Decides not to go for the stacks. Threat of getting KO'd is still higher when you don't have as many levels and you don't have the stagger built up. So the spark is nicer, and then you can play for any other spark. This also scales well with peak performance, right? Because if you get the extra 400 stagger from here and you pick up peak performance later, you get like an extra % or 2 of movement speed, which always adds up.
Yeah, for sure. I love those little synergies here, especially when they used to have a lot more of these stagger awakenings in the game, bulk up, and reverb, I believe, is the other one. Is there another one too?
We got Reptile Remedy, we got Naked Drakar.
Naked Drakar, of course, you can't forget Naked Drakar. And of course, we're on the bouncy house here. Gumi losing those barriers without any say in the matter, because it's just the ball going red and you are crying most of the time. Obscurebread still can't even get there. Gumi getting a little mixed up there, but not enough to lose the ball. My goodness, Dropletto almost ends up getting it on through there, though. Snake can't seem to get the ball away from Dropletto, and it's going to be a sentry there. Not really doing Obscurebread any favors, and scoring it on through. Snake putting up just enough pressure to get it on through, and it was looking a little scary for Demon's Raw on that map, but clean it up, keep it together, and they're going to take the advantage.
Yeah, and Demon's Raw starting off strong. They had the barriers dropped quickly thanks to I, but it did not end up leading to their point for Bozo Bunch. And now, oh my goodness, as the KO comes out, I jumps right in with the Cyber Swipe, manages to get something here. Snake is down for the count. And we have Kainoob coming in with the flip, trying to just to stall things out as Snake comes back up in a second, moving his way forward with the Asher. And the flip gets the KO, finds the, I think that was the Sonic Boom plus flip. Getting the KO onto Droplet, or sorry, onto I there. And now the power play is over, but can they get the second barrier? Oh my goodness, the KOs are coming back and forth, MV.
Yeah, really great recognition there from Dropletto. Earlier when I died there, I swear that they were sniffing out that Kainoob wanted to get that kill, but ended up dropping it anyway, maybe looking to just the base drop. Flip from Gloomy, though, is not going to get too much here as Obscurebreds nicely redirecting it on over. Here comes the path splitter with Snake combination here, nicely gate that flip with a literal last pixel, and it's going to be alive for the count here as Gumi's going to try to help it onto the top side. Kainoob has Flow State active here, is going to be quite a big threat. Using a little bit of extra core speed with the Cyber Swipe to get it on past. Obscurebreds keeping themselves alive right now, though, and gets it over to Gumi finally. Gets themselves a little bit of breathing room, but they still have a barrier to go through.
Yeah, one barrier to go through, and Demon's Raw have the advantage here. Gumi using the abilities, but a good jump in. The Cyber Swipe from I plus the Firewall Sentry opens up the net, but it is not enough as the Sonic Boom catches it. The Octavia primary just catching that strike and just sending it at such an unfortunate angle. Brett's nowhere near close enough to get it. It did not bounce the way that Bozo Bunch would have liked. And now this is a 2-0 lead in this set here. As Dropletto gets one barrier going into it, tries to get the second one with the punch, is not able to connect, but a good set of strike wars means I collects it. The final barrier, it is open, but they've been in this situation a few times. They need to finish it off.
Yeah, I really like the move up there from Obscurebreds, getting some of these drones on in there to help with a lot of pressure, and Kainoob spends strike, it does nothing. I gets it on through, and really interesting way to have the ball roll into the goal there. Gumi probably asking everyone, what just happened? Guys, where's the ball?
But that's okay. We're off to the next point here. Dropletto getting a nice start off. It's close to an energy burst here as well. It's something that you really want. Energy burst on Juliet is really, really powerful, right? It is a third it's a third ability in terms of attempting to KO, right? Because you go dash punch plus flip. And it's also a scoring tool and a barrier breaking tool. So it is something that Juliet really uses these energy bursts often, but have to use the elusive early, does not have the energy burst available, and now it is the barriers fallen for Bozo Bunch as they protect from what could be the final point of this set here. A lot of bounces going back and forth as two expanses are set up between Atlas and the middle, and it is Dropletto who's looking really low as Snake comes in for the KO, unable to find it. And now we are pushing the core as close to the net as possible with the flow state. Is it enough?
It's gonna be tight here. Dropletto does end up surviving, uses every last resource they have, and now they're still alive, but an insane amount of pressure here put on Kainoob. That strike was kind of crazy to dribble it right on up to Snake there. And man, Kainoob was kind of unbreakable there, and well, Dropletto couldn't really play as they were just trying to survive as much as they could here, and they're going to end up folding to the power of Demon's Raw as we have kind of a nightmare if you are Bozo Bunch here with Kainoob as your first pick here. Spark on deck, Octavia grabbing whatever she wants here. Chrono Boost it's going to be. Maybe has enough health with that Spark of Resilience here. Taking the Spark themselves as it's going to be their second for I. Extra special here for Dropletto. We've seen the Fire Flurry can kind of hold the ball and get some kills as well. Force evades. Unstoppable showing up for Snake, which is fair, solid, which is good. Twin Drive here for now is fine as well. Maybe get some cooldown, that'd be kind of nice. And Gumi actually gets Hotshot last pick, which is just a really good awakening here for Atlas.
Yeah, can't be upset about that at all. And the biggest pickup here has got to be Kainoob on the Octavia, getting that Chrono Boost. Chrono Boost being one of, if not the best awakening that Octavia can get alongside something like Castellas or just, you know, a series of sparks. But unable to dodge that shot. We have a member down. It is I who is no longer here. The IME is disappeared. And we're going in for the final barrier here as the Snake tries to go on the primary, isn't able to connect, has the energy set up because he also has Catalyst himself. 2 games in a row, Catalyst Unstoppable Snake is just repeating what happened on Atlas Lab. And now it is, oh my goodness, the stuffing potential with the Path Splitter plus just everything that Asher has is so hard to deal with.
Yeah, I'm like watching Obscure Breads doing like a pretty incredible, just putting on an incredible defense here. A lot of great decision making here and good use of their abilities, but sometimes things are just too overwhelming here, especially when you have Kainoob and Snake both right in your face, the Path Splitter as well, and maybe even a Barrier Beam just to knock you around. It's just sometimes you just can't do anything. You really sometimes are checkmated in this game, and that's fine. You have to accept the fact that you get checkmated in this game.
Yeah, and a good flip from Gumi manages to catch that and not able to get a second barrier. Bozo Bunch it's a tough situation for them trying to set up, and you can see that Dropletto was probably looking to get a dash punch KO onto Snake, but because Snake has the Unstoppable there, Dropletto just has to leave, and it means Snake can play on the edge so much more. But a good dash punch sends it through Snake, sends it through Gumi, and finally, I don't know how many points in a row that was for Demon's Raw, but Bozo Bunch getting a little bit of breath back into their souls as they tie things up in the set.
For sure, that's exactly what they needed. Maybe a little bit of momentum here, though. But Dropletto maybe can find a kill or two, but it's mostly going to be Snake finding a kill or two with, again, just a dash into flip, a barrier beam into flip, whatever you want. Flip is going to be the thing that helps you get that kill, like you were mentioning before. It's just so powerful on Juliet and everyone else, too. Lose both barriers there with that power play. Obscure Breads does have this flip to try to keep themselves alive. A little bit of offensive pressure here from Ian Dropletto, but they kind of end up losing it here. Really great forward pressure from Kainoob and Snake. Now Gumi's going to move up, and it's just, again, there's too much going on. And it's like you kind of can't quantify the situation, so you don't really want to like just flip for no reason, and the ball just flies on in there, and it's a rough situation. And
yeah,
now,
unfortunate.
Last point here for Demon's Raw.
Oh my god, who gets it? Kainoob picking up the middle with all the abilities coming through. I'm surprised he managed to catch it there. Giant Octavia, one of the weird things that interacts with the middle orb is that when you lose the orb, you actually lose all the health that you gain from it. So you just just lose that health. It's just gone. Like if you were at full health, you now have like 3/4 of your health. So I don't know why it works that way, but either way, the map is favored for Octavia. You mentioned it the last time we were on it, but it is I who picks it up here. At least manages to get out of the stagger range. Goes for the KO. Actually, it was kind of awkward there because Dropletto passed down to I, but I came up for the kill, which means that Dropletto, even though they got the kill, the bottom half was just open because I was no longer there. And Gumi goes for the shot, isn't able to connect. I like that he's going out. Snake is doing his pseudo goalie. It didn't work.
That was definitely, I would call that pseudo goalie for sure. Standing in place, becoming a turret, not even doing a very great job there. I do respect Gumi going for that flip shot before. It was really close. And it's going to be the last point they need. I not striking there.
Oh,
and
no.
I think I needed to do strike Cyber Swipe for sure. They kind of just left the ball, left Obscure Breads out to dry, and they are... That's it. Demon's Raw is going to be taking that series here, moving on to a 5-2 record in this Week 7. Congratulations to them. A solid performance here from Bozo Bunch. But, you know, next week's another week, guys.
Yeah, that was not the way I was going, especially with such a strong start in Game 1. I don't even think it was... Like, it was definitely a close game, but it looked like Bozo Bunch played extremely well, and then even in the Atlas Lab they started off strong, but it was just getting slowly clawed away. It was all, if anyone here is a Super Smash Bros fan and watches Ultimate and they know about MK Leo, and it's one of those things where you can be like two sets up on MK Leo, but the moment he wins game 3 and you're just like, oh, it's over. The moment he wins 1, it's over. And it's like kind of like the same thing here with Demon's Raw. They just got enough adaptation, and then that was it. They just blitzed off with it, and there was no coming back.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the ending of that game too was really just like a momentum breaker for Bozo Bunch. It felt like Demon's Raw really scaled. They got the size that they needed on that X. They got all the power. I mean, the Mako had extra speed. I mean, it was just a force to be reckoned with, and they carried that momentum maybe straight into this game here, though, making Bozo Bunch possibly second guess on some of these plays. We did see I, quote-unquote, jump out of position in some situations where they were like, oh, perfect, got a kill. And even if they got the kill, you know, Obscure Breads wasn't really seeing that situation, might lose a barrier for it. And it's hard. It's tough. I get it. getting kills is the easiest way to make the game as simple as possible. And your power plays, you want them as much as possible. That's great. But yeah, sometimes jumping out of position is rough when you're not on the same page. But I mean, that's really gonna be it for that game, though. I mean, we see not too much damage was even given on both of these sides here, but hold on a second. We actually are going to be going to a break. Would you believe it here, Mystic? Anything you'd like to say about that last game before we go on to this incredible break?
Exciting game. It's nice to see Demons Rock coming back up. They were, a little bit of slower start to the season, right? The most amount of losses we've seen come out of them that quickly into now kind of clawing their way back up to and securing their spot as a top play or a top team of NASL. So stick around as next game will be Bang and Showtime when we come back from the break. Welcome back, everybody. We are here with game number 2 in the North American Strikers League of Week 7. As we go into Bang Bang versus Showtime. It's taking a little bit longer because there was an emergency substitute coming through. Xianzhu will not be playing this game. I believe they're a little bit under the weather. And instead, we will be having Twisty come in. And I got a fun fact from Asaya before that Twisty has a 100% win rate in Nassel so far. So, you know, maybe we don't need Xianzhu this week. What do you think, NV?
That is a possibility, though. I hope Twisty doesn't know that they have a 100% win rate, because that's going to be a lot of pressure possibly here as they're going to take on Showtime, and it's going to be pretty interesting here. Showtime currently at a 4-2 record right now, and Bang Bang is at this really, really interesting 1-5. They're actually not doing super amazing, but, you know, possibly could still hold on to something here. I'm not really sure about playoff records if they win every... They're probably not making playoffs, not really sure 100%, but, you know, they're going to try their hardest in this game. Hopefully we'll see what happens here as we, of course, have this Twisty sub starting off the game here with a power play for the side of Showtime. This could be big. Twisty's 100% win rate will be flawless.
And if we take a look at who is in the net, it is not Fudgy Waffles. It is Gramella piloting the Mako back there. This is a role swap that is coming through for Bang Bang. I don't know how permanent this is, but this is something that they've been practicing in their recent scrims. But another KO from Showtime eliminates one more member of Bang, and we have a 3v2 power play tied up 2v2, but still the advantage is in the side of Showtime.
Yeah, really, for some reason, it feels like I'm watching this game in slow motion compared to the last one, but good action nonetheless here, though. A couple of power plays here. Yeah, Gramella in the net. I didn't really notice that. Good pickup there, as we'll see if that makes any differences here. Honestly, the first time I've ever seen Fudgy Waffles play, it was midfield, and I was like, this is the best midfielder ever. This guy is insane. So we will see if insanity becomes truly Fudgy Waffles' personality in this Nassel game, but it's going to be Showtime taking the first little point there. Had a couple of nice power plays here. Joker got some great little wangle combos here, but that's just when you combo the secondary into the primary with Estelle. But, you know, a lot more of this game to still go here.
Yeah, and Joker, an absolute enjoyer of Estelle. One of his starting characters, his origin characters, was Juliet and the Estelle back climbing through a beta of this game as well as here on launch, but gets KO'd into the own net of Bang. Has to time out for another 6 seconds as he comes back in. And one thing to point out that not only, oh my goodness, a great tornado by Fudgy Waffles gets the KO. Their barcode looking low, has to protect his barrier from a little bit of an onslaught coming through, and the strike even through the hit stun of everything. I think that was the beam that gave Drew enough size to strike that through. But one thing I want to point out here is that even with Twisty subbing in, it is kind of like a two-person substitute, because Joker is being moved into the midfield position while Twisty is playing forward, right? So Joker is a great, oh my goodness, another great tornado coming through from Fudgy Waffles. Just KO after KO being picked up by this era, so deadly.
But yeah, might actually be able to see the future.
Oh, he knows. The vertical tornadoes are my favorite because people don't expect them at much, and you can just like put them over health packs or like points of interest, and you'll just see how quickly you'll rack up these KOs on Era.
Yeah,
go Gramella, go!
Definitely really interesting setups there, and we'll see if they get any more KOs here. They have the nice push onto the bottom side, but don't seem to get anything more here. Fudgy and Drew taking it positioning, but end up losing the ball here. Up to Gramella to retrieve it, but Twisty just gets a nice death touch into a strike, and I mean, the side of Showtime is just, or sorry, the side of Bang is just out of range there. It's going to be Twisty getting that point here, though. And yeah, like you said, interesting to have Twisty here now on the Brawler. Joker using that Estelle as a midfielder, losing all of their health here. Has flipped. That could be the target of the next kill, though. Gramella, that Drummond base is not strong enough to hold that ball there.
Oh my
Beautiful
goodness.
combo. This straight up great combo there. That's the synergy we expect from these Nassel teams in those comms, making sure that they get these kills exactly when they're supposed to be dealt.
It's a 4 KO streak by Fudgy Waffles in set 1 on Era.
Yeah, at
Just
Era.
keep that in mind. Oh my god. Like Fudgy is an absolutely great midfielder. Like you said before, he started off on midfield. Actually, I shouldn't say he started off on midfield. I have known him originally as a midfielder. It is something that is what he played first in Nassau and then made the swap over to goalie. And is going back to his roots here, showing how, like, why he made it into Nassau and why he was so strong when he played in the earlier seasons.
Nice catch. Yeah, good positioning there from Twisty to just keep the pressure up, moving up exactly when they needed to, and that flip is going to be right placed where they needed it to be, and Twisty, well deserved, getting the MVP right now. First Awakening draft is shown here. What is Twisty looking for? Possibly, I don't know. There's a lot of nice things here. Maybe peak performance action. Yeah,
Can't go wrong with that.
Performance, yeah. Super solid Awakening here.
Speed and stagger. I mean, I've been glazing
the best.
Fudgy Waffles this entire time. I didn't even realize that Showtime just took the first set.
Yeah. I mean, Twisty is kind of putting in work right now already. I mean, we'll see even more of it, though. I mean, Demolitionist start as well is going to be really helping Rasmus in every situation here. The extra speed from peak performance as well. Drew getting rapid fire, more bell ringers. Fudgy Waffle, stagger, swagger, speed, and defense here. Grimella, explosive entrance, helps that drum and bass for sure. Joker, hot shot on Estelle, which is just straight up a good Awakening here. And Monumentalist is the other starting perk here. And we're going to see Twin Drive combo with Barcode. And as we mentioned last set, Atlas gets quite crazy with things like Twin Drive too. So we'll be seeing some of that here. Barcode is going to be this unstoppable wall.
Yeah, already he has a strike shot, he has the Manu that enhances the secondary, and at the same time, now paired with that Twin Drive, that expanse is so hard to deal with. Any more CDR is going to get out of control. At least Hot Shot cannot be given to Atlas as well, since Joker has it, but Estelle is a great user of it. Fudgy Waffles managed to open up the barrier with Drew there, and now we have an advantage for Bang as Twisty and Joker try to line up their primaries together, but miss the core, isn't able to get it. Joker looking low, another vertical KO coming from the Maelstrom as Fudgy Waffles is just putting a performance on this era, but it isn't enough as of yet. Grimella walking up, he's trying to brawl Twisty as the goalie in the midfield position. And a good dribble pass over to Drew, but Drew doesn't look like he has abilities to finish off the point here. And now we're just going back into this little bit of stalemate as the exchanges get put with energy burst and a great Fudgy Waffles with the Maelstrom once again. But can they finish off the point? Come on, show me what's going on. I've been glazing you all game. Don't let me down, Fudgy Waffles. And it's going in.
And congratulations to Drew for scoring that point here with, I guess, a little bit of help from Fudgy Waffles. Possibly getting a kill, possibly getting 3 kills, maybe in that 1 point. But Fudgy Waffles, yeah, really amazing with this Monumentalist. Maelstrom has just proven so threatening here. Fudgy Waffles just can't grab that ball here. One of these barriers is going to go down, almost 2, as all 3 members are going to play a little bit of defense here. Fudgy finally gets a little bit of control over here. And Drew is going to get a kill here with that flip. Grimella completely out of position, but a nice, perfect pitch is going to be good. Keep that barrier alive here. Now they're going to pass it right down to Fudgy Waffles one more time here. Okay, I was going to say, if Twisty positions correctly, might have to get a flip here out of that Grimella.
Oh my.
Man, the Maelstrom didn't seem to land just there, and Drew is just on the front lines, but, as we're chatting all up about here, we actually have 2 barriers down for Bang.
Yeah, it's looking like, I think Bang has what it takes, even with this swap, to win. The midfield forward combo is doing well. I think Grimella just has to step up a little bit. It is, unfamiliar to the role. Doesn't know all the goalie interactions. Something along the lines of facing off against Estelle, knowing when to elusive, flip, or safe flip, etc. And I think that if they lock in, Bang wins this game.
Yeah, they are definitely gonna have to lock in here, though. It's like learning goalie on the spot at this level is definitely really hard to recognize, like, when exactly you're supposed to be hitting these things, what directions you got to be clearing here, though. But I mean, Grimella is just a good player, so
yep.
I assume they will definitely get the memo in just a couple of minutes here, though, as Drew is going to futilely attack the gore here, though. Okay, a little bit of a mix-up there on the timing, but Twisty's going to get a nice pendulum swing to finally secure that barrier here. Misses the perfect pitch, but Fudgy keeps that one alive here. A lot of pressure coming out from Showtime right now. Gets the ball past Drew, back into Drew's hands. Grimella loses control for just a moment here. Twisty had a chance. Fudgy Waffles flipping to negate any of that pressure here, though. And it's kind of a brawl right now.
Oh, I love the positioning there, or the strike placement, knowing that the wall will just bounce it right in. Perfect shot from Twisty. They're playing phenomenally.
Yeah, quite. I mean, Twisty's really putting in the work they need to right now, especially with this little bit of a switch. And Joker is also just kind of like, I mean, playing pretty well, but like it feels like kind of a chump check here from Grimella. I feel like all of the normal things that Estelle is doing, Grimella's kind of folding to right now.
I agree. And taking a look, we have Joker KO'd once again and being taken off the side. It's pretty tough because they don't have a lot of damage, but they have a lot of, oh my goodness, spawns and comes back and gets KO'd again. But yeah, they don't have a lot of damage in the sense where, oh, what a great secondary into strike redirect there by Drew, getting the shot into the top. Something that we don't see often enough. We see a little bit, people do it, you know, on the Julie, they'll do the dash without the punch and then they'll redirect it. And it looks nice, but it is a mix-up tool and you should add it more frequently to at least add more options. But one thing I want to point out is we're getting a lot of KOs, and it's not the damage that's causing it. It is just the placement of these knockback abilities that have been getting so many KOs, mostly from Fudgy.
Yeah, the Monumentalist Maelstrom is going to be pretty incredible on this map, as the side lanes are just going to kind of lock you in a lot of positions here, and you're going to have to evade no matter what. And even if you do, it's kind of just a good ability to get those evades out of there, spend some resources from the opponent, put that on cooldown there. But Twisty is going to grab a kill with that flip as well. Oh, out of range there with the flip. Grimella can't seem to manage to hold that one more barrier here. Joker on the front lines against Drew, who has X Maximus there, being quite threatening, knocking Joker around, but can't seem to manage to get the goal here, though. And we're going to get a nice bell ringer here. Drew grabs the power play here for the side of Bang Bang, but the Maelstrom was so close. Barco had a great clear. Drew, though, finally in position to grab a set of their own here to even this up. And okay, now we got a real game for real this time.
Yeah, let's see what they get rewarded for on this draft here. X is up first. Drew gets his pick, going for the extra size, gonna make it so that paired with the beam from Fudgy on the era, he's gonna be such a massive character here. But he did, yeah, that's the second size because of starting demo. Besides that, taking a look at what everyone else is getting, Ego is going over to Twisty, Happy Star, extra special on Fudgy Waffles, paired with that Maelstrom, and the Monumentalist, like we were talking about before, is going to be so deadly for having all these extra NATOs coming off kickoff and just more frequently in general.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun rest of the game here for Fudgy Waffles, that's for sure, as the huge Maelstroms are going to come in hot, though. We had mentioned a lot of things about Atlas secondary there, and Timeless shows up as well, just to be even more of that annoying wall here, blocking a lot of the pressure the opponents are going to be putting up here, though. Grimella gets the second dash perk, though, which is going to make Drum and Bass even more effective. Crazy Maelstrom once again ends up slaying Barcode and dealing a ton of damage to Joker. A flip comes out from Drew. Twisty's got it covered, though. In fact, Joker's got the front line covered. Twisty actually gets out of the way here. The pendulum swing is good to keep it up, and the stall and a barrier. Barcode is back, and that was just some good gameplay there from Showtime.
Yeah, I was surprised that Bang managed to not score in that situation. It looked very favored for them. But even then, they are still maintaining the offensive pressure here. Oh my goodness, as I say that, getting a brought right back, barrier open. Twisty uses the flip, isn't able to connect, but at least it's tied up. Both barriers open. Grimella on an open end here, trying to pass back and forth with Fudgy Waffles. Got to be careful of that Estelle primary. You can see Joker's trying to line it up here. And a great clear. Grimella finding it through the bottom, stands in the perfect spot, gets it through. Drew going for the shot, barely misses it. A great strike shot from Barcode, keeps the point alive as well. And now, oh no, you hate to see it. You hate to see it slice through the drum and bass.
Oh man, that is a heartbreaker there. Definitely don't want to be holding the drum and bass if the ball is coming at you and it's red. You can block basically everything else for forever, but if it's red, you know, that is definitely a little trigger to say, hey, you know what? I'm going to drop it. I'm going to drop it. I'm going to hit the ball. Everything's going to be all good. Unfortunately, we're going to drop it there. But Drew is going to end up dropping Twisty into the grave with that bell ringer here. Flips bell ringer one more time, but wow, amazing defense there from Barcode and Joker. And it's gonna be, they're gonna finally get the barrier here, but not until Twisty gets back.
Yeah, Joker is looking low though. If they have the cooldowns, they can try to go for something there. Unable to connect here, and Joker looking to set up something with the primary, lines it up, isn't able to get it through. Grimella has the energy burst, but the KO comes again. The Maelstrom off the top. Joker taken out, is not able to do anything in that situation. And that's one expanse coming through. Barco probably has the second one lined up here. They got to get through both, but no, second one does not come through. The primary is there, and that is a defense secure. Joker is back, and now we have to go for it once more. And there's the timeless Manu Barcode coming through on the Atlas, doing what Atlas does best. Twisty going for the shot, double flip, the synergy, or anti-synergy, I should say. At least Drew still manages to get his. If Fudgy can get it over to Drew, they can at least take a shot. But it's looking scary, and
unfortunate miss strike there from Grimella is going to guarantee Twisty gets that goal right front lines here. Twisty, of course, level 10, first level 10 here for Showtime. Just putting in a lot of work and a lot of those redirects there, goals as well. And Maelstrom pushes Barcode right out of the way, grabs a barrier, grabs a second one. The bouncy house barely even coming into effect here until this moment. Drew's going to get the ball for free, possibly here. Okay, maybe avoiding a death. I'm not really sure what Drew's position was in that spot, but Twisty has everything they need there, including the flip to get that ball on in there. And now they're going to be taking this next set. MVP probably Twisty. I mean, look, Twisty jumps on in here as a sub, takes the brawler spot, grabs MVP twice. I mean, what else is there to say?
This is, you could not ask for more if you're Showtime right now. Twisty coming through, performing, even with all the KOs that they are getting from Bang, it is not enough to pull through. And that was a 3-0 for Showtime. Taking a look, we have Egoist Catalyst picked up for Twisty. The combination is there. The speed is going to be crazy. The energy bursts are going to be alive and active. And it's just going to be movement speed heaven. And we talked about this in the previous series as well, where movement speed just does it all. Taking a look at what everyone else grabbed, Fudgy Waffles taking the unstoppable, which is a really nice take away from the enemy team. You don't really want Atlas getting it. It makes it really hard to score on when you have Atlas with Demo, with Manu, with Timeless, and then also unstoppable. But Barcode, it's not like he got anything bad or anything. Taking a look, team player is picked up. And again, another awakening that is just so strong, especially on the goalie. We'll see how fast the core will move when Barcode goes for some of these passes.
Yeah, Barcode has a lot of win conditions here. Just some of Atlas's greatest perks, in addition to having team player, which is just going to make things so difficult for the side of Bang Bang here. As we get this great Maelstrom in here, but Barcode almost gets the angle to get it around, but it's just too much pressure. I mean, look how big Drew was with that Bewitching Beam on top. I mean, damn, double size X Maximus Bewitching Beam. I mean, we saw it in the last series as well. We had size X just get a little bit out of control at some situations, and it's hard to defend against, especially with Fudgy Waffles grabbing kills left and right with these Maelstroms. And it's just, as long as Grimella can like position some of these moves, the forwards kind of got it covered. Boom,
oh my
look
goodness,
at this.
the KO coming out from the midfield using the flip to secure it. Like I said, it's like an extra ability when it comes to getting some of these KOs. And Drew doing amazing, getting some resets from CDR thanks to the Demolitionist, and also the nice synergy that you have with Knife's Edge plus all the size is that you are closer to the edge and you can get the speed and power boost because your character model is big.
Yeah, that's some good synergy as well. Wow, nice flip reaction there from Grimella to keep that baby alive. This barrier is all you have left. Setting up the Maelstrom, doesn't get the super one, lets it go just a half second too early though. It's not going to grab a kill or even that barrier. Grimella has a lot to defend here, though. Joker spends the Crystal Thorns to get it, though. Barcode defending against Drew one more time. Going to spend the flip to keep the ball forward. Almost enough to grab the barrier. Bellringer comes in, does not secure it. Small, twisty, bewitching beam. And it's going to be maybe Joker on the front lines here and stuns Grimella with no energy to evade. And in no situations, I guess moving up into the piercing shot is the only thing you could do.
Yeah, that one's tough, right? You just don't have the elusive to even attempt to go for that. It's more on Joker to miss than it is on Grimella to save that one. But it's just tough against an Estelle. We've been seeing how well Twisty's been doing. Oh my goodness, Twisty taken out as I say that. Trying to go for the shot on the corner of the barrier. I liked what Drew was going for. A Maelstrom being set up, going from the bottom, but no, isn't able to set up the core fast enough. Oh, the double. Okay, I was expecting that to get a double barrier on them.
I saw it. Oh, in a rough situation. Oh, but man, wow, Twisty ends up finding that pendulum swing on to Fudgy Waffles, who had a full flip there. And that's going to be a rough situation here if you're the side of Bang Bang. But oh, a nice easy pass there to Twisty. The Joker has it covered, and it's going to be one more point left for Showtime, who is kind of washing this game clean, just playing well left and right, even if they're getting KO'd the whole time by Maelstrom.
And the thing is, even if they are getting KO'd, it's usually not Barcode the one getting KO'd, and that's all that matters, to be honest. If Barcode's not getting KO'd, then your point's probably fine, right? Even if both members of Showtime, or like both Twisty and Joker, are taken out, if Barcode's up with all those awakenings and just being Barcode, your goal's protected. You'll be fine.
It's true. Barcode has some really great awakenings. I mean, Twisty making quick work of this frontline play, opposing double goalie still doesn't matter. Death touch right on in there, pendulum swing to secure it. And man, I mean, Twisty playing at a literal 10 out of 10 that game. Actually had everything that they needed, got some good awakenings as well. The combos were just so perfect. Barcode as well, getting some incredible awakenings. I mean, Joker had the front lines down as well. Grimella could not defend in every situation, and I mean, man, Showtime. It really was Showtime.
I mean, take a look at the stats from Bang. 9 KOs on Fudgy, 7 KOs on Drew, 16 KOs total, 51,000 damage or 52,000 damage on Drew. And it wasn't enough, unfortunately. And we see that Twisty performed amazing. Oh my goodness, take a look at the redirects on Showtime. 165, 165, 166. Well, that is insane. I mean, Joker just has to show off, right? One more strike, he just had to do it. Couldn't do it for the team, couldn't line it up perfectly, but impressive substitution performance from Twisty, playing amazing. Joker also doing phenomenally here on the Estelle, going back to the midfield role. Has played midfield in Nassau before, so it's not like it's anything new, but has so much time on Brawler that Brawler is definitely his main role, and it's the role that he is a top Nassau performer at. But having this kind of double swap for Showtime, and then still coming through so strong, is what I love to see.
Yeah, I mean, incredible performance, and like we said, just perfect team synergy there with those redirects. I mean, one more for Joker. Fine. You can have it there, Mr. Nassau, but all good here. Bang Bang, not out of it yet. We'll see what happens here with their positioning. Maybe we'll have Grimella staying on the goalie, getting a little bit more experience here as they're going to move on to the Oni Village, which not my favorite map, but definitely a necessary evil when it comes to tournament gameplay. A lot of the characters and situations that show up with the awakenings get to change a lot. Kills become way harder to do, and core control becomes your best friend, and speed becomes your best friend again. So we're gonna head on to Oni Village here, which is just maybe Oni Village is fundies. Is Oni Village fundies? I don't know.
Oni Village really benefits the midfield control a lot, right? Oni Village is a map where if you have the stronger midfield, it feels really hard for the enemy team just because of how much. So it's interesting, right? You typically expect the brawlers to break the barriers. Oni Village is a map where you need a lot of midfield help to break the barriers because of how the barriers are shaped, and if you have a lockdown goalie like Bako, Dubu, Atlas, something along those lines, breaking the barrier as a brawler is a pain in the ass. It is just so hard to do, and that is where you need a strong midfielder that can either set up passing plays with you, because a lot of time you don't break barriers with abilities, you break barriers through passes, or the midfield being on Estelle with a piercing shot, midfield being on Amy with the firewall sentry, midfield being on Kai with a barrage. These are the type of things that really change or swing the way the game goes. And then, of course, the goalie has so much value, right? If you're able to lock down that last spot, this is something that I would say is Barcode favored, right? We know Barcode set 5.5 of of the first land that happened in Texas, and just locking it down forever with this Atlas. This is his map, but we see Bang Bang taking it away. Atlas will not be going over, but it also means that Mako is up, and there we go. Mako being picked over. Barcode will pilot it. I'm not actually sure what Grimella will pick. I assume just based on his midfield picks that something like the Juno or the Kai will come up for Grimella, but I'm honestly not too positive. It could honestly even be the Dubu. But I would love to see Grimella lock in Dubu right here.
We could definitely see the Dubu. We have Juno banned though, unless you.
Oh yes, you're right.
Yeah, Juno banned. No Juno here. Interesting awakenings, I'd say. Oh, Estelle, definitely a good pick on this map. One of the fan favorites for sure. Estelle and Rasmus is just the legendary forever combo, and there it is, absolutely on cue. I did not plan this, not pre-recorded. Shoe on head later, but yeah, for sure one of the best forward comps to
Oh,
exist.
Octavia.
Okay, possibly one counterpoint to the best forward game to ever exist is this cool Octavia. Oh my god, playing new school Octavia Kazan. I mean, this is kind of sick. This is like classic I'm insane versus like, okay, I could be insane. I could be insane with Octavia Kazan. And we do have Dubu, actually. You might have been on the money there.
Yeah, I forgot that Grimella does play a bit of Dewey whenever we played each other in houses or games like that where we were both goalie. But taking a look at the composition here, keep in mind that at least today, in all the matches that we've casted, Octavia has a 100% win rate, I'm pretty sure.
Not surprising.
So this is one of the things where Octavia is being locked in. You're gonna go the egoist here. Who cares about the Deadeye on Oni Village? Oni Village is not a map where you can really abuse the Deadeye that much because of all the speed and how open it is. You have plenty of time to dodge abilities. You have plenty of movement speed to just walk around. So we just don't really care too much about this Deadeye. We're going to lock in the Egoist, and we're going to play for speed. We're going to be Octavia. We're going to do Octavia things. It's going to be passing back and forth. One of the main tools that you have with Kazan is Kazan has shifted away drastically from the character that he used to be, where it was, okay, you got to take specialized training and you just ability dump on people and they explode. Kazan is now more of a core control brawler, right? You have these tools to move around the map with high mobility, and you have the crooked leverage, which allows you to have a Rasmus pull on like a 8-second cooldown or whatever it is, which really throws off the momentum of the goalie, right? It is a mix-up tool. It allows you to redirect the core, bait out abilities, and such. So this is something that I really like this pickup, and I think it is strong on Oni Village, even though we haven't seen much of Kazan at all recently.
Okay, Twisty kind of outplaying Drew about half of the time there, as they were just trying to kill Twisty there, using the slip perfectly to escape multiple times, just actually cheating death and keeping themselves alive here to get some of that experience and some of this credit on the point here, as we still have one barrier for each. I mean, this is what we're going to be seeing. Oh, great kill. Fudgy Waffles taking advantage of that Rose Warp. This is what we're going to be seeing a lot on Oni Village. One barrier just sitting there. The teams are trying as hard as they can to just combo a move or get a fat flip just to grab that last barrier there, because it's usually just too hard to get in those situations. But Drew in the perfect situation to block the ball there and get that first point. Bang Bang on the board.
Yeah, and I think Bang will have the advantage early on, just because we've seen this in all the games that happened earlier today with Octavia, is that it takes a bit for Octavia to scale. Usually you just need either some levels, an awakening or two, some stagger. You see only a few hits, and Joker's already completely staggered here and kind of just has to hang out in the midfield, waiting, biding his time for the stagger bar to regenerate, trying to get the Sonic Boom to snipe the core off of Grimella. Isn't able to find it, and Twisty looking for the pass over, but Joker can't participate too much. Oh my goodness, at least that Rose Orb did not connect with Joker. Probably would have led into it. Just got blown up. Was that Deadeye on Drew? Yeah. Yep, Rasmus Deadeye.
Damn, it actually took Rasmus Deadeye here to make sure that this Octavia stays down. Honestly, pretty interesting decision here. I do respect it a lot. And as we definitely have mentioned here, Octavia is a slow to start character. This is a Regigigas of the game here. Can't seem to do anything until we get a couple of awakenings. Honestly, Kazan, while not being nearly as slow start as Octavia, has crazy scaling potential with certain things like size and the dash. Even some of the dash perks on Kazan make things just intolerable sometimes. And it's going to be another kill from Drew onto Octavia here. Joker just can't seem to maintain any footing as Bang Bang is just looking real good right now.
Yeah, Drew trying to go for the shot on the bottom, barely misses it, isn't able to connect it, but Fudgy Waffles getting that rebound and then securing it himself. And we can see that Fudgy Waffles, this is what I was talking about in the pregame, where the midfield has so much, I guess, not showing off, but just so much presence on the map because of their ability to help take barriers, which is much harder for the brawler to do when you have two defensive goalies, right?
Yeah, I can see how the defensive goalies are definitely going to be helping in that situation here. Man, double flip here, or I guess Drew and Barcode both have flip. Okay, Barcode ends up winning that little scuffle here. Joker, though, once again has no health, going to have to, yeah, break off, grab that orb to keep themselves in the fight. Flow state is up to try to make something happen here. Loses all of their health to the combo here of Death Touch into the pendulum swing. Joker does have flip though, gets sniped once again. It's just the main target of death here. Even gets hit by the Dubu Fortress there. Is going to lose their health, lose their regeneration for just a moment, and it's just the kill Joker show. They'll sacrifice barriers just to do it.
Yeah, Joker gone, barriers raided. Drew gets the kill with the the Death Touch there. Now going right back to Grimella. They're kind of losing a little bit of precious time here, but not enough, as Joker just a second too slow. The flow state not fast enough to get him into spot to retrieve that core.
Yeah, it would have been some big foresight for Joker to actually hit straight down there instead of walk forward. Could have saved it, but again, it was a tough situation here. But we again are going to have Rasmus here. Drew is going to be the MVP. Rasmus kind of maybe the best character in the game here. Always the damn MVP. Grabbing stacks on stacks here. Second pick here, Mako. Actually going to wait for the team to pick. Ariel's on Estelle. Quite good. Team player on Octavia. Team player on the midfielder always makes things so crazy if you're the opposing goalie. You got rapid fire showing up for Dubu. More logs. Got actually stronger Kazan here. The combination of crooked leverage with strike makes 1-2 punch just so powerful. And finally, Barcode grabbing the perfect form, which is solid. It's fine. You know, you're usually using your primary to hit stuff, and there is 2 hits on it. Actually, you can hit 2 things, so maybe pretty good for Mako.
Manages to get the ensnare jumps all the way from one side of the map to the other to help get that final barrier here. Grimella holding down an open net. Joker comes back. Joker is on last life here as tries to get right over the stagger bar, is healed up, gets to stay alive for just a little bit longer here, but a good pendulum swing from Drew is all it takes to get a KO. We can see level 3, Joker the lowest one on the lobby alongside Twisty, both forwards of Showtime, that do not have the stagger. A great flip coming from Barcode stops the pendulum swing from connecting, and Joker trying to set up this shot on net isn't able to get it, and we're going back and forth. The Barcode is holding down that final barrier, and until that thing goes down, it'll be Showtime's advantage to score.
Yes, nice. Pressing the point there. A longer strike range and more powerful strike there from Kazan. Smile is going to be one that gets that one in there. Starting off this next point, though. Push on to the top side. Grimella flips, possibly sensing some sort of danger or maybe a misinput there, but still grabs that barrier nonetheless here. Drew doing a little bit of mix-up there with the Death's Touch is going to be enough to grab the final barrier. Man, honestly, it's just really been like bang, holding these barriers. Grimella not losing their third barrier all that often. Just, I don't know, the team is just coming together here. Drew, oh my gosh, ends up flipping and knocking the goalie around there, but it's actually going to be Fudgy to aerials in and get their own flip and making that one happen. Yo, bang kind of nice.
I mean, that was a great point from them. And at least we see Joker is managing to stay alive a little bit longer. The point has been, oh my goodness, the quick set of points, barriers coming through from Fudgy Waffles and Drew. The strikes into the piercing shot, but it is not enough to stop Joker. And that was actually a really massive pickup from Joker because of the comeback EXP. Not only will they get a level up and get some more stagger, that EXP matters going into the next set as well. Twisty trying to maneuver through, does not use the energy burst is getting really low as well. Has to walk back all the way to, oh, I don't like that. I think that was just a little bit of miscommunication there. A shot from, ooh. But yeah, a shot from Joker over to Twisty, but Twisty went up into the skies, not realizing that the pass was coming over to them. And then in that meantime, defensive mishap on Showtime leads to point number 2 going over to Bang.
Quite good indeed here. They're going to lose a 1 barrier basically instantly once again. Twisty on the front lines had that flip. Was going to just spend the crooked leverage there to try to get a little bit of control here. Spends the flip down at an awkward angle, but actually, or it's awkward range really, but ends up, wow.
We'll take those.
Yeah, losing a player, but grabbing that gold, even though it went all the way to the backboard, and it's going to be a nice little secured point for Showtime there. Moving on to our next one here, though. We got, honestly, you know, it's Bang is up here. They're down a game, though. They kind of need to take this one to keep themselves alive. I say this all the time, but that's just how the game works.
Yeah, and tied 2-2. This is a really strong, or a really important point to win, because Joker has the EXP advantage. He has the MVP pending if he manages to get this, and that is something that Octavia with MVP managing to get a peak performance, a spark of resilience, a stagger swagger, and anything. Oh, but the KO being traded back up. Twisty at least making things into a 2v2. Drew, I was expecting Drew to flip right there and go for the kill. But I love that. Lines up the pendulum swing here. There's no unstoppables to stop it. Grimella walking all the way up, but at least Fudgy Waffles is there. Had the timing. That was looking a little bit scary for a second. Fudgy Waffles at least has the goalie experience, can walk back and hold it down until Grimella gets right back into position.
I will definitely go with Fudgy. He definitely has that goalie experience to recognize that the ball's about to get on in there. Make sure you use that Rose Warp to defend that goal. It's going to be a Tofu Fortress onto the top side. Not going to do all that much here. Drew trying to grab the ball with that pendulum swing. Doesn't seem to work out. We're in the middle of the ensnare drums. A flip by Grimella is actually not going to get anything done here, but a power play once again from Bang is going to be big. Nice strike shot to keep that barrier alive here. Twisty almost has control of it, but now Barcode is in kind of a sketchy situation here, though. He's going to flip, going to wait for the Joker to come back here. Twisty has the ball, but loses it there. Fudgy Waffles flip on over to Drew. A nice combo, but it was not the angle they were looking for.
I mean, Barcode doing such a phenomenal job of holding it down while in a 2v3 situation for so long here. Trying to go for the Sonic Boom. We can see Joker is just constantly being taken out in terms of stagger. It's so hard to participate. When you're that low on stagger, it changes what positions on the map you can maintain. Because you're at threat of being KO'd from the sides, right? So you have to play differently, and that is hindering his ability to play make right now.
Yeah, we can also see the red ball here from the team player in overtime, coming from the midfielder. Ball kind of goes in. Drew, nice shot, nice angle. It is overtime. It's pretty fast, and we're going to move to the next set here. So we have Bang Bang bringing this one back. Honestly, I didn't really expect this, considering how devastating the first game felt, to be honest, but Bang is now maybe got the footing that they need. Maybe this is just their map. Maybe they're just only Village Gamers. I mean, they do have Atlas Lab in the next game if we do get there, but we do have Fudgy Waffles as first pick, grabbing a spark. Size Kazan, of course, is some of the scariest stuff to deal with. Okay, we have side lane Octavia with the knife's edge here, though. Unstoppable deny up from the opposing goalie, which is totally fine here from Drew. Extra special and snare drums coming in hot for Barcode, and just size for Dugu is pretty good. It actually helps the range of the somersault, so see if any of these awakenings make or break this game.
Yeah, and as we go in a few levels away from getting the maximum amount of stagger on this Octavia, let's see if that is enough. They've had 2 sets to scale up a little bit, have access to the knife's edge for a little bit more movement speed, but unfortunately that team player does not. Octavia is a very greedy character, and that team player is not a greedy awakening, so it goes a little bit against what that character wants to do. And we can see Joker taking out once again the pendulum swing from Drew with that death. The pendulum swing takes out Joker, and then the 2v1 situation here of just Bang on the front line with no Joker to help defend, and makes it so hard for Barcode to hold it down. When you have like Estelle doing primaries, sending things through, you don't have the Unstoppable to stop it. And then at the same time, Drew does have the Unstoppable, and it makes it that much harder to clear it out.
Yeah, I'm noticing Drew is just this like crazy, like accurate force of nature here. is really just enabling a lot of Gramella's clears here. He's just adding extra stuns, the pendulum swings onto the opposing team. Twisty, nice though, keeping it right on in there. The pressure was pretty huge. We got a Showtime power play now, and see if they can finally get this on through. Gramella, who has this flip, and possibly stall 2 more seconds here for the teammate to come back. Actually opts to not use it, but gets the horrible, like, I'm too close to the wall, I'm too close into the corner angle as the goalie.
Yep.
And it's going to send it directly to the opposing team, securing that one.
All right, big pickup, big KO pickup from Joker. Again, getting some stagger back here. Twisty, oh, great crooked leverage, gets that top barrier. Makes it a little bit harder. I don't know if this is true for everyone, but most people prefer to defend their bottom barrier on this map. I think it is just more comfortable with how the angles line up, or with maybe the camera. And the top barrier for Bang dropped. It's like some of these small things that like it could make a difference. But as I say that, it is Bang who takes both barriers. I'm honestly surprised on how quickly the barriers of Showtime are falling. That's mostly props to Bang, but even with that, the passing plays are coming through Twisty and Joker on the front lines, and a sonic boom to finish it all. Level 9 Joker 1 point away from being MVP of the set.
Yeah, Joker MVP would be pretty big. That actually could be the exact momentum that they need. Drew going in for the hugest of plays there with that flip, but is going to be stopped by the ensnare drum here from Mako. Gonna have to pass the ball on over to Twisty one more time, who has this flip, can get on that front lines and make it happen here. Joker just using that drum and bass to cause a lot of havoc, making sure that Drew can't control the ball. Nice flip, had nothing left except that. The ensnare drum is going to also block it one more time, possibly an overuse of resources here, but making sure that barrier stays up is really just top priority. And that's kind of how the game works here. Is going to miss that perfect pitch, maybe making it so Joker had to use a resource there as well. But nice piercing shot from Fudgy. Oh, jeez.
The missed strike, and then you just gotta stare at the ball as it goes past because you don't have a strike up. It's always so frustrating, but these things happen. But I want to give props to Fudgy there for sniping that barrier away from Showtime. And we're seeing the power of the Estelle on the Oni Village. Oni Village has been out of, not out of rotation in a sense. It has been out of rotation in solo queue, but people just have not been picking this map as much in Nassau. But as I say that, the quickest double barrier into Twisty flip and securing that point. That is a flip from Gramella still left up as we go into set number 4.
And there it is. Possible nightmare here if you are banging the bang. We got Octavia as the MVP. Possible Chrono Boost, possible cast to last. I mean, she gets her pick of some of the great stuff. That's not going to be showing up later, though. It's going to be that Chrono Boost for sure. It's going to be a tough situation here. Drew, a couple of extra pendulum swings. Really, I like this pick. Is making perfect work of those pendulum swings. Peak performance for Kazan. A little bit of extra stagger and speed is going to be perfect. Extra range for that Rose Warp onto Estelle is going to be quite good. Twin Drive. It could be a possible win condition here for Barcode if we could just get enough speed on our teammates there. And Cast to Last is pretty interesting for Duvu, as it does make roll into strike true against an opposing. You know, if you roll onto a character and the ball, you can actually strike through them with Cast to Last.
Oh, very nice. And as I say that, Drew picking up a pendulum swing kill onto Twisty, but a good sonic boom gets that second barrier, and having both barriers up means that this is a pretty nice point looking so far for Showtime. They trade the barrier right back. Has to get back, flow state going through. Chrono Boost is active. As long as they can keep this flow state up, you're looking really strong here on the scoring potential. And yeah, the Summer Assault coming just a frame too late. The sneaking right through the Dubu before he does his first front flip.
I'm going to say it. Dashes in this game have latency, have extra latency. I don't know what the deal is, but I swear that dashes have extra latencies and Blink does not. I'm not really sure if the game tries to, like, I don't know, figure out your positioning before it happens kind of thing, and it's just easier with Blink, but I swear that
I know what you mean. It feels like there's like a wind up to it.
Yeah, it's really strange, and it has an even extra added effect if your ping is high. So, you know, there's something to keep in mind that I've been feeling throughout my lifetime, guys. My bad to start dumping, but oh, Twisty with the not perfect angle is not going to land that one here with this power play. That could have been huge.
Yeah, definitely just a missed shot on them. That should have been a goal, but even then, barriers open. Chrono Boost user or abuser is back up in a second, and Joker popping that flow state, and let's see if they can manage to turn this flow state into a point. Still manages to keep it up a second time in a row, the same exact spot. And oh my goodness, Joker gets taken out, but that does not matter. Twisty using the open form umbrella to push them back and open the net for the third attempt on the goal, and manages to get it.
They do get it, but look at what's happening here. We got Showtime. 2 more points pretty quickly here. The scaling might have already gotten out of hand. And this could be exactly the momentum that they're looking for here. Twisty even has this flip. It's going to be big. It's going to be a hit onto that barrier here. Good shot. Joker a little bit low on health right now, though. It's going to directly go for that orb. Doesn't actually get intercepted here nicely, so they're going to get back to half health. Barcode has their flip if they need it in this situation that the defense becomes too overwhelming. The force here from Twisty can't seem to get that crooked leverage here. The Bunn base just to interrupt Drew's offensive pressure, which is totally fair. A flip from Joker is not going to be good either, and this is a tough point. This is. I mean, if you're Bang, you got to keep yourselves alive, but no, it's going to be Twisty. Like, look at this team player Kazan action. Like, this is big.
Yeah, and Joker living on what could literally be one stagger, as all these small points of stagger from leveling up matter. And now Joker being offered quite a few things. You have Stagger Swagger or Fight or Flight here to take, and I'm not sure which one he would prefer. I mean, has still been taking a lot of damage. Actually goes in for the Catalyst. Does anyone have it? It's a deny from Fudgy Waffles, but choosing to go for the Catalyst, maybe that means more elusives and more flips in general, and prioritizes that more than having the Fight or Flight speed or Stagger Swagger, because maybe you still just get blown up even through the Stagger Swagger, and the Fight or Flight might not be enough defensive option.
Yeah, I think it is kind of fair, right? At this point, Catalyst and Egoist just become this like crazy offensive pressure as well. As you're going to go in there, look at the drum and bass, almost has. I saw the bar actually going up in real time right there, so that was just a ton of extra energy there from the Catalyst.
I just forgot that it was Egoist start, and I looked and I thought only Fudgy Waffles had it.
Oh nah, son, we got all over the map.
This makes a lot more sense now.
Yeah, making perfect use of the Catalyst here. Octavia with that drum and bass too. Actually, even Sonic Boom can hit multiple targets as well, so it's really nice to get a lot of extra energy here. Drum and bass keeps that one alive. Joker does have flip. Possibly should just use it quickly, because they seem to be grabbing a whole lot of energy, considering they are the main kill target here. You get to keep a lot of action here.
Goodness.
Oh, like nice attempt from Twisty, but even better defense there from Grimella. Like, I love that interaction.
Yeah, I was honestly surprised. Twisty made a phenomenal play there on the net, and Grimella holding it down on the duo. This is the character he was meant to pick. Mako was not it. And a good flip from Barcode, manages to bait out Drew's flip as well. And now we have a power play with a barrier up, flow state popped, a chrono boost active, so close to the Egoist speed as well. But lost the flow state. As long as they can get another strike or two, they'll get the Egoist boost going. And Twisty redeeming themselves for all the missed shots on that exact angle.
Yeah, making sure that they got their scope on this time, making sure that it gets right in there. And we can see that in overtime, Joker's got red ball hits, and even Twisty by himself with that 1-2 punch can make the ball red. This is just a shocking amount of core speed in overtime. I'm going to go ahead and give it to Showtime. If they can keep this alive, like it's really onto Barcode to hold down these barriers and make it to that overtime. And I think they're going to have the greatest advantage, though. But it's going to be Drew making a whole lot of Calamity, causing Barcode to spend everything that they have. But they do keep it alive here. Twisty with a nice flip. Timing is going to grab that last barrier here. Joker loses control of the ball. Drew has everything up here. Ends a pendulum swinging Barcode into the grave. Twisted leverage is out, but Joker can't seem to catch it. I actually don't hate that angle from Twisty to kind of mix it up into the hands of Joker, but boy, that was a tough one to catch.
Yeah, hard one. A little bit of it's hard to know what your other forward is going to do in the goal line, but I actually think Twisty's play was good there. But oh my goodness, the quickest double barrier. Egoist pop, goes for the flip, catches it as the primary of Estelle is still being wound up, and the shot goes through. Match point here. Going over to, or match point in favor of Showtime if they can repeat what they just did a second ago.
That's for sure. Look at that perfect synergy there. Joker immediately gets that team player right to Kazan, who gets that ball red right when they hit it. I mean, team player plus Kazan strike, we know from team player Kazan that it makes the ball red. And Joker completely aware of this as well, but looking a little bit weak right now. Nice. Twisty gets that top spin kill as well with the 1-2 punch, making it even stronger. Joker has this drum and bass on here. Barcode could possibly move up here for an extra pressure play, but it's going to be Fudgy Waffles to get a nice piercing strike on in there, though. Can they hold it down? I mean, it's really Bang Bang's got to keep themselves alive with this exact point.
And it's looking tough. Joker has to use the energy burst there. Manages to live. I was afraid that Joker would end up getting KO'd there in between the Tofu Fortress while having no access to energy, but at least the Egoist manages to give you enough to have one more elusive back after flipping. Close to another one. Twisty manages to squeeze it through. Open net on each side. Twisty a strike away from getting their energy burst. That could be exactly what you need to finish off this point. Twisty using the Egoist speed, trying to get it into a spot. Joker, Egoist proc, but a good defense. Both energies popped and drew a simple dribble off the bottom with the pendulum swing and catching it. Final point of this game. It does not mean it's over. If Showtime loses this, it'll go to a game 3, but you know Showtime wants to get this quick 2-0 and get to rest.
Absolutely. Once again, the same opening every time here from Showtime makes it nice to get that barrier really quickly here. Okay, spends the snaring jump here just to hold the ball for a second here, though. Joker kind of getting beat by Drew in a lot of these situations. Okay, the drum and bass is kind of making the characters a little big. Could accidentally kill your teammate there. You got to be a little bit more careful, though. A lot of pressure here onto Joker, who is currently staggered. They don't have enough to kill him just yet. Not even the death touch is going to do it. The pendulum swing misses and evade comes out, keeps himself alive. But Twisty, you know, keeping all the pressure on the front side here, making it so that Joker does not have to interact with the ball for long enough to heal.
Oh my god, what a great shot to the bottom pixel of the barrier, and Twisty following it up with a simple strike. Grimella not close enough to get in, no abilities in use, and there it is, the Octavia shrug. Joker seeing the other people play Octavia earlier in Nassel today. Both a win from Kainu and a win from and Joker being the third Octavia win of the day.
Guess who has 100% win rate in Nassel still?
And Twisty is there.
Twisty keeps their 100% win rate sub active as much as they can. I mean, that was such a great finish there. That was literally cinema. I know the chat is not spamming cinema, but that was like, from a very non-biased standpoint here, Smile, that was cinema. Such a great angle. Perfect synergy. Honestly, perfect synergy. Joker taking out that team player was like mind-bendingly good. That decision making was just insane. Twisty was just in perfect position. I mean, this team was just a machine. There's a machine, a well-oiled, lubricated master machine activated.
Oh, and they performed so well. So
facts.
I mean, deserved win. They played really well, even without Shianzu there. Twisty putting on a performance. Another undefeated game for Twisty. A great pickup for Showtime in terms of how well their sub roster is performing, and that makes Showtime now. Is that 5-2 as well for Showtime?
That is going to be 5-2 for Showtime. They're going to even themselves up with the Calamities actually at 5-1, so they have their chance to make themselves 6-1 for this week. They could be huge.
Yeah, going against RTF, that's a perfect 3-3 right now. It could be RTF going into the upper half if they take this win over Calamities, one of the top, or the top team currently sitting in Nassel. Or if Calamity takes this, they'll push themselves even further away from everyone else.
True, and we do get a minor little itty bitty note in the chat there. Bang is now eliminated from the playoff contention. Unfortunate there, but a really solid effort nonetheless. I mean, the team does have to win. Team does have to take those losses and maybe just learn something from it there. I mean, we did see this a little bit of a role swap here. Fudgy has been playing goalie in Nassel basically the whole time, right? So honestly, still a pretty solid performance here. I mean, all three of these players are quite good and could play whatever role that they want, but it is indeed going to be Showtime taking this one this time. And man, what a couple of amazing games we had today, and it's not gonna stop, chat. We have nothing but good games coming up for you, so you guys better stay tuned. Honestly, Mystic, great block with you, man. Anything else you want to say before we get the heck out of here?
No, some great games. Look forward to the rest of the matches, and enjoy the rest of Nassel going into the playoffs.
Woo!
Welcome back, everybody, to the cast with Saya and me, Borg. In a pretty exciting matchup here, I'm excited because two of my former teammates, Hook Resets and 3Z Breezy, squaring off here. Return to form versus Cosmic Calamities. Saya, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty great here. It's been a fun week so far. We've had a banger. Raw versus Bozo. Bing versus Show was also pretty close. Went down to last point. I was a little bit scared on that one. I thought it would go to another game, but in the end, Showtime managed to close it out. But this game, here's a map that we don't see too often. It's Demon Deus.
Yeah, Demon Deus. A little bit of a heater here, but sadly for us, it won't be too exciting as we do have a peak performance all-around start with an Atlas in the game. So I don't expect too many kills happening here, but it definitely will be a lot of action on the court no matter what.
Yeah, and that Fania goalie that Muffin's picked so many times is on the field on the other side. Atlas too. They're very conflicting ideas, but there's one thing the Atlas will do well, and it is dealing with that Fania special that's so powerful on the circular barrier. The Atlas Expanse will be one of the greatest tools in the game versus that, and the Fania goalie's weakness on defense. Great hits done by Cardbox to really open up the play.
Yeah, great hits done here, and you have to look over at Cosmic Calamity's side, as I do believe they will have the advantage early on with this amount of stuffing that they have, right? Like, you have a lot of the Atlas to get it through midfield, and then you have the Amy turret, you have the Juliet, you have so many tools in order to get past this Finny that, like you were saying, not that defensive of a pick here. And actually, we see a kill coming in from Cardbox all the way through onto Leo Leon. 3Z Breezy going to be putting this one in with that dash, and the strike is all he needs. First point going over to Calamities, and looking pretty comfortable, keeping their barrier up the whole time while they're at it.
And picking some power picks too, right? Atlas, it's a very stable goalie, but the character that's easy to talk about on this current patch is, of course, the Aimee. Before this week had an 83% presence. That's higher than Peak Now, by the way. Peak Now was 70-something. Like,
that's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, Peak Now is like the thing that occupies everyone's minds is the over-centralizing character. This patch Aimee is crazier. And with that KO with the power play, but Hook Reset just says no. Takes both barriers and clogs up the midfield as well. No barriers taken so far. And return to form, they're back.
They are returning, as their namesake suggests. Tornado coming in here, not going to be getting too much. Hook with a great play, allowing them to settle things down already. Leo using that X Maximus, trying to get some poke onto Cardbox. Going to be pretty good for now, staggering the Amy, but will they be able to get a kill out of it? I'm not too sure. Hook Resets has the flip as well, so they have a lot of pressure here onto Nat. He needs to be careful. He uses the flip, not going to get anything out of it. Great defense by the entire team of Cosmic Calamities, and now Natty actually goes down to a Rogue Tornado. Hook Resets gets the kill, and now they're another man down here. Can Cosmic Calamities get it saved for now? 3Z Breezy with the flip play, actually going to be getting the barrier from this too, so they hold Natty, they let Natty come back online rather, and I mean, they're even now.
Even, and Cardbox has so much presence with Glitch Pop. It's so scary to deal with. As Muffin in the open net, the cooldowns are low on the primary at the very least. For Cardbox, the cooldowns are coming up as well as they push up the field. Open space, 3Z Breezy trying to find a strike in, but it's Leo Leon. X Maximus not quite enough to get around Natty here, and once again it drifts to the midfield. Hook Resets, Cardbox jumping in on the play. Not quite getting a clean shot are both teams right now.
Yeah, and without a barrier, it's actually harder for Cosmic Calamities to play the game, it seems like, as Leo Leon with the flip puts it in that bottom side. Natty did not have the tools in order to save that. But as I was saying, I mean, it feels pretty easy for Cosmic Calamities to actually get that barrier because they have so much funneling potential. They allow that core, you know, to get into a corner, and they can just keep it there for so long. But because you have the Finny and because you have the Era kind of keeping them sectioned off when that open net comes online, it's hard to keep that corner in place. And Hook making a mistake there actually with that strike, losing their own barrier for it. Muffin is also incredibly low, and Cardbox is going to tap it in there 2-1. Not the best point from return to form there, but it's not the end of the set.
Definitely not the end of it. A few mistakes, all good. There's still a point left to play here, and Hook Resets building up a lot of meter. Might be the difference maker, especially since those Strike War wins by Hook Resets have been the key difference maker for return to form. There was that one set where 2 in a row took both barriers, and here one will take a barrier, but Cardbox returning the favor on the other end. But once again, that big finish, that's the ability to watch out for when you pick Fini on this map. And with cooldowns down on Natty, that's 2 barriers down in the favor of return to form.
Yeah, return to form, have a little bit of an edge here. I think Breezy trying to make a play and even it up, has the flip, but not quite able to do anything with it. Leo Leon also has the flip here. They're closing in on Natty here. Need to be careful. Not going to invest the flip just yet until he does, and it's that bottom angle. Perfect shot from Leo Leon. That's 2 this set. And they're tying it up here at 2-2. Closing things on. I think the first draft pick in this one actually is going to matter a lot too, Saya.
Absolutely. This game is so incredibly close that any sort of advantage will just turn the game around. Right now, Leo Leon turning massive, doing a lot of damage pressure on Cardbox, who does regen up with the Orb, the Firewall Sentry. So much pressure. Breezy has the flip available to maybe create a massive scoring play here. Stolen away by Moffin, sent around the world, and return to form. Get out of there. A great strike by Leo Leon to snipe up the barrier. And so much damage onto 3Z as well as the second barrier gets snuck by. Return to form, flipping forward, defended by the strike shot, but they have another chance to the top side.
Yeah, another chance here. Return to form. Every chance in the world that feels like they have as Cosmic Calamity stuck in their own go blocks. Going to be losing it. Leo Leon taking all 3 goals in the set. But Hook Reset's actually going to be credited with the most XP and getting that first pick. And lots to choose from. 3 sparks. You have Chrono Boost. You have at Primetime Team Player. Lots of interesting things. I think it's probably going to be the Primetime or the Team Player with maybe a Chrono Boost. Oh, it's going to be going to Chrono Boost. Wants that extra speed with the peak performance and the mag souls as well. Makes a lot of sense, helping your X out as much as you can.
Yeah, and the later parts of this draft are a little bit scary, right? 3 sparks on the board already. The resilience strong on its own in terms of survivability, but will only have the agility in the future to watch out for. Egoist, on the other hand, Egoist, Catalyst, both Egoist and Catalyst, shells of their former selves, but together, we saw earlier in the day how powerful they can be. So 3Z Breezy has a chance with the core control here. Leo Leon's going to be really tanky, though, and that's something to be scared of when the X doesn't have to fear damage.
Yeah, and even though there was 3 sparks, keep in mind the last spark in the pool is agility, which I think when you have 2 sparks, having agility with it is one of the strongest combos, just because of how much speed you're getting. And Leo Leon with X on Spark of Resilience, Spark of Agility will be very scary and pretty much untouchable this entire game if that happens. So keep an eye on that one for sure. Return to form getting both barriers down already, as they're looking pretty comfortable. Natty with a good save there off of Moffin's primary on the Vinny there. Playing pretty safe. It feels like Cosmic Calamities just can't close in on the spacing, right? From this era, you have the Shrink to keep them at bay. You have pretty much all of the damage abilities on Finny in order to make it, you know, so you don't want to approach the core. 3Z Breezy having such a hard time. As I say that, Natty also having a hard time in this game. Feels like the Leo Leon X is just too much for him to handle, as Hook Resets just gets so much space in order to flip that one in.
Yeah, and maybe the secret 5th spark is actually what Leo Leon has to look forward to here too, because it was a peak performance start, right? So especially with that agility, that's like getting double staggered, double speed in terms of the sparking power, and Leo Leon is moving quite rapidly here. So much damage on the card box as well with the Finny debuff, and this return to form team is looking dominant. Like you said, they're always on the offense. Sure, they lose 1 barrier here, sure, a flip has to be burned, but it's still 2 barriers down. It's still a power play.
Still a power play, no barrier down, and you still have the X flip in here in general. Great save from Natty, though, called out. Flipping 3Z Breezy gets the KO and the barrier as well. 3Z and Natty doing everything they can in order to keep their team in the game here. Muffin cannot get the save. Firewall Sentry would have got it anyway regardless. So a good comeback play from Cosmic Calamities, but if they have to do plays like that in order to score a single point, I'm a little bit worried for them this game, as it feels like Return to Form has maybe a little bit better of a comp. I was talking up Cosmic Calamities comp, but I mean, Return to Form has proven me wrong.
Yeah, it's all about the consistency for Return to Form here, and they can take the first barrier. They do so much damage to 3Z, forcing the Brawler out of the play completely. And Leo with the X Maximus, a simple strike to take the barrier. Hook Resets dribbling, but they got to be careful on this core, because when it drifts over to their side, the explosiveness of the Ego Ace, Cardbox jumping in could be a threat here, but a strike will win against 2 by Leo Leon. 3Z Breezy at flip as well. So many resources on the Cosmic Calamity side, but 1 strike from Leo Leon sends us to a round point.
I mean, Leo got me there too. I mean, for sure I thought he was going to strike that one up. Natty thought so too, but no, just going straight back down to where it was. Leo playing absolutely out of his mind this game, causing, you know, Cosmic Calamities to sweat so much, giving Hook Reset so much space in order to play the ball, which Hook feels like, you know, having a field day out here, but it's in this midfield, making Cardbox's day so much harder as well. Breezy unable to get anything there in that play, but still has the flip. Cardbox as well has the flip, so we might see some action going on the other way. Cardbox uses that flip to get one barrier. Moffin not have too much. Threezy getting a kill with it and the last barrier. Good play there from Cosmic Calamities, as we said before. Threezy finding that angle too on the top side. Plus 3 points for the field goal there, sir. Good job getting it tied up here, but I'm a little bit worried as the energy economy. Actually, now that I say it, now that I look at it again, Natty's the next one to have flipped, so the energy economy isn't even that bad with Threezy Breezy getting that kill as well, so well done there.
Yeah, it's all about the explosive pushes for the Cosmic Calamities, and right now the Atlas defense against the Big Finish has shown to be quite effective. They're trying to force it to the midfield, a return to form, but it's looking a little bit difficult when Threezy Breezy has control. Good hit stun on Natty though, earns another barrier. As long as they weather the storm for the moment, return to form, have a chance, but they lose a barrier here, and Natty has flip available still. It's going to be an uphill battle.
Uphill battle for sure, but they get the barrier down here. Cardbox gonna get healed by the Celestial Expanse here. Natty has the flip as well, so Cosmic Calamities in theory should be pretty stable, but the energy's coming through for Hook soon, and Leo Leon as well. They're both at half. So if they let this game, Cosmic Calamities are to let this game extend a little bit longer, it's going to get harder and harder for them. I feel like the X and the Era take up so much space. Natty using that flip as well is not going to help the case. Threezy Breezy gets the Egoist Pop, trying to run and do something, but gets the ball taken away as Leo Leon trying to do so much to this Natty. But not much happening here. Threezy with the shot right through Hook, who I guess did not have strike and did not react to it in time. Just gets the top angle goal, and they managed to claw themselves back into this game. I'm surprised, Si. I did not see that one coming.
Yeah, a bit of tragedy for return to form. The Cosmic Calamities are the ones who regain control at the perfect moment. And look at this draft, that's everything they need to turn this game around, right? Fight or flight, such a powerful awakening. And Threezy Breezy gonna have a lot more control over the ball. But as you look down, there's other powerful picks available too. Monumentalist on that Big Finish is gonna be quite devastating.
Yeah, Monumentalist is probably one of Finney's best awakenings on this map right now. Looking incredibly good. Leo Leon gets that stagger swagger as well. I'm looking at basically impossible to die on the X now, I think for sure. Cardbox with that extra special going to be helping as well. I mean, really all around the board, everyone had a pretty good awakening. I would say Natty got the short end of the stick, if anything, with that Knife's Edge. And oh my goodness, just look at the Monumentalist pull on the core there. It's literally impossible to get it out if you place it correctly, as Moffin definitely did. Cardbox looking low here as well. It looks like Return to Form have everything they need in order to get this goal. They just need to bring the core forward. But that is easier said than done, as Threezy Breezy is doing his best to keep it on the other side as much as possible.
Return to Form's offense has looked good so far. It's all about how they recover from the defense, though. That's been how Cosmic Calamities are the ones who are getting the set win in the previous one. That's how they did it here. Moffin with the flip available at the very least. This barrier looking mighty fragile though, and Threezy Breezy with flip available, hit stunned away, but such a dangerous spot for return to form as Threezy almost flips it in. Hook resets, gets the save, but strikes it right back to the Brawler, who has plenty of speed and takes it in for the first goal of the set.
Yeah, Threezy Breezy running this game right now knew that his team needed him to start popping off, and he's basically just 1v2ing and 1v3ing in some of these plays. Cardbox now with the 1v2, they're able to find a good blink to get that first barrier, but it's just the start of the game here. Good flip from Natty, getting it out of dodge, which is so incredibly important as the Big Finish was placed down just at the wrong moment too. Threezy Breezy now opening up the goal barrier, trying to do something here. Tornado gonna do as much space as possible, but Threezy now with the Juliet, and with everything, but no, a great save from Moffin, actually gonna get it out for now, and they managed to clear Saya against all odds basically on that push. But Threezy Breezy, it's not over yet, has the flip and puts it in past Moffin. Not much you can do there. The Egoist is just so incredibly strong on this Juliet. Almost level 10 already.
It's looking so tough when Return to Form can get their optimal offense going. They look like the best team here, but unfortunately, Omega Strikers has not played in optimal conditions. Even if you get that amazing push for 2 barriers in an instant, you still have to score the goal, and Threezy Breezy's the one who's scrapping, who's in there, who's finding openings, looking like the most improved player by far, not even close this season.
Yeah, Threezy, Yeah, I wish he played like that when I was playing with him. No offense, but I mean, I'm just kidding. we all knew last call last season was my fault. Let's just bring it out there. As we get into this one, just mess it around. Breezy, I mean, Cardbox as well. I mean, finding angles and doing some things, but Breezy, kind of the star of the show here, managing to just kind of make Muffin and Hook look like fools a little bit in some of these points. But they're doing a little bit better here. Lost the barriers, but they're able to find some sort of space as the big finish manages to clear them out with the help of the tornado in order to get that last barrier. Hook getting it over to Leo as much as possible, trying to find an angle for a goal, but Natty has the flip, has all their cooldowns, basically does not need to do very much as Breezy taking control of the core here, but gets stopped by the Shrink Ray. But it doesn't matter as Natty with the team player gets it right back on the top side, and Breezy dashes in for the goal credit. That's another set win.
We're just sending it right back around the world to Threezy. And the second MVP of the row, that's Catalyst in his hands. Catalyst Egos, Fight or Flight. What a build coming online for Threezy Breezy. And so many scary awakenings for the rest of the team as well. Goes for a 1-2 punch instead here.
Yeah, gets the 1-2 punch, decides against the Egoist Catalyst. Might bite him in the butt here, as I feel like the 1-2 punch, you're not really getting that many kills or looking for that many ledge kills anyway on the Julie, but hey, who am I to judge? Definitely still going to be good overall. Timeless going to be going over to Hook for a slightly bigger tornado. Super Surge, Deadeye for Cardbox here on the AME. But one other thing I do want to mention is Moff and Koei taking Wind Drive here. Actually, just an extra tool, basically. An extra saving ability to use to get it away from this Juliet, which I honestly think will make all the difference if a comeback is going to happen here.
Definitely the defense is what needs improvement here, but Cardbox, the offense for Cosmic Calamities, is ramping up more and more. The barrier's taken on both sides. Hook resets with a snipe with the Bewitching Beam. Not usually a scoring ability we see, but Threezy Breezy now advancing forward. The Firewall Sentry, this time effective to the max. And 2 more goals remain for Cosmic Calamities to put a lid on this first game.
And that literally right there is what I was talking about at the beginning of this game. The push and stuffing presence that Cosmic Calamities' team comp has with the Firewall Sentry, with the Juliet, with an Expanse or an Atlas Primary coming in your face, right? There's not really too much you can do about it too, just with how much potential they have in order to keep the core in those corners. And I think if Moffin can cycle their abilities correctly and is able to just stay calm under this insane threat of the Juliet, there's a lot more you can do here. Hook resets taking their own barrier here a little bit, but it's still going to be 1-1 with the offense going over to return to form. But no, a little bit of a slip up, actually going to be losing them their barrier. Cosmic Calamities has the flip on their midfield there, so going to be looking for as much as they can, but Cardbox looking a little bit low. They're getting damage focused right now as much as they can. Leo looking for a kill. Might be able to find it as Cardbox is incredibly low, not quite able to get him off the ledge. But looking for the goal anyways. Leo Leon, who managed to get the flip out of Cardbox and also finds the goal. Natty as well used the flip there too. So that is a huge point for return to form, as now they're up in energy economy and they're tied in the score.
Huge energy swing, like you said. Return to form, but a chance to turn this game around here. An early flip by Leo Leon in the midfield, though. Struck away by Threezy. Strike ward again by Threezy. 2 barriers down, and Cardbox looking to finish on the top side, but big strike ward wins from Hook resets to keep hanging on for return to form. And a missed strike by Natty. Big strike ward wins determining the fate of this set right now.
Yeah, some huge strike ward wins from Threezy Breezy and Hook resets there to get everything for both their teams, but it's not going to matter when Threezy Breezy has everything he needs there, enough speed with the fight or flight in order to keep up with that dribble and put it in the top side. Moffin is just struggling right now to do anything against this Juliet, but rightfully so. I mean, the character itself doesn't really have any tools to stop the Juliet from what they're doing, so gotta help out your goalie a little bit. As we're seeing here, no tools to stop that play, and now they just have no barrier, and it might be game point here, Sai, as it's going in here with Cardbox just following the pass. Nothing you can do, nowhere you can clear, as Cosmic Calamities storm through the first game.
Return to form, you saw in those points where they put down the big finish, got the X offense. Their comp had an idea behind it, but the clear weakness was the defense, as well as Moffin plays the Fini. When faced with an Aimi in your face, a Firewall Sentry, a Dash Punch, a Flame Flurry, those abilities so good at dealing with the Fini, and that's exactly what 3Z and Cardbox did there.
Yeah, I mean, I do like you were saying, that Fini era X comp. It has a lot of damage. It has a lot of control, but you have to keep it on the other side of the map, or at least around midfield. You can't be letting it behind your net, especially against an Amy who can blink in whenever they want, or a Juliet who has that dash punch, right? Who has that flame flurry. Able to do so much to keep it basically in all threat at all times whenever it's on the defensive side for return to form. And they just weren't quite able to find the good clears when they needed it, and Cosmic Calamities took full advantage of that. So well played to them there, taking the first game with, besides the first set, I'd say pretty relative ease there. Definitely finding some success in the drafts as well. Return to form, I think, need to go back to the drawing board a little bit, find out what they need to change, and I think that starts first with shutting down 3Z Breezy, who has really just been on a tear this entire game, and really this entire season, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, if there's anyone who can be called a player that's returned to form, it might just be 3Z Breezy, because he is absolutely in form in a way that we haven't seen so far. 5-1 Cosmic Calamities, one game away from making it 6-1 and locking in winner's side in playoffs. That is huge. Not having to play for your life immediately, the chance to go to winners finals immediately, like that is just so huge for your playoff chances.
Yeah, I mean, Cosmic really want this win, right? It gets them basically guaranteed playoffs, so they do not have to really worry anymore. They can try out some things. They don't have to do too much else to really prove anything. And on the other side, return to form, they don't want this win. They need this win, right? They're not completely out of playoffs, obviously, if they lose this, but it gets way more difficult for them, seeing as the other team that's 3-3 with them is Sad Boys, who hasn't been doing, obviously, the greatest this season overall compared to before, but I feel like boys always have the potential to go back to basically being dominant whenever they want. So you gotta get your wins where you can take them and return to form. They really, really want this win, as Cosmic Calamities looking like the demon to take down here. What are they, 5-1, I believe, right?
Yep, 5-1, only dropping to Showtime, and you know that's a pretty difficult team to beat, all things considered. So very, very understandable. And even scarier is the fact that return to form still have to play the Bozo bunch after this. That team sitting at 4-3, always a contender. And the Sad Boys, on the other hand, have to face Demon's Raw, and Modern Magic, and Bunn Bonanza. So, in theory, the Sad Boys have a relatively comfortable schedule. Of course, Demon's Raw are Demon's Raw after all, but Modern Magic and Bunn Bonanza, not the scariest teams of the season.
Yeah, really, really interesting kind of how things have shaken up throughout the season for sure. If you told me last season kind of what would be happening here, I honestly would not believe you one bit. I would call you crazy. But anything can happen in Nassau, including comebacks, right? I feel like a lot of the teams, like Bunn, for example, has always shown to be dominant in the past. So I feel like they can definitely find their form, come back whenever they really feel like it, to be completely honest with you. We will see in the further weeks if that is the case. As we're getting into the draft here, RTF versus Calm Game 2. We have a fight or flight start as well as size built different going in here. Octavia now bans. 2 boring characters. Get them out of here. I'm down for that. Let's get them out of there. On Clarion Corp actually is the map. So I'm expecting to probably see maybe Erasmus, maybe a Julie. Could be an X as well coming in here. I'm curious to see if the Brawlers will take advantage of the size, or if they're going to really just go 6 fighter flights and call it a day.
Yeah, it kind of feels like every Awakening start is a speed start, or at least a survivability start. And that's just because there's so many of those Awakenings in the pool right now.
Aesop, please give me a patch. I'm begging you.
Unfortunately, the patch could not arrive soon enough to save us in Week 7, but perhaps in Week 8 we will see a different face of the game here. And we're seeing some classic speed picks. Kai, Mako combined with X. Like, these are some very expected combinations, and Cosmic Calamities the ones this time who are taking away the X from Leo Leon. That's a pick that Leo's gotten so many times this season.
Yeah, and one other thing too is I don't think Moffin plays the Kai goalie as well, so this is almost confirmed midfield unless Moffin's been cooking something up in the lab, which means that it's basically free era for Cosmic Calamities, unless you're like, there's not really a good way to deny it here. As Moffin going with the Rasmus goalie, you're gonna have the Kazan forward with the Kai, lots of pressure, but you're gonna have a Macahuera X on a fight or flight size start on a Clarion Corp. This is gonna be incredibly hard, I feel like, for return to form, unless they have some pretty big plays in order to win some of these early drafts and get what they need in order to, maybe like a prime time on a Kazan, or, oh, wait a second, it's actually a rune. They don't want the era. They said, screw the traditions, right? Screw the classics. We're going with a little twist, a little spin-off here. They want the rune, fight or flight rune here. Pretty surprised about that, actually.
Yeah, definitely not the most expected pick in this spot in the draft. But Rune has seen a lot of success in recent times, especially on this patch as players get a lot more comfortable with the character. On the flip side, though, it does mean that players are a little bit more comfortable evading the Rune banish and dealing with a lot of Rune's capabilities here. And that's definitely going to be pretty interesting. But looking at the composition picked by Return to Form, other than the Kai, it's a single hit city, especially for the goalie, right? For Moffin, that guy will have a lot of single hits, and those rune pillars will be a little awkward to deal with when that is the case for Moffin.
Yeah, it will definitely be a little weird, but on the defensive end, I feel like Kazan honestly is one of those characters I think can deal with the pillars fairly well, as you do have the hook to kind of save you. In order to redirect the core if something does get pillared off, or to Saul just in general. Kai as well, if you strike and then throw some barrages out, it allows you to kind of fight the pillar battle in the midfield as well. So the rune definitely has a lot of playability, or can definitely shut down a lot. But it's not easy, I don't think, this game. This game is definitely going to test the rune pick on Cardbox 100%. But at the same time, you still have Mako X to kind of keep the pressure up, rather, in general. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting game. I'm expecting mostly fighter flights, except for maybe the Rasmus. I think is definitely going to take size. That just makes too much sense for Rasmus goalie. But the brawlers, I don't really know. What do people even take nowadays? I think it's just fighter flight, right? That awakening is just too broken.
Yeah, I think it will be a lot of fighter flights in this game, if not almost everyone. The one thing I am wondering about, though, is what pick will actually land in the goalie position for Return to Form, because Moffin can play.
It's going to be Rasmus.
Okay. But like, it could
it's
be
got to,
Kazan.
right?
It could be Kazan, though, right?
I mean, it could, but my instincts hate saying that. And it probably is. It honestly probably is. Let's just be honest, but I don't want to believe it.
Okay, your instincts are correct.
Yeah,
we're safe.
There's no way, right? Like, it makes too much sense. Rasmus goalie is good on Clarion. It just makes sense. Like, it's good. It's not a team player start. There's not really any reason to put Kazan over Rasmus goalie. It's not, and also Rasmus is just good into X in my opinion, right? It's like just a pretty good wall in order to keep the X away from you. So it makes too much sense as we're getting into it. Let's see the awakening check. It will be fight or flight all across the board, except for the goalies who took size, both of them, which makes a lot of sense here, and both actually have powerhouse pauldrons as well. So we got some big goalies here in the net for both teams.
Yeah, Natty has been picking pauldrons quite a bit. I remember seeing Natty pick it on Dubu as well in yesterday's jump scare A tier of a weekly $500 out of thin air. And Cosmic Calamities got second place there. Power's pauldrons pick, kind of confusing, but if Natty wants to, like, I'll never say no to some pauldrons gameplay here, but right now, it's all about the fighter flights in the midfield as Breezy just glides his way to two barriers. But on the other side, Hook resets, plenty of speed available, and Moffin with the size can step up to the midfield quite comfortably.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting matchup, as I feel like the power on to return form is a little bit higher here, as we see Leo just has so many options with that hook, and Hook resets as well, just waiting to run in off of any of those wide clears. Moffin finding a kill with that hook early on as well, on to 3Z Breezy. And there's me. Hey, guys. As in the game here, That always surprises me, Sai. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, last call being flashed there as well, as it is once again something that happens relatively often, actually. It's hook resets and 2 hooks on the same team.
There you go. Yeah, that was actually a classic. I'm pretty sure we ran this comp last call season 3 as well, and same with the first comp on Demon Days. We did run that comp as well with the Finny Era X, so definitely not some new comps here as we're looking both barriers down. Leo Leon looking incredibly low though at the same time, but not much to kill him as the X has no X Maximus, but does have that primary. Looking very scary here. Pillar going to be coming anytime soon. Leo trying to fight for his life, doing the evasive maneuvers here as Hook resets, basically 1v2ing the midfield all he can for now, but it's going to be going wide off of the drum. Natty with the goal credit. Random goal on the bouncy house there, but I feel like that's pretty normal on this map.
Yes, it's the inky splash zone of Clarion Test Chamber. Very, very volatile, very swingy, and if you take the barriers first, you have a huge advantage, so kind of feels that way sometimes, but right now it's all about the damage pressure. Breezy doing a number to the health bar of Hook Resets, who has built up a lot of meter, but Breezy also looking a little bit low. The glass cannons all around here, even though that Awakening is not in rotation. And if 3C can find a good flip opportunity, that could be huge for the Cosmic Calamities. But right now, it's once again Hook resets and Leo wow, that flip was just denied completely.
Yeah, a little bit of a rushed flip, I think, for sure. All the abilities were still up from basically everyone in that engagement, so definitely feels a little bit rushed here. Maybe some nerves, who knows, coming in for return to form, as they do really, really want this win here. And hey, you're against 3Z Breezy on his main character as well, who just had a pretty insane performance on the Julie as well. So definitely a lot of stress in this game. Hook resets managing to find that barrier, and a great save from Moffin actually denying the barrier on the side of Cosmic Calamities. So we do have return to form with a little bit of an advantage coming in here as the core hits overtime and is going incredibly fast with these powerhouse Baldrin goalies, Saya.
Yeah, the raw core speed, quite ridiculous. Team player might be a huge pickup later on as well. Hardbox and Breezy have been trying to force it through a lane very hard, but so far it's been unsuccessful. An amazing save by Moffin last moment to have it not touch the barrier there. 1-1 still is the score in this set as Breezy finally opens up the net, and now it's even. Both nets open, flips available, especially all 3 available on the side of the Cosmic Calamities, and that's how they secure it 2-1 now.
Yeah, that was a really, really good passing play there with the flips. Burn them both, why not? You have goalie with flip. You can stall for as long as you can on this next round. So definitely well played in my books for Cosmic Calamities, who struggling to get past Moffin for sure, but it is Erasmus who runs out of abilities at some point, and when he does, you're able to get all the things that you want, including that last barrier there. Natty just a complete brick wall on the Mako, as since Hook resets is struggling to get involved on the offense, but the defense is going downhill too, as Cardbox with the great rune play, level 5 already, getting so much done in this midfield, finding the first pick here in the draft.
And with this first pick, a lot of options available. My eyes are on both the extra special and the perfect form as the power picks here, and the extra banishes will indeed be the choice.
Yeah, extra size here on the Rasmus as well. Moffin very, very big with basically three size awakenings here as well. Leo going to be taking peak performance, mostly away from 3Z Breezy, but also just allowing him to get a little bit more stagger in here. Hook resets with the Catalyst, hoping to get some energy economy up a little bit quicker as well. But the Perfect Form X is definitely not weak whatsoever. Perfect Form Fight or Flight going to be getting a lot of touches on the core, which will allow the X to involve himself hopefully a little bit more in this game. But after the first set win, I don't think he's too worried about that in general. One thing I'm definitely looking at for sure is how will Hook Resets pilot this Kai. I feel like when you play ultra aggressive, as he's doing actually right now, finding some of these offensive opportunities, they're performing incredibly well as a team. But when he's stuck on defense, it's really, really hard for Leo to do everything himself against this Mako. So definitely, I think, revolves around the midfield this game on both sides as to who's going to win.
The Rune Pillar is so strong in this variant, locking down an entire lane, and with a center popping, that's so dangerous. But Leo Leon gets possession to the bottom side, right past the drum and bass from Natty as well. What a 1v2 from Leo Leon.
And that's the Leo Leon magic. I mean, we've been seeing it for the last 4 seasons, right? That's kind of something you expect out of him whenever he gets the core. You got to watch out for it. and looking incredibly strong here with that extra stagger. Keeping him gone, or keeping eyes on him, is definitely going to be what Cosmic Calamities has to do. Good play here from the entirety of actually Return to Form, finding both barriers right off the bat. The bouncy house going in their favor this time, it seems, as Leo Leon finds the angle, and Natty thought it was going in, maybe took his eyes off the monitor, or hands off the keyboard or something, did not find the time to strike that out at the end, and Leo putting in another one.
Cosmic Calamities, a few unfortunate mistakes lead to a 2-0 Return to Form lead in this one. They need to get their offense started. They get a good banish, but a good flip by Moffin will deflect it away, and the barrier still stands for Return to Form. Still possession maintained by Cardbox, but stuffed away by the Pendulum Swing this time, and Return to Form defense has burned so much energy off of the side of Cosmic Calamities now, but the barrier is taken in the end.
Taken in the end, Pillar taking out hook resets, and finally they have, after what seemed like the Iron Wall, Moffin holding them for as long as they can, could only do so much. Losing both barriers and now losing the goal over to 3Z Breezy. 2-1. Cosmic Calamities back in the set, it feels like. And they have a little bit of energy economy too, with Natty having that flip as well. Maka with flip definitely feels like one of the hardest goalies in the game to score on. But Leo Leon showed us he can do it before, so maybe he can do it again. But the banish is not going to help none. As hook resets, in order to block the pillar, has to take basically his entire health bar full of damage. Cosmic Calamities getting the second and the first barrier here, making them both go down. Leo Leon going to be forcing out Natty's flip for now, but they're taking so much damage in return. Unless they can take out 3Z Breezy, I'm actually worried about Return to Form's form here. They're going to get pillared off the edge. Hook reset's going to be taking out Gnome. Natty cannot reach him in time, and Moffin can hold as he takes out 3Z Breezy as well. Jeez, I mean, this is an insane one as Leo Leon manages to find the hook and get it in that bottom corner. I could not even stop talking. They did not want to give me a single break there.
Yeah, it was non-stop from Return to Form. Big comeback to even up this set. You do not want to go down 0-2 in a game where if you lose, the week is over for you in Nassau. And this draft's a little interesting. A lot of interesting picks available. Speed going to be the priority here. But team player is what I have my eyes on at the moment. That awakening on Mako with Pauldrons is going to be so difficult to deal with if 3Z, Natty, and Cardbox can get the passing plays going.
Yeah, we saw it last game as well. As soon as Natty got that team player, it seemed like they were almost, a different team. The passing just gets so much easier. Now the Castellas with the room with extra special as well. Rune's going to be a little bit more scary, but 3Z Breezy, or rather, Hook Resets and Leo Leon getting some speed with the Stagger Swagger and Stacks on Stacks respectively. Hard to take them out, but as I say that, pretty easy to take out someone who's banished and on the edge of the map. Leo Leon going down to that pillar, and Moffin going to be holding as long as he can, but definitely harder than it seems as Hook is cutting the pass incredibly well, and Moffin managing to keep their abilities up in order to find these saves. So well done for Return to Form on that defense there.
Yeah, I talked a lot about the team player core speed, but Moffin picked up one of Rasmus Goalie's best in slots in the hot shot here. The Pendulum Swing is going to accelerate the court to the other side so rapidly. But speaking of rapidly, that KO, 3Z Breezy on the top side erases Hook Resets into power play. Now the team player is going to come in huge, but defended by Leo Leon in the midfield, and the barrier still stands.
Still stands for now, but not quite, as Cardbox finds that flip angle. 3Z Breezy now needs to look out as Leo Leon is on the hunt, but the banish strike perfectly done with the team player speed, going to be putting it through. The Borg chest flash from 3Z Breezy, who's incredibly happy about that, manages to keep his flip as well, does not get taken out. And Cosmic Calamities, that's a huge point for them.
Absolutely massive here. Leo Leon taking a lot of damage but evading the ensnared drums coming out from Natty. On this variant, the damage pressure is so ridiculous right now. 3Z Breezy also brought low, trying to take out Moffin, who doesn't get out of there in time, and 3Z creating a power play, surviving on low stagger. Leo Leon might be next on the chopping block here.
Next on the chopping block, but it could also be 3Z Breezy as the banish hits Leo though, and 3Z Breezy takes him out. Perfectly timed dash. Going to be keeping the ongoing power play for Cosmic Calamities. Return to Form struggling, but they're managing to keep the barrier for now as Leo Leon comes back in a couple seconds. Moffin keeping it going for now. Hook keeping it going forward as well. And now it's actually Return to Form that has the advantage here, as Cardbox and 3Z Breezy are both staggered, and Cardbox is off the map. 3Z Breezy looking incredibly low as well. They're losing barriers left and right here. They're trying to get the second one, but Natty gonna need to be the brick wall that they need in this game. Flip going out already off the Mako. Moffin now dodging the banish really well. Leo going to be keeping it bottom side as things kind of go back to even, but 3Z Breezy and Cardbox still almost have no energy, and Leo Leon and Cook Resets are looking for this goal here, Saya, and they almost find it, but no, Natty manages to keep it going for now as the flip comes in from Hook Resets, almost finds the bottom corner, but Cardbox has the reaction speed of a young man on that bottom side. Slow things down for now as Leo Leon with that flip popping it, trying to find something, but things are just a little bit too rushed here as they can't find anything through Natty.
Leo Leon, one more try, one more Strike War win attempted, but 3Z Breezy with the X Maximus is helping out as well. Cardbox teleports forward, leaving the bottom of the goal wide open, but they can't capitalize. The barrier still standing for Return to Form as they find a defense here. Leo Leon trying to predict the side, but Natty has plenty of time to wait with all that size. And Hook resets to Leo Leon. Another attempt at the goal, unsuccessful, and the shot forward, but the team player will steal away the barrier on the rebound. Cardbox to 3Z now. Natty in position still, looking so massive on the Mako, able to save it away from so far. And the banish blocks the bottom side. 3Z chooses the top side anyway. It's still a goal for Cosmic Calamities.
Yeah, Hook Resets actually feels like made the right play, edging towards that bottom side with the shot there as the banish goes through onto Moffin, but 3Z Breezy knows that and hits it topside anyway, kind of juking out Hook Resets there, who at the start of this set now running forward as much as they can, trying to find some aggression as it feels like Return to Form needs it. But there's only so much you can do against a Rune Pillar and a Mako running up on you in these choke points, as 3Z Breezy going to be getting that size orb and having everything he needs in order to get this flip coming in through. The X Max was coming in through as well, and they're looking so low, but it doesn't even matter. Moffin saves it for now, but how much can they do? Goes down the flip from Cardbox to 3Z, puts it in. And now Cosmic Calamities are on the series set, basically, in order to win this series 2-0. 3Z Breezy with the first pick here, and has a couple good choices as well.
Yeah, vintage X lore moment there, taking down
yeah.
all three members of Return to Form. Bit of a scary awakening draft. Ego was picked up for 3Z Breezy, and he has had a lot of value off of Flip this game so far. Of course, Primetime a great pickup, but looking at the overall draft, I'm a little bit scared for Return to Form. They don't really get anything huge here.
Yeah, not too much. I'd say, I'd argue Primetime is definitely pretty huge on the Kazan. Allows you to keep possession of the core a lot easier. Overall, Hook Resets with the Super Surge getting a little bit more speed as well, but Moffin, the Spark of Strength, definitely not really going to be doing too much here, as it is the only Spark. And with 3Z Breezy on with that Egoist as well, going to be scary as we saw last game, but the Primetime already showing why it's so strong on Kazan, puts it in the goal, but no, denied by Natty at the goal line, so perfect save there. Cardbox now teleporting forward in order to keep the core away, and they managed to get rid of the play from Return to Form, and Banish is actually going to keep them out of their net, and it's going to be even now, no barriers to no barriers on both sides. 3Z Breezy looking incredibly low here as well, and needs to be careful. Barrage coming through, trying to keep 3Z staggered as possible, even the flip going into it. They really do not want this X to play the game here, Saya.
They don't, but 3Z's playing anyway. Leo Leon trying to snipe the core with the flip, perhaps has the open opportunity here as the banish comes in, finds a shot to the bottom side, and Return to Form find the first point in this critical set to try and keep their dreams alive. But it's going to be difficult. 3Z was still putting on so much pressure while basically dead.
I don't know if you noticed that too, by the way, but Leo Leon actually had the pixel perfect shot there because he got hit by the banish with the shot, but the core didn't. So he shot it at the perfect time where the banish just barely didn't hit it. So well played to Leo there for the timing on the shot as well. One barrier now going down for each side in this. Pillar not going to be quite doing too much there, as Cardbox though has the flip in that corner, and it's going to be going down. Great shot placement on that flip. 3Z Breezy looking for Hook resets, but Hook is just too fast in order to keep up with. The banish though slowing him down and getting him into the corner super low. Has the flip, can probably live for a long time here, but needs to be careful. Flip going through in order to get that center orb, keep it away from the X, as giving it to the X might be the end of the game. But it might be the end of the game here anyway, as 3Z Breezy gets a KO. and needs to find this power play now. Cardbox and 3Z looking incredibly comfortable on the offensive side here. Moffin going to be flipping, but it doesn't matter as a snake lore moment, putting them both in the back of their net. 3Z Breezy and Cardbox with an insane play. Holy moly.
Yeah, those kinds of moments are so tough. Look at the energy advantage on the side of Cosmic Calamities as well. 3Z Breezy looking comfortable, building up that flip, working towards the Egoist as a pillar does so much damage on the bottom side. A barrier taken, possession maintained for a moment, but Leo Leon slips through, finds a barrier of his own, and return to form. Need to find those moments to turn the game around. Need to find possession on the other side of the map, but it's so difficult when you're against that team player, Pauldron's Mako.
Yeah, Pauldron's Mako with size and prize fighter as well, doing so much damage and providing so much pressure onto Leo and hook resets. It's really, really hard to get this barrier, but as I say that, a little bit of an off clear from Natty there allows Return to Form to find that barrier. And Moffin making so many good clears, but there's just so many that has to be done in general, right? You're going to make a mistake at some point as Cardbox and 3Z throwing out so much here. Pillar going back, denying hook resets his flip there as 3Z Breeze with the X Maximum is going to be popping it to keep control for now. Vanish going out as well. There's going to be a little bit of a window here for Return to Form to apply some pressure without the ults from Cosmic Calamities as 3Z Breezy, or rather Leo Leon, the other brawler, finds a good play there, but Natty keeping it denied for now. Leo keeping healthy as well with that orb on the bottom side. Flips coming in now for all teams are going to start coming in soon. Leo really low, might use the flip here. Pops it on the bottom side, but Natty Pixel perfect save on the goal line. Hardbox popping it as well. Flips are just going everywhere as Moffin Curry really, really difficult finding a shot on the top side, but Natty denying it again. I mean, this Mako is insane. Cannot be scored on. As I say that, Leo finding as many opportunities as he can, but the flip and the drum and bass just getting so much value. Flip coming in through now, and snare drums coming in through now. Everything coming in through now. No one can score. No one can change possession, but Leo Leon is the one who finally wins the strike war with the hook and puts him in the bottom side. If that's what you have to do to score on Natty, that's what you got to do, but man, is it hard.
Yeah, the prime time once again proving its worth here for Leo Leon. The cooldowns on the primary determining the end of that point. 3Z Breezy trying to force through the midfield, but again, the goalie is so precise, able to defend for so long here. A KO perhaps, but sent the wrong way. His hook resets, almost staggered, but still has a flip to use. Tries to snipe out the barrier, barely misses out. Him in a huge swing for Return to Form, but they're still in the lead.
Still in the lead. Have one barrier to one here in this map, and this is definitely a hard one for Return to Form to win, with that rune being so incredibly strong on it. Flip coming in through for Natty, definitely what you want to see here as Return to Form. Hook resets almost going down, but managing to live for now. Barrage not be doing too much as Leo Leon is now surrounded by 3, but I don't think he's going to be going down anytime soon with that peak performance, keeping him alive, and these orbs as well. Leo doing such a good job managing to find these shots, but not really able to find these barriers. If there's just 3 people in the goal box for Cosmic Calamities, you need so many tools in order to get this barrier. And Moffin trying to play up to give them those tools, but as soon as he leaves the net, it feels like it goes in the other side as Cardbox finds the barrier there. As Return to Form still on the offensive basically this whole time, but Cosmic Calamities are the ones that are actually getting anything for it. Moffin keeping it forward for now. And Sai, I mean, this is just too hard, it feels like, for Return to Form as they're getting everything, but Leo finally finds an angle where he can get it and hook resets, trying to get the barrage in, but no, Natty keeps saving it for now, as Cardbox and Leo Leon are just giving him so much help.
All it takes is one hook from Leo Leon to turn the tide. Cardbox, a banish, but a preemptive evade from Moffin. Saves the day yet again. To the bottom side it goes. A good flip by Natty. To the other side, but the pendulum swings already out. An active hitbox. Cardbox on the strike war brings us to a 0.5-year chance for Cosmic Calamities to close out this series.
I mean, the patience and how calm you have to be as Cardbox, not only to strike war Leo Leon there, but also to put it in the perfect angle there for Moffin to not get the core. So well done there to Cardbox in order to keep his team full momentum ahead. Leo Leon doing so much, but going down as 3Z Breezy says, enough out of you. Moffin and hook resets now have to defend 2v3 on the bouncy castle against the flips of Cardbox, who pops it now, but not really getting anything for it. And now Leo Leon spawns and Return to Form, managing to hold both their barriers in that power play.
Double banish, but the core is caught. Not the power play that Cosmic Calamities wanted, but they're still pushing forward. A barrier taken. A bit of an advantage trying to be found here. Moffin incredibly low. 3Z Breezy, a KO on the goalie here would seal the game as Hook Resets and Leo Leon desperately try to find the goal on the other end. Moffin still surviving though, but only just barely as the orb is stolen away. 3Z Breezy damage pressure still going on as Leo Leon Hook resets the goal. He's finally down, but so are the barriers. Can Leo hold like he did at LAN is the question here, because he did, but not today. The barriers go down, and now it's a bit of doomsday. Natty gets a little bit lucky with the bounce, but Moffin's back in time.
Back in time as Hook resets, and Leo now need to keep it forward as much as possible as 3Z Breezy pop sticks. Maxmith, but the flip in the bottom corner not going to be there as Natty finds it, but Leon with the Hazan combo pops the umbrella, puts it in the bottom side. Natty can't do anything, and keeping them in this game, the heroics from Return to Form. Oh my goodness. That was intense, Sai. As we get into the draft now, some sparks here for Cardbox and Moffin possibly going in, but Leo Leon probably is going to take the rapid fire here, if I had to guess, or the size. Yep, taking the rapid fire prime time, wants the hooks, needs to make more plays like that in order to keep them in this game.
But that size on the X, that is 3Z Breezy becoming even more massive and getting cooldown refunds. That's more damage as well as a side effect. And of course, pairing with the Dash Awakening on Natty to speed the team up. This is an incredibly scary Cosmic Calamities team. Of course, the rapid fire prime time on Leo Leon is going to be a threat, but it's just raw power. It is brute force on the side of Cosmic Calamities.
Yeah, Cosmic Calamities trying to force this game open with basically, like you said, brute force. No breaks for them here, getting that top barrier now, but Leo Leon with the cooldown on that primary basically non-existent, putting out a lot of pressure onto the forwards of Cosmic Calamities, trying to keep them in check as much as possible. Hook Reset's doing a really good job with that Stagger Swagger in order to stay alive as well, because if Hook goes down, basically everyone else goes down with him, as the Kai is doing so much in order to keep this game slowed down as much as possible for them. Moffin now keeping it away on the top side. Flip from 3Z going nowhere as Leo Leon, great evade, getting away from those ensnare drums, but Moffin not going to be getting too much as 3Z Breezy in the perfect spot in order to get that barrier. Now it's one barrier to none as Hook taking it on the top side. Ooh, almost gets that Gigablast kill onto Cardbox, but not gonna quite find it as the pillar keeping things stable for now. It's so hard for Return to Form in order to actually get through the defense right now of Cosmic Calamities. Good job from Leo yet again in order to live as Hook resets, and Leo finding so many offensive opportunities, probably having the ball possession for a majority of this game, but Natty has just been a brick wall pretty much this entire series, Saya.
Dangerous spot now. The core after the banish. Return to Form, staying alive here. But Leo Leon, you can't say the same about. Barely surviving, still living, not being taken out just yet, but with the open net at their backs, Return to Form still in so much trouble, and that's Hook Resets going down.
Hook Resets going down, and like I said, the castle goes down with it as 3Z Breezy with the flip puts it in the back of the net. No one to keep him in check there on the power play. And that, honestly, I feel like is a map that Return to Form has been good on throughout this entire game as well. On, you know, the Calarion Goo map, I feel like they've been pretty strong overall, but they get that one taken from them. That's not good, but as I say that, both barriers taken away immediately on Cosmic Calamities. Return to Form might have a little bit of a return to this set with that. But as I say that, Cardbox with the flip gets the double barrier, ringing the bell. And now it's no barriers to no barriers. It's a close game as 3Z Breezy with the X Maximus almost gets the goal there, but not quite able to find it. Moffin Curry managing to keep it down for now. Safe goal for the side of Return to Form. As Moffin trying to keep it clear, but 3Z Breezy is just so incredibly fast, and these X Maximus and the Rune Pillars are just keeping it forward as long as they can, and there's not really, any place to clear it, Saya, when you have a pillar in that corner.
One goal away now, and on... of all variants, it had to be Project Base Drop. It had to be the Bounce House. It had to be Borg's Barn.
Oh, yeah.
A bit of a throwback there. I don't think we've said that in an entire season. It's been a long while. Leo Leon, though, looking comfortable. Has plenty of cooldowns to keep the core locked down in the corner, but it bounces right around with the Rune Pillar. 3Z Breezy can't get a good strike reset, though. And the core, once again, in the hands of Return to Form, but they can't maintain possession. The banish comes out. So much damage onto Leo Leon. And if the Brawler goes down, this is going to be a little scary.
Yeah, a little scary, but Leo's done a great job at surviving up until now, so I assume he's going to keep it for now. Breezy Breezy wasting that flip there a little bit, as Leo, before he got low there, was definitely putting a lot more pressure. New strategy, focus the goalie. We'll see how it does for them. Right now, it's not doing so well as the barrier's still alive, and Breezy Breezy is getting it put in the top corner. It's just all it takes is one bad bounce, Saya, and Cosmic Calamities move on to 6-1, first in the league with this win now, guaranteeing them playoffs.
Guaranteed top 4, no less. That is a winner side spot locked in for Cosmic Calamities. We don't know exactly where, but it's going to be on winner's side with that extra life in playoffs. And a well-deserved with how good of a season this team has had. They have taken down all challengers except for Showtime. But yeah, they have just absolutely dominated so far. And just a well-deserved winner's side berth. Return to form, on the other hand, Danger Zone 3-4 record. They can still make playoffs. It's still very much in the realm of possibility, but it's going to be so scary now.
Yeah, return to form. Scary season starting 0-3. Now managing to come back to 3-3, doing so well, but finding, meeting their match here, I guess, in Cosmic Calamities. 3-4. Not out of it yet, like you said, but they're going to have to step it up a whole nother level if they want to make it through playoffs with the schedule that they have in the last half of this season. So, well played to them for this game. Definitely did not play bad by any stretch of the imagination, but was just one puzzle piece short in order to find some of these points, find some of these sets against the Calamities. But hey, I mean that's what happens when you challenge the top, right, Saya? You find some success here or there, but you gotta have everything pixel perfect if you want to take them down. And Cosmic Calamities are looking like the top right now.
Yeah, it was very close too. Return to form almost had the comeback. They got the clutch 0.5 in set 4, but they couldn't quite get the presence necessary in the final set. And we're going to head to short break in just a second. Anything you want to say before we head to EKC versus Modern?
I mean, not really. I'd say just stay tuned. Don't go anywhere because we got a definite banger for you next game here shortly. Welcome back, everybody, to Nassel. And hey, I mean, not really much to say. We're back with another game, EKC versus Modern Magic. A little bit of an interesting game here. Obviously, I don't really want to say new anymore because I don't think it's really new at this point. But Modern Magic, you got the former subs, now the main roster coming in and taking on some pretty established talent in EKC who have been doing pretty well throughout the last few seasons. I'm curious to see how they do in this one, Saya.
Yeah, it'll definitely be pretty interesting here. Taking a look at the map graph, it's Clarion, Atlab, Night Market, a very, very normal map selection here. Basically the new big three here, the new and current. Modern Magic on the are going to be a little bit interesting going into this game. And just a note before we head into draft, the name tags are swapped, okay? EKC is on red side, but on the drafter widget thing, that their name tag will be on blue. That is Modern Magic.
Hey, if you're watching and you don't know the players on either side, what are you doing anyway? But hey, who knows? Maybe some new viewers are in. That'd be pretty sweet as we're getting into the game here. Pretty interesting comps, I think, on both sides. We have a Drakkar actually, with I assume is going to be taking the missile prop in the midfield here. Oh, match is going to be reset. I think somebody made a little bit of a mistake going in here.
Yeah, Soren's game crashed. He pinged like 3 million people into his match thread, and the game was canceled.
Nice.
We should be fine, but it'll take a bit. So I'm gonna pull the draft back up, and let's talk a little bit about it.
Yeah.
Keep in mind the name tags are still swapped on the draft.
Okay, yeah, so blue is Modern Magic, right? Yeah. Okay, so, hey, I see Juliet, I get excited. I think Juliet is one of the best brawlers, if not the best brawler right now. I think it's a little bit OP, if I'm going to be honest. It went from being the worst to probably the best right now. So I think Modern definitely have a good starting point with that, and then you have the stuffing of the Now Mine and the missile prop Drakkar to get it through. But it is Drakkar, who is probably the weakest character right now. Not really sure why they picked it. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I guess Gino ban and Amy pick as well. Zach maybe not really too sure what they were going to pick there. But, I mean, nonetheless, I think still an okay comp in theory. But on the other end, you do kind of have Exodia with everything that's strong this patch, and the Amy, like you said, one of the most played, if not the most played in history of Nassel this season pick here in the midfield with that X and the Mako that we saw last game being so incredibly powerful. Starting the game up now, Clarion Corp, I believe everybody. So we actually have 3 demo and 3 missile propulsion, so it's going to be an even spread throughout the game here.
Yeah, very, very interesting. Especially since the missile prop start, I guess the Drakkar does rise in viability a little bit, but you're comparing the lowest pick rate midfielder to the highest pick rate right now. Imi on the other end. Katsuna has played it quite a bit as well. Very comfortable. All 3 members of EKC actually comfortable on the Imi character, so technically triple flex. It's a bit scary, but the damage is already showing up here.
Damage already showing up here as Carmine, really low, gets the orb, manages to survive for now with the Now as well, but definitely needs to be careful. But I think NXCD is the one that needs to be careful as Carmine finds the revenge dash punch here, managing to get that kill and the flamethrower in order to get the last barrier on to Soren. So well done from Carmine to keep Modern Magic tempo really, really far ahead of EKC. Another dash punch, not quite gonna kill as NXCD saves. I don't even know what to call. I don't even know what to call Katsuna anymore, to be completely honest with you. But goal gonna be going in anyway. Juliet punch right through Soren. Not much you can do there.
Yeah, it's kind of funny too because Katsuna's named after an anime character, but like the name is misspelled. So it's a bit of a wacky name, all things considered. Even with Omega Strikers having pretty wacky names altogether. But Modern Magic so far have had some really nice setups. I think EKC getting a little sloppy on the defense.
Yeah, getting a little bit sloppy on the defense. So, but to be fair to Soren, though, I've always said, and I am a firm believer of this, that Juliet is a really, really good pick into Mako. Mako does have counterplay against it, but it's a lot harder than a lot of the other brawlers, right? Dash Punch is actually not easy to save as the Mako, unless you preemptively stop it before the core even gets to the Juliet, right? So really not too much to do there, as Carmine managing to take full advantage of the strength of the matchup here. Getting 2 points pretty early on. Not quite able to find too much there as the flip goes through on the Imi. Clearing it for now. Soren also flipped, but gets caught by the Flamethrower Dash Punch. Not quite able to get the last barrier here. But both the goalie and the midfielder for EKC are now low on energy and for a little bit low on health bars. But NXD now has the potential, has the tempo on the X, but not quite able to get anything from it, as Pensando is kind of just saving everything.
Yeah, really good defense coming out from the now. NXED, though, targets the bottom side of the barrier, trying to find a pass up to Katsuna, unable to do so for the moment, but Glitch Pop with the Cyber Swipe. Once again, that Imi combo so devastating, and now the offense really begins for EKC as they take the second barrier.
Take both barriers here. It's an even game now, as Pensando no energy and really no abilities, as NXED blocks the sentry drone onto that top side, and Amy just gets a free shot.
Yeah, that's the kind of offense we need to see from EKC. They need to maintain possession a little bit more, it feels like, because right now, if Modern Magic gets the ball rolling, the Juliet starts overwhelming Soren, especially on this kind of barrier layout. The Imi KO combo not quite securing it, but again, Carmine comes in, 2 barriers down already, and EKC on the back foot.
EKC already on the back foot, as the Drakkar Juliet are kind of just giving Soren some trouble here. I'd say it doesn't win the midfield matchup, but it definitely is really hard for the Mako to deal with overall, as the punch and the strike are enough to get through, as Soren with the clear unable to get it away, and Carmine kind of, I mean, I don't want to say solo carrying, but getting all 3 goals and getting that first draft pick shows how well he played in that set.
Yeah, first draft pick, Carmine really taken over, has been the star player for Modern Magic. And, well, looking at the draft, Knife's Edge definitely going to be a very scary pickup on this map. There are so many variants where you're forced near the edges, and with the Juliet getting that power and the speed, going to be so scary to deal with, especially with a rapid-fire Drakkar to aid in the damage pressure here.
Yeah, Mako getting her hands on the team player, going to help with the clears. Definitely a lot. Getting them around the Drakkar shotguns maybe a little bit better. And one thing to look out for here, Pensando taking the Egoist instead. We did not want another 3Z Breezy X with Egoist situation. Or rather, it was the Juliet that had the Egoist, but either way, you don't want the Egoist on the Brawler. It's very, very scary, so Pensando denying it altogether, but it doesn't matter as NXED. And actually, I think that was the Glitch Pop that just sent Pensando off the map. So they're going to have to hold 2v3 now in this power play.
It's going to be a little bit dangerous here. Katsuna trying to find the passing play with Soren. NXED rushing forward, and the strikes found. The decent timing. EKC capitalized with both barriers, but Carmine has been in this situation before, has capitalized in these situations before, but this time it just flipped away by Soren.
Flipped away for now. Still has a barrier left, but the energy on Carmine is starting to get really high, as the Amy uses the flip there to keep it away, but Carmine actually going to be going down, as NXED also goes down in return to the strike shotgun, or rather the ult shotgun here for Zaxmax. We have an even game here, 2v2. I don't believe much will be happening until Carmine comes back online. Oh, I say that Amy dashes in, almost gets something, but not gonna quite find anything for now, as NXED trying to do everything himself, but Pensando, stalwart on the goal line, able to keep it held for now. Soren, great clear, and actually it was a perfect clear because it got right where it needed to be onto the X, who gets it in that top side. Pensando, not really much you can do about it.
The sheer speed coming into play. Now EKC with a bit of a lead, trying to turn the tides compared to the first set, in which they could not come out on top here. Carmine, though, constantly a threat. The dash punch does go wide, and they've been really punishing Carmine for staying near the edge too long, with plenty of damage, almost taking out the Juliet, but allowed to heal up is Carmine, and back at it again, running forward with that knife's edge speed on this variant. So powerful when you're forced at the edge.
Yeah, Juliet, Carmine is basically playing on top of the edge this whole game, managing to actually survive for now. Well done on the movement there. Staying alive just by a hair almost every single time with this knife's edge movement. But I feel like EKC is definitely doing a lot better of a job, as you were saying, at punishing the Juliet for going for a lot of these dash punches. Soren now, as you can see right here, just putting so much pressure in, not letting the Juliet play the game, as finally they go down from the glitch pop and the cyber swipe there, as NXCD and Amy are trying to get it through. NXCD doing everything himself, but no, it's actually going to be stopped away from Zaxmac, I believe, there. And oh my god, I've never even seen that bounce before. That was really weird. It didn't even trigger the middle there, but not going to matter too much, as Zaxmac now is the one that goes down, and NXCD blocks the clear from Pensando, putting it in that bottom side.
EKC waking back up, it seems, one goal away from tying up this game, and they've looked clinical. They put the damage pressure on quite efficiently. The power of the IME to really scare Carmine away from the edge, scare Carmine away from being able to make use of that knife's edge to its full potential. But they still have to be careful because the Juliet Drakkar is such a violent combination. But they combo down Carmine, who is on death's door, one hit away from getting KO'd, running away, knife's edge coming in clutch, but flipped finally into the goal box.
Sora not letting him get away with that again, as a good mine manages to get one of the barriers, but I believe it will still be incredibly difficult here as the power play from EKC is coming to a close, but they do have the core right in the corner there as much as they need. The Firewall Sentry, though, is not going to be able to finish it, as Amy looking incredibly low now. Carmine has the ball in his court, quite literally trying to do anything with it. The mine from Pensando keeping it safe for now off the team player clear, which has been incredibly hard in general, as, you know, Pensando does have actually the momentum boost rather than the strike shot or anything. So these team player clears into these really fast shots are really hard for the goalie for the Now to save. But as I say that, also really hard to save is Carmine, who dashed it straight through Soren, who just does not know where to clear it.
Yeah, finds the timing. Didn't want to clear towards Zaxmac with that missile prop lock and load, but instead hits it towards Carmine, who, although staggered in the goo, still has that dash available to capitalize. And now Modern Magic on a volatile variant. This is where they're best. They need to create some chaos, need to take these barriers quickly and score, bring it to 0.5, put on the pressure, and that's exactly what Carmine's doing right now.
Exactly what he's doing, putting the pressure onto Soren with this Juliet, so incredibly strong right now into this Mako, and NXCD trying to provide as much pressure as he can, almost getting so many kills, but Carmine and Zaxmac are just surviving like by a thread of a needle here. But as I say that, NXT finally turns his attention towards the core, and it results in a goal from it. The Firewall Sentry and the strike from the midfield going to be going in. Hey, there's me again. Let's go.
Borg making an appearance in the North American Strikers League multiple times on different teams. As we head into the draft, and now this gets a little bit scary. Speed really picking up here. Fight or flight, what I have my eyes on, but perfect form if it falls down could be a massive threat too, and NXCD thinks so as well. It takes it away in the first pick, but that fight or flight is so scary. Maybe denied by the Mako here from Soren. That is indeed the case.
Yeah, going to be denied. Going under the Mako, definitely not the best user of it, but not a bad thing either with that secondary refresh. Going to be obviously always pretty nice. The perfect form on the X, I think, is the big winner here of this draft. You do have the Deadeye Amy as well. Going to be adding a lot more knockback potential in this game. And obviously, you know, the Spark on to Juliet, the ever-looming threat of Spark stacking. But not going to be too bad here, as two sets have already gone by.
And Deadeye Amy, Katsuna on that pick is going to be so scary. Carmine's going to need to be very careful. Use the evade. Now almost guaranteed to be KO'd here. But ducking and weaving around NXZD back to full. But look at the Amy damage output. Even if you collect an orb, even if you get healed by the lifeline, you're still on death's door.
Yeah, not too much you can do about it. The Now does help the members of Modern Magic quite a bit. I think without the Now, they would be dying way more than they have already. As Zaxmac and Carmine trying to do everything they can, but they basically have no energy all the time. But speaking of no energy, a flip coming out from Ayuko Kita. Oh yeah, said the name. Not going to be doing too much, as NXZ now has to use a flip on the bottom side and going to be damaging them along with it. But Pensando, I feel like, is just a brick wall this game, not really able to get past them very easily at all.
Carmine, so incredibly low, finally taken out by Yuko Kita, and now the Firewall Sentry going to be a threat. The passing around is happening, but the strike missed, and now the offense slows down for EKC, but that's a perfect Perfect ult from Soren. Boxing Pensando in. The barrier taking a flip off the bumper. Defended away still, though. And now Carmine is back, but NXZD closed the door on this point.
Yeah, perfect dribble there from NXCD, able to get the space in order to find that bottom angle past Pensando, who pretty much had nothing in order to save it. New point here, and this one, not really too sure if it's better for the side of Modern or the side of EKC. I think both team comps have pretty good times on this map here. Ooh, Carmine and NXCD both almost going down here, as Pensando going to be forced away, actually. Hit stun by that Firewall Sentry, losing that top barrier, and now NXCD is just hunting Carmine basically this whole game, it feels like, under so much threat, but he's doing so well in order to stay alive as long as possible. But there's only so much you can do when you're getting pressured by also the goalie in Soren this entire game. NXCD now with counter flip, managing to, I guess, end up getting that last barrier, and the flip going to be putting away Pensando and the core into the back of the net. EKC are starting to run away with this one.
EKC getting on with it, but they have one thing to worry about in this point. It's the flips, the energy economy. Modern Magic have a chance here. Oh no, Katsuna, a bit of a rebound onto the own barrier, and Carmine pushing forward to Molten Bolt as well, but they still maintain it. Soren with the last second strike with the save, and now the EKC offense begins, but maybe it doesn't as Carmine's looking massive. Saved once again by Soren in the corner, and the barrier still stands for EKC.
Yeah, barrier still stands, and one thing I see EKC definitely doing a lot better is they're putting so much pressure onto Carmine, forcing him to use a lot of his abilities out early, so that he can't do things like that, right? Getting Soren a run for his money in that 1v1. Definitely not happening quite as much, but Carmine still managing to find it there, opening up the goal barriers on this specific point. Still EKC playing that triple goalie for now, keeping things forward. Carmine going to be getting that center orb, and Zaxmac going to be taking out the X. NXCD is off the pitch, and now it is a power play for Modern Magic, who are going to take full advantage of it, taking out Soren, and now it's just a matter of time before it goes in. Yuko Kita does not want to get involved, does not want to go down as well, as Modern managing to swing this one back 1-2. Still have a lot to go, but that's a good start.
This variant is one that they've been decently successful on as well in the barrier takes, and with a strike war win in the midfield, that's exactly what will happen. Soren making sure at least one barrier stays up for the moment, but it's still a dangerous spot as Zaxmac and Carmine, they're just constantly pushing up, ready to jump scare Soren with an ability, with the stealth, with Carmine trying to dash punch in, and there's the missile prop lock and load to even up this set, even up this game entirely.
Yeah, really good lock and load there. Soren kind of got caught lacking off some interesting bounces on the side bouncy walls, right? Of the bouncy barn there, I believe is what we call it. Amy Flip going to be taking out Carmine, who has been so incredible this entire game, keeping Modern Magic in it. But now what can they do without him? 2 seconds until he's back, managing to hold for now. Not even one barrier is going to go down. And Carmine back. Might not even matter. One barrier surely is going to be going down the Firewall Sentry, but no, managing to be saved by Pensando yet again, and Zaxmac now looking incredibly low, going down NXCD. Another power play, but saved again from Pensando. They're getting greedy trying to get both, but they can't even get one, Saya, as the power play is going to fizzle out yet again for EKC, who finally get one barrier in the end.
Finally, they get one, but they also get one of their own here. Carmine low, but not out of the picture just yet. Plenty of speed to run away, retreat for an orb. Soren and Katsuna trying to push the top side. Unable to do so, though, and plenty of room for Pensando to clear to heal up the team, to buy some time for Modern Magic. But that time might be not what they want, as that is Carmine going down once again. The core speed picking up, and now going to have a hard time dealing with this. If it picks up a little bit more, the passing play is interrupted, though, and they're still holding on.
Yeah, Pensando actually doing an insane job this game, keeping an eye on what Zaxmac is doing and covering basically everything that he isn't. Doing such a good job as the goalie. Carmine now gets everything he needs in that 1v1 in order to get that blast barrier, but so does NXCD on the other side, and that flip now going to be going to NXCD first before Pensando, and he puts it right through as Zaxmac goes down to, I believe that was like glitch pop on the bottom side.
Well played, getting that extra KO on the end as well with the delay. And now it gets a little bit scary. The Awakenings, of course, on the field. I'm looking at the damage. I'm looking at the KO capability, but extra special will be both KOs and that utility that the team needs. The extra firewall sentry is quite scary. 1-2 punch, not given on over to the Juliet, but the unstoppable going to be so useful when there are so many hits flying onto Carmine's face.
Is it just me, or did Modern Magic win that draft? I mean, the big fish is helpful, obviously, and the same with the Chrono Boost, extra special. I mean, EKC got some good stuff, but I feel like Unstoppable is so good for Carmine in order to survive a lot of this burst. Then we have Monumentalist now, which, yeah, it's goalie. It's not going to matter as much, but it helps with the healing. It helps with the range on some of these saves. And then Zaxmac has been doing a lot of KOs this entire game, and the 1-2 punch is just going to make that so much easier. So I feel like Modern Magic definitely have a lot more tools to do what they've been doing well, even better now, right?
Yeah, I think both teams got solid picks, but I think you can definitely look at it that way. The pick that might turn the tides the most is that Unstoppable on Carmine, staying alive, being the playmaker of the team. And there's no like one thing that could really deal with Unstoppable here. You have to commit an ability, and that means that Carmine is taking that much less damage, not being able to be KO'd out of nowhere, not being able to be comboed out of nowhere. On Death's Door here, almost got knocked out by the glitch bot, but still surviving, and that's a power play for Modern Magic instead.
Yeah, Modern Magic now getting the power play. Carmine looking incredibly low here. NXCD maybe, not gonna actually get the flip for that middle orb, but going to be using it instead for nothing, as Carmine now almost gets the KO, but does get it in the end, doesn't even need any damage, and Ice Edge Spark is going to be all they really need. Misses the strike at the end in order to get it, and they managed to clear it for now, EKC, but still a power play for Modern Magic for 2 more seconds. Can Zaxmac find it? And he does! Soren caught off guard by the Aerial's missile prop range of the lock and load there.
Not something you see too often. Top goalies do not lose to lock and load very often at all. Might be a once-in-a-season occurrence, but Modern Magic are very happy that that was the case here. Soren and Katsuna are going to have to kickstart the offense, shore up the defense a little bit here because they're in trouble, but NXZD will take it all on his own. A barrier take, but 2 barriers taken on the other end. Pensando making full use of the Manu.
Yeah, Monumentalist now making an appearance here, getting double barriers off the teleport here. Really, really well played. Carmine now forced to use the flip. Unstoppable, not going to matter when you don't have it up. Going to be forced into the goo, making such a hard time, as Zaxpac is also low here. So Modern Magic going to be slowly picked off the pitch over and over again. Zaxmac, both forwards now, are going to be gone for Modern Magic. It's up to just Pensando, uses the flip and gets nothing for it. I would have just kept it there, but it's not me on the pitch. It's Pensando, who's just quite unable to save it, as EKC make full use of that double power play.
Well, it's a bit of a 1-for-1 trade, right? Katsuna missed the flip because of the weird trapezoid bounce that went right backwards onto Soren, and Pensando used it a little bit unnecessarily, but it is whatever. So 2 unfortunate errors, and whoa, that core speed right through the middle. No one there to block it, and a glitch pop to seal that point. Now it's match point for EKC. This match point came out of nowhere.
Yeah, a little bit of a tempo swing, I guess you call it. And now it's EKC with basically all of the momentum here going into this map, which I would say though is a little bit favored for Modern Magic, as the Juliet with Knife's Edge looking incredibly strong. The Now with these mines blocking off one whole lane by themselves, looking incredibly strong here, as we see this 1v1 now on Carmine and Soren, getting a barrier from it, as we've seen almost every single time. And I have a feeling that if this keeps happening on this map, we're going to be seeing a little bit more of Modern Magic's success here, as they're trying to work it through the top side here. NXCD looking incredibly scary, but the core's got to get to him first for him to do anything about it. Flip now from Sword, getting it over to NXCD. Now it's finally time to make the play, getting that barrier, not even using the flip. Carmine now needs to do something with this core, but it's going to go right past him without him doing anything for it. Pensando now has to run in front of NXCD, who actually evades that flip perfectly in order to not die. Pensando now might have just saved the set, saved the game for Modern Magic with that evade. But Carmine has to survive first, but it doesn't matter. He punches it straight through as Soren not able to get there in time, and they win the set. They bring us to the last set, set 5 of the game. Carmine and Pensando, it feels like, is just saving his series for Modern Magic. Holy.
Yeah, and now as we arrive,
Arc.
it's more
Stagger.
survivability here. Stagger, Swagger, Spark of Resilience, both on the board here. Potential for Awakening Energy with Catalyst as well. But what I'm also looking at is Timeless Creator Extra Special for Kitsuna. That could swing the pressure as well on the other end. Bit of a scary draft on all sides, I gotta say.
Yeah, I think Pensando glad they took Egoist early on because that Catalyst on the X is looking incredibly scary. Definitely not a weak X build by any stretch of the imagination. This draft, I will give it to EKC for sure. The Timeless with the extra special going to be incredibly good. The Hot Shot with Team Player on Soren now, and the Catalyst with NXCD. Lots of good Awakenings, going to be helping them through. Modern Magic now need to use what they already had in order to win this game here, Saya.
It's going to be difficult. Definitely not going to be easy here with Modern Magic down. But they vaporize Soren. Carmine finds a huge opportunity. And now EKC are in a lot of trouble. They need a miracle flip. They need something on the bottom end. NXZD, though, doesn't lose to the lock and load here. Outgoing Soren in that one moment and getting a KO as well. Carmine brought low, almost strike shot it off. And EKC have turned it all the way around. A strike war versus 2 from NXZD. Wow, NXZD clutched when it mattered most.
Hey, flash that emote, young man. You deserve it. Goalie or brawlers in the net, but good version this time. Saving the point there for EKC. And now on the next one, killing everybody. Oh my goodness, the damage that comes through from the IME and from the X, just absolutely vaporizing the entire roster of Modern Magic. Carmine now has to hold as a Juliet 1v3, but he's actually going to do it. He manages to do it for now, getting super low, might go down, but no, Pensando with the now ultimate manages to keep Carmine alive, and he holds. Holy moly, brawlers in the net. Maybe they should change the goalie.
And they're both dying as well. So much damage, so much corner pushing. And right now, it's once again a power play that never ends. Just swap sides. Good evade by Carmine to not get caught up by the ensnared drums. But that's Zaxback going down. KO after KO to knockback, going a little crazy at the moment as Soren sent it around up to Kitsuna, but deflected away by Pensando's primary. The follow-up is good, though, and the barriers fall.
The barriers fall, and now a little bit of a swing over to Modern Magic. Unless this goes in, but no, NXT shot not quite going to make it for now. Zaxback and Carmine have a little bit of a counterplay here, but no, great patience from Soren and over to keep it stable for now. Zaxback now looking really low, needs to be careful, might get flipped into the back of his own net if he's not careful, and Carmine tries to go for the play, but Soren has the flip to save it for now. A little bit scary, but all good. Still, Carmine now has the angle, and Soren cannot get there in time. Carmine calls him out on the top side. A little bit of an unfortunate X primary there from NXT puts it right back to the Juliet, and they managed to find another point to equalize it.
It's really going down to the wire here.
Oh yeah.
We are rapidly approaching the end of the game, but it's constantly getting further away with each point being traded. This time, it is Modern Magic pushing forward aggressively on the bouncy barn. Carmine looking for a strike war win. Flame Flurry, strike afterwards. The follow-ups by Carmine, keeping possession forever as the barriers go down. The goal not found just yet as NXCD tries to do the same on the other end. Firewall Sentry helping out as well. The follow-ups, the flip available. Top side, flipped away by Pensando and flip burned by NXCD. Modern Magic with another lease at life here.
Yeah, has another chance. Zaxback regenning back to half. NXCD now is looking for another kill, but Soren on the goal line needs to be careful. This map is definitely not kind to these melee goalies. Soren with the strike shot going to be holding for now. Carmine looking a little bit low, but finds the flip in order to get it to the top side. Not going to quite able to find the angle in the net. Now the Amy and Soren are going to be sitting in the net, but no, as soon as the midfielder leaves, it opens up a spot on that top side, and Carmine finds it. Modern Magic taking us to game point.
Oh, it's so tough now. Game point, difficult situation for EKC. It's do or die. You need this to try and really just take yourself to that winner side of playoffs, but it's slipping away. So much damage onto Kitsuna here. Yukokita burning down, almost KO'd, but a glitch pop from range will take a barrier trade on the other end. NXZD also doing a ton of damage to Zaxback while that's all happening, but it's still a power play here for Modern Magic.
Still a power play coming through here. Zaxbank a little bit low, but should be able to heal up in time. I'm more worried about Carmine, who has that stagger swagger, but can he heal up in time? We'll have to see. Gonna back off for now as the Firewall Sentry keeps things stabilized for now. Zaxbank now gonna get it on that top side, but Carmine gonna go down, trying to get involved in the play, and Soren now starting up this power play for EKC, getting it forward. Aiko Kita and NXCD running forward, trying to get something on Pinzondo, but Pinzondo is feeling like a brick wall this entire game and healing his teammates this entire time too. The heal on Zaxbank, but a little bit too late as the Jakar goes down. The barrier might go down here, but no, Pinzondo keeping it available for now, has no abilities. This is the perfect time for this team player to kick in, but no, the AB Cyber Swipe misses, and now the power play is gone yet again for EKC, who just cannot break this man. Pinzondo is a wall.
Finally, the Crossfire does do the job here. The glitch pops as well. The passing play is interrupted, though, by Zaxbank. Almost getting the barrier, but not quite. And the Ensnare Drums also do not connect. Soren rerouting it around the world. The Monumentalist not quite connecting. And the primary used the flip finally. Still deflected by Pinzondo. Has the timing, has the reactions. Finally, another flip. Zaxbank this time. Point blank as Pinzondo continues to hold. Modern Magic looking for a modern miracle right now as Soren flips it forward. Pinzondo still holding, but in the end, it is NXCD while dying who gets the shot.
The funny thing about that is I don't think NXCD had that angle if Carmine didn't knock him like to the side there on that strike, or maybe he did, who knows, but that's what I'm gonna go with here as Carmine gets the first barrier immediately. Now this is down to the wire, Saya, as NXT looking a little bit low. Carmine and Zaxbank need to be putting down some damage. You need to be putting down a little bit more effort to try to get this last barrier. The flip gonna do it as Carmine does everything himself, trying to finish off the game now as Soren 1v1 in the corner, but no, gonna be denied for now. NXT with the flip needs to do something here. Pinzondo has pretty much free reign over this entire game. Soren patient as always here, and NXT with the flip getting the first barrier here on that bottom side. Amy and X doing something, but it doesn't matter when you have the 1v1 on the Juliet versus Soren, who saves it for now. Soren playing so well in this last set, but as I say that, no, the lock and load puts it in, and Modern Magic are going to go up 1-0 in the series, Saya.
2 wins with the lock and load for Zaxbank. Modern Magic when it matters most. Soren not quite getting the strikes. So much pressure being put on by Carmine. The comp really working out in this relatively closed map. Drakkar in a good start, in the right place, doing its job.
Yeah. I mean, Drakkar, I said it was the weakest. I still think so, and I think everybody in the chat agrees, but if you look at the comp, I mean, it kind of makes sense. I think Drakkar in a 1v1 with Amy usually always wins that midfield interaction. You have the straight shotgun. Amy really has nothing for it except for straight damage, which we see here, 60k on both the forwards for EKC, trying to take them down over and over again. But when you have the now goalie to kind of keep the Drakkar and the Juliet alive as long as possible, it allows them to perform. It allows them to keep the pressure on as long as possible. And with that amount of pressure, I mean, Carmine able to perform as we've seen him do. Hero of this game for sure, MVP for me, but Pinzondo maybe a close second as playing like a pretty much an S-tier goalie there for me. That was incredible to watch.
Yeah, it was quite ridiculous how well Pinzondo was holding. There were so many cases where a lesser goalie would have lost the game, honestly.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, it was so difficult, but Pinzondo still managed to get it done. And now EKC, they're sitting at 4-2. That's a dangerous spot. That's not quite locked into playoffs. You could still fall out here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely big playoff implications here this game. Who gets higher seed? Who gets to qualify first in these games? Definitely a little bit scary. Modern Magic, I mean, this is a big shocker for me, especially Saya, because I have been watching this season, so I do know what's going on. I'm casting. I'm getting more of a picture for it, but I haven't been as active as I normally have, right? And seeing some of these names on Modern Magic do this well is very, very nice to see. I love seeing the new talent come in and just absolutely crush. I feel like the way that this game is now, some of the old names, I mean, they're still doing well, but you know, they're not as strong as they usually used to be. I feel like last season, if you see these like Modern Magic players in the NASL, you think, what are the subs doing here, right? Like, what are these guys doing? Like, how did this happen? But from the subs to the starters, they managed to take a game off EKC, who historically has been one of the best rosters in Nassel. So hats off to them. I mean, I love seeing new talent do well. Carmine popping off, Pensando, who I know personally, the last time I even played with him was like probably 6 months ago in solo queue, doing incredibly well as well here. Zaxmac definitely doing as much as you can do on the Drakkar that game as well. So well played to all Modern Magic, but they still haven't completed it yet. They still got to take one more game off EKC, and this is where these new names and these new rosters really do tend to crash out more, is these extended series, right? These best of threes. Can they finish off the next game? I don't know. We'll have to see.
Yeah, Modern Magic so far this season has had very good performances in the first game of the series and then fallen quite a few times. So we'll have to see if it does end up continuing here. There's been a lot of set fives that they've gone into in the first game, and then they've ended up losing. But they also have some wins, right? Especially against Demons Raw, the most notable one at the very start of the season. So this is a team that could do it. This is a team that does have that series closing factor. And also, speaking of how the field has caught up this season, I do have to agree, this is probably the Nassel and the rank season where people have caught up the most, where people are getting that much better overall. I mean, this is a crazy example, but I can't lock in Paulderns Luna every game anymore. Like, that pick is actually going to make me lose now. For the past,
I'm going to be honest, Saya. I don't think that pick has worked for a while. I'm just going to be honest here. But
now it's enough of a liability to where even I'm like, maybe not, you know?
Hey, I love to hear that. That's growth. That's some personal growth here for you. I love to hear it. And
speaking of Paulderns, anyway, we're getting into the draft.
Oh, are we? Okay, sweet. No more yapping. Well, still a lot of yapping, but
and that Juno ban, Juno, a pick that Pensando has succeeded on so much, and well, it's being taken away. No surprises there. EKC do not want Pensando on the Juno. On the other end, Katsuna on the Luna. A similar factor here.
Yeah, really strong picks for both teams getting taken off the pitch here. Juliet going to be first picked yet again. Carmine found a lot of success with it that first game. Let's go right back to it. I expect EKC here on this missile prop start to start bringing out a little bit of damage here as we see the Finny already locked in, Saya.
Yep, so much damage a possibility, but I'm also looking at that Juliet. Carmine has had plenty of great performances, just like the last game on the Juliet pick, and that is something to always be afraid of when you're facing Modern Magic. Of course, Carmine has plenty of solid brawler picks, so it's not like you can just ban that out, but, well, it's still scary. And NXT Dion the Centauro, not the strongest pick, I gotta say. Oh, okay, it looks like something happened. They're actually selecting Aimee instead of Finny there, and they've handshaked on allowing that because apparently something broke. Well, it happens. No Finny.
Yeah, definitely was surprised to see the Finny that early on, especially on Atlas Lab, which, you know, I mean, it's definitely not a weak pick on Atlas Lab, but it's just a little bit surprising for that to be the first thing you go for. Same comp for Modern Magic going right in. What? Don't break it if it didn't. You know what I mean. Don't fix what ain't broke, as we see the Aimee and Centauro on EKC side starting to pick up some of the classics here. NXT Centauro, probably the best in the league. Going to show them exactly what they need. Maybe it will be a Finny on the last pick. We get a little bite breaker action. Nope, it will actually be the Rune. And then Soren actually going to be back on the Aimee here. It used to be pretty much an Aimee, and you'd hate me saying this, but an Aimee one trick in one of the seasons. Pretty much played it almost every single game. But going to find comfort back on it, go for the damage like they normally do, and let Suna on the Rune take the core to the finish line. That's basically what we see AKC do time and time again. Let's see if they can do it again here as Modern Magic with the run back. Get one more game in order to take down EKC, and EKC got to make the reverse sweep here. 2 more games in order to take down Modern Magic.
Not going to be easy here. Modern Magic heading right back to the comp that worked for them last game. At Lab, though, slightly more open, right? So a little bit more room for EKC to play around that. And, of course, this time they have Soren on the Aimee. Yo, what's going on?
Noobs.
What's going on?
Noobs. I don't know. There's
Did they miss
noobs
pick?
running the lobby here. I think they did the wrong server or something. I don't know who knows. Oh well, we're starting right back into it. No worries.
Well, and also to point out, it's missile prop start once again. The Drakkar
Yeah.
feeling pretty good on both these games, I gotta say.
I think this game is way worse. I'm going to be honest with you. I think the Rune can definitely lock the Drakkar down a lot easier than the Amy and just straight up 1v1. And then the Amy with the Zentaro can just pepper it from afar over and over again. And there's not going to be too much you can do. The now obviously will help with the healing, but we'll have to see. This first set is going to be a little bit hard, in my opinion, for the side of Modern Magic. But hey, I thought so last game, and I was proved wrong. So let's see it again.
Absolutely. Soren this time on a much more active goalie. I think Soren has had much more success on these active goalies historically.
Oh, for sure.
So nice to see him on one. A win or loss. Like, you want to go down swinging on the pick that you're known for rather than Mako.
And go down swinging, it seems like he is, as Carmine yet again finding both barriers pretty early here already. But still needs to get the goal. Looking pretty low as well here. The Zentaro needs to get involved. NXD basically has not touched the core one bit, and a great strike there from Pensando, managing to get both health bars down to half, and then a great strike, I believe, redirect there from Carmine into the top corner, finishes it. A little bit of a weird ending to that point, but hey, gets the job done.
Gets it done. Pillars now coming out from Katsuna on the kickoff, wants to prevent that situation from happening once again, but the first barrier will still be taken. And that's the thing about this EKC comp. I feel like they have a lot less immediate power in the first set.
Yeah, they definitely need to get the ball rolling a little bit more, especially when they don't have a lot of damage right off the bat, especially on the Zentaro here with that Spark of Focus. I feel like EKC going to be relying on a lot of these ultimates, on these banishes, these firewall sentries in order to get the ball rolling a little bit. I feel like the now will be pretty much uncontested until they can get to that point. But until then, we'll see Modern Magic keep cooking it up in this corner. Soren using basically everything now on the Juliet, who is really not in too much danger at all of dying, as it feels like this kill comp just is not working yet.
Might pass up to Zaxmack looking for a play. Flip available on the Drakkar. Needs to be a little bit careful of NXED and the Pillars, but it's Carmine with a simple dribble and a flip KO from Zaxmack as well. Extra credit for the side of Modern Magic as they go to 2-0 up.
Yeah, obviously Flip unfortunate going down, but you gotta send a message with that KO, and a message has been sent. Don't mess with me. I am Drakkar. That's what he typed out. That was the message as he takes the KO right off of here. Pensando now gonna be losing one barrier, but not gonna matter too much. It is Atlas Lab after all, but Banish coming in here gonna be a little bit scary, but the flip from Pensando gonna be keeping things safe for now, as NXD looking incredibly low, as well as Katsuna is actually gonna go down. NXD here now gonna be the power play for Modern Magic. Soren keeping it alive as long as possible, and a great blink over from the Rune to keep things stabilized in the power play. Not really going to be going too much in the favor of Modern Magic here, but they still have a barrier up. They still have the tempo. I think they still have this point pretty clutched up here, but as I say that, Carmine going really, really low in that top side. Needs to watch out, but as the evade, managing to keep things for now. But Sad Boy's angle going to be keeping it safe for Modern Magic, who it just seems like it's their game.
Yeah, Modern Magic looking quite stable. Even if they're low, Pensando just presses 2 buttons and Carmine's back to healthy. NXED with the flick does find it, but Carmine in the corner. Soren's there in time, predicts the top corner, and it is indeed rewarded on the defense for it, but it's another 1v1. Glitch Pop expended. Carmine, another passing play perhaps. Oh, Katsuna tries the Soren angle to Soren, but it's just so barely off, and Modern Magic 3-0 in the first set. The chance to deny Sparks, the chance to pick up so much power here.
I mean, honestly, I think we haven't been playing against, I say we, the players haven't been playing against Drakkar in so long. I feel like it's such a weird pick right now that maybe the timing's off, you know, maybe the missile prop lock and load is catching him off guard in some of these nets. That's 2 we've seen now where they've basically lost to the lock and load. So well done to Zaxmack, bringing in a little bit of unconventional pick and making it work here. think the draft as well going to be good on both sides here. Super Surgeons and Zatara are looking really good. Monumentalist on the now as well. We're looking at Katsuna sparking it up on the rune already with the double spark going into the second set here. I'm a bit surprised that we didn't see the spark picked up earlier, to be honest with you, but Monumentalist now is definitely nothing to shy at, as, I mean, Pensando's making some of these ridiculous clears, so I can't believe some of these.
Yeah, Pensando's been a defensive powerhouse right now. Was once an emergency addition to Modern Magic, but now is just the cornerstone goalie that's helping make this team a real contender, all things considered. Carmine, the other factor, banished at the perfect moment by Katsuna, but that was almost a highlight reel worthy play onto Soren. There was no way Soren was saving that one alone.
Yeah, Ratman Rob literally was hovering over that clip button right until the banish comes through from Katsuna. Unfortunate there for the side of Modern Magic, but EKC going to be real lucky as it leads to them going on the attack and finding that goal. NXCD doing what NXCD does best on the Zentaro, slice and dicing his way through, managing to get ahead 1-0 in this set.
Managing to get ahead and managing to try and push forward a little more here. Not quite getting the momentum they need, though, as they lose a barrier. EKC needs the barriers on the other end. They need them fast because the damage is ticking forward, and on their team they have no healer.
Yeah, no healer for the side of EKC here, but they do have a lot of stagger on the rune. They do have that cornerstone in order to keep things safe for now. Sad Boy's angle here on the top side yet again. You give and you take here with that back corner angle. Now Pensando looking incredibly low, needs to be careful, does not want to go down here, goes for the save, but honestly, I think you take that. You don't want to lose that energy right now. You have the chance of a comeback with this energy economy, and they're going to have to do so with it being 2-0 on EKC.
Yeah, it's a bit of a dangerous situation. Modern Magic needs something explosive right now, but EKC with an early push, forcing out a lot of cooldowns, but I think Modern Magic are happy with that, not even losing a single barrier on the top side, as they are the ones who are pushing up, putting on some chip damage perhaps on the NXZD. But right now it's all about the barrier takes, the passing plays, top side it goes, and it's traded 1-for-1.
Yeah, traded 1-for-1 on that top side barriers. Both bottom sides coming in for now. The Firewall Sentry and the Now Mine going to be really liking that one. Who can get it there first? We'll have to see. Pensando with the flip going to be actually getting the credit for that last barrier, doing what the forwards could not do in a single flip, so well done with that strike there. Pensando now needs to be careful, looking a little bit low. Zentaro might look for a kill here, but manages to miss that last one. But the banish goes through. Will the pillar be enough? No, the pillar will not be enough, but Carmine actually goes down to Soren there, I believe. It's the kill credit, and now they need to be careful. Modern Magic has no barrier, and the core flipped right in front of their net. Zentaro, NXCD, going to be putting it through. Borg chests that one as they tie it up 1-1 in sets. EKC came to play.
EKC now with some scaling on the board. Unfortunately, no spark available, but plenty of other great awakenings. Actually, I gotta say, a bit of a disappointing draft for Zentaro. This sucks.
Yeah, not really too much you're really staring at here. 1-2 punch probably, yeah, it's gonna be one of the better things you can get. I'd say 1-2 punch for the prime time, but you gotta leave the prime time for your rune just in case. So a little bit more damage gonna be helping. Extra special gonna be countering that damage a little bit on the now here, helping keep things stacked up. And then keep an eye on the Adrenaline Rush on Carmine, who has been getting a couple kills in this game. So one Adrenaline Rush proc could mean the end of a point for EKC. So definitely got to be careful about that. But it's going to be hard when you're getting banished off cooldown and to basically your entire health bar. And now both barriers. So EKC off to an amazing start in this first point.
Soren and Carmine once again. One barrier taken. Carmine dash punching in for another. Trying to maintain possession and beats the pillars by holding the core with the Flame Flurry. With the net open now. Big opportunity for Modern Magic, but Katsuna's advancing up the field quite rapidly. Glitch Pop is good. The pillar blocks off the top side, but it disappears just in time. Well timed by Zaxmack as NXCD goes for a flick. Unsuccessful that time. And the creations from Pensando still defending Soren. Trying to reroute the core, trying to prevent Carmine from getting a play. But now with the black hole blowing up every single forward, it's so much danger for Soren. The bounce is awkward. Has to try and get a desperate strike, but it's not quite enough.
Yeah, I think Soren is just like, screw this. That looked a little bit unsavable there for sure. Had the flip at the last second, but Whether he didn't want to or he didn't register, he had it off that strike. Just did not want to make that save there. 1-0 on Modern Magic. Not going to be the end of it by any means. Carmine feels like it's had Soren's number basically this entire series, been calling out almost every single clear and finding so much success, but NXCD does quite the same to Pensando on the bottom side there. Nothing you can do. Zentaro doing Zentaro things, doing basically everything as he gets the core in the net with that flip. Well done, NXCD, for that point.
Yeah, you don't often see Zentaro pop off like that so easily as, oh no, I think that was Sad Boys angling, but well, it's just, they just wanted to get it out of there. That impatience really punishes them as it sets up a perfect drift for Carmine, getting the KO, getting the goal, and this guy has adrenaline rush. You gotta watch out. It's a win condition.
Hey, I take it back. He does not have Soren's number. Carmine has Soren's social security. He's got everything. He literally has everything of Soren's this entire game. And it's funny because I don't even think Soren's playing bad. I think Soren's doing all the right things. It's just Carmine is just calling every single thing out in a lot of these plays, getting a lot of free barriers from it. So well done to Carmine, making full advantage of the Juliet, as there's pretty much nothing you can do on the Amy once it gets right next to you. So you gotta make a play, and the Rune definitely needs to help out more, or else stuff like that right there is gonna happen. You're gonna lose your barriers for it.
Oh, big banish evade. Kitsune now in a ton of trouble, manages to get the save, but it's still a 1v3, almost getting the KOs. Carmine, in a past life, that Zentaro would have died, but not quite the triple kill, but still a set win nonetheless. Carmine MVP, Adrenaline Rush Juliet, and now it is scary. One set away from losing the series are EKC. They need to find something now, but this Awakening draft is looking heavily, heavily favored for Modern Magic.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but there is the timeless there that Juliet can't really deny, so the Rune starting to look a little bit online here. Fight or Flight going over to the Juliet. Carmine going to love that one. Unstoppable going to be denied here for Soren, who would love to have it, but Zaxmac taking it away. Catalyst Zentaro is really strong, but will it be enough to carry them through here? We'll have to see. And that last play, too, off the back of Zaxmac actually finding that starting KO here, starting up the play, doing so incredibly well, and now Carmine decides to almost finish it, almost getting almost everything, basically. Both barriers not quite able to get the goal yet, as the Rune's going to slow it down on that top side, getting everything back, actually. Both barriers going down to basically a single pillar, and NXCD taking full advantage of the mistake there on the clear, gets it on that top corner, so EKC not out of this one yet.
Definitely not. They do have the potential. NXCD, if given an opportunity, can find the follow-ups, and of course it was set up by Kitsune there. With a barrier loss like that, it's looking a little bit tough. They need to hold on to these barriers a little longer, give the forwards time to cook, give Soren room to play the offense on the offensive goalie. Otherwise, Carmine's just going to dance, force out abilities, and then you're in trouble.
Yeah, that's one thing that, as you say, Carmine has been doing so well, is actually just been stalling in the corner with the score, right? Not rushing anything, waiting for the perfect moment until there's no pillars, there's no Amy blinks coming at you, trying to find a lot of these combos. And this is a perfect example right here, just evading the banish, looking for anything, any advantage in these corners as he can, and with patience manages to find that barrier on the top side and almost gets the goal there. Soren managing to save it for now, as NXCD needs to be careful. He could get dash punch at any moment. Has the flip, might use it, but no, gonna blink away for now and heal up. Well done there, as Soren needs to flip though to save it for now. Black hole coming at the Rune, gonna stabilize this game as much as he possibly can, but it's just so incredibly explosive as a flip coming out from NXCD, can't quite find the core. And now I'm a little bit worried for NXCD, who has nothing, and Carmine feels like has everything here, but no, Soren gonna download him a little bit better here, find some clears, play with Katsuna, play with your Rune on these corners. That's how you've been finding your success so far. Don't drop it now. But it's easier said than done, as Pensando is just a brick wall this entire series.
Banished, but only for a moment. The barrier still stands for Pensando. Flip available, goes wide, and the Oni's Blade from NXCD gonna save it just barely. As EKC push forward, Pensando still holding on. The barrier still stands for Modern Magic, and Soren in the empty net is such a dangerous place to be in for the IME goalie. So much wind-up. Pensando still strike warning every single ability. Finally, the barrier goes down, but one more chance for Carmine. A flip available, though. Oh, and Pensando, the first mistake, and it's a brutal one. EKC back with a big chance.
First little mistake there, but that's a hard one, too, because it's hard to clear that with a pillar. Could be in your face at any moment. But I'd say, honestly, that came off the back of Carmine trying to go for a dangerous dribble there into the flip from Katsuna, able to keep it ahead for now. Now NXT needs to be careful, has the flip soon, and going to use the evade actually for now, but going off the pitch from the Drakkar, Zaxmac taking him off, has 2 stacks on the prize fighter. Now keep in mind, they're going to be doing a lot more damage as we get through this set. Both barriers now going down for the side of EKC. No longer a power play, though, as Carmine is looking incredibly low. They need to be careful as NXT looking for a KO, but an evade going to be keeping Carmine alive for now. And Sando doing everything he can in order to clear, and everything is enough. But as I say that, NXT managing to find a good strike in order to get that last barrier. Even now, no barriers on both sides. And another mistake for Pensando. The Rune Pillar actually going to come in clutch there. And now it's a tied up set, 2-2. These games are close.
It is so incredibly close. Katsuna now first pick in the draft. The ability to pick up something huge here.
Sparks.
Sparks available. Knife's Edge, something I've looking at quite a bit.
It's got to be Spark Agility, right? It's got to be.
It has to be. The Knife's Edge later on down the line. Egoist later on down the line has to be denied away to prevent the Egoist Catalyst from coming through. And Juliet going to have quite a few awakenings to work with here, but Knife's Edge probably not going to be allowed through, yeah.
But there's size, though. I mean, you deny the Knife's Edge, but you have to keep in mind Juliet has Fight or Flight already, and now with the size is going to be even more deadly on these dash punches. So definitely not a bad thing there for Carmine at all. And with the team player on Pensando here, the ball, I feel like, is going to be getting forward quite a bit more often from Pensando to his forwards. But Zaxmac going to be going down off the banish right off the bat here. Pensando losing both barriers as well. It looks like EKC does not want to lose this game. They want to stay in it. Carmine doing so well at keeping it forward for as long as humanly possible. Zaxmac back in the pitch, but the Rune Pillar doing so much. A Timeless Creator was such a good pickup in the last draft. But NXT did everything it could, but it couldn't put it in the goal. As a great save for Pensando. Is not enough. The banish gets it done. As the holy moly, the Rune is looking so strong right now.
Yeah, Katsuna gets a highlight play, but before that, it's just adding on to the Pensando highlight reel. What incredible defense, forcing EKC to do everything to even get a hint of a goal, and indeed, it is EKC up in this game, but just barely as 2 barriers go down. Big opportunity for Modern Magic to close this point out, to bring it back to even, and with that flip, it is secured by Carmine. Incredible core control, keeping the core in possession, not letting EKC even mount an offense at all.
Not letting them breathe at all, striking it immediately after the flip. Gonna burn both Soren's flip and the Zentaro ultimate. The Oni's blade gonna be down for about 30 more seconds. And then there's the second barrier. Carmine doing all he can to get this game going. Strike War win. Can he get another one? No, not quite able to find it. But the barriers are still open. They'll get another chance here very soon, but needs to be careful. The Rune has the flip. The Rune has plenty of pillars and plenty of speed to work with. Pensando and Zaxmac are doing so well to just deny Katsuna a lot of these banishes. But no, the banish comes through, but not quite enough. Pensando going to be up just in time as Carmine looking really low, but gets an orb for now. EKC are finding a lot more options here with these pillars, but both pillars not even getting the barrier. What can you do versus Pensando? It feels like nothing as he denies yet again another flip.
The barrier has to go down any second now, right? No, it's once again saved by Pensando, opening up a shot by Carmine. Soren can't get the glitch pop there in time. 1 goal away are Modern Magic from keeping their playoff dreams within reach. They're currently 2-4 against 4-2 EKC. They could flip that real quick.
Flip it on its head to 3-4, and they will have a chance, especially after the last game we just saw, bringing return to form to 3-4 as well, and Pensando is trying to take him there. If I said last game was Carmine's, this game is Pensando doing so much in this game to keep Modern Magic alive, but EKC is not done yet as the flip goes to NXCD here, trying to get the barrier, but Pensando keeping it alive for now. The Fireball Sentry doing so incredibly much, able to get the barrier finally with the help of Soren. That's what you needed. If you can't do it with 2, do it with 3. as Carmine now trying to get a 1v1, but XCD going for the flip, trying to do some magic here, but it's not enough. You can't get magic done with Modern Magic, but as I say that, NXCD finding the Oni's Blade, the strike, beating Pensando at the last second. There's no abilities left as they're throwing absolutely everything at them to get the goal.
It's at 5.5. Modern Magic with a slight energy advantage. Carmine, if he can capitalize on this flip, that would be huge. But Kitsuna's advancing. Early offense from EKC. So scary with the Firewall Sentry and the Banish coming in. NXCD looking to set up on the second barrier. Carmine can't find the core so far. They're playing keep away quite well at the moment. And stunned away again is Carmine as Pensando still defending. Carmine trying to find this barrier early and does manage to do so. Has a flip available, looking for two barriers down, flip in front of the barriers, defended by EKC just barely, but Carmine's still at it.
Carmine almost gets everything done at once, but yet again falls just short. And now Pensando managing to lose that last barrier. It's no barriers to no barriers. Next goal wins. This is incredibly close, ladies and gentlemen, as Zaxback almost has the flip. Carmine getting there as well. Pensando looking incredibly healthy too, but no, NXT goes down. Now EKC is on, rather, Modern Magic is on the power play. Soren has the flip on the Amy, but no, Zaxback actually kills his own forward. That is not what you want to see here as the Banish comes through, trying to make something work here. The flip now has to come through for Pensando. Zaxback needs to do something with this flip, needs to some sort of breathing room for Carmine to come back online, which he does, and now they get the core forward. But as I say that, NXT is incredibly low, might go down here to just the slightest breath of a shotgun here from Zaxback. The flip to the top corner, and Soren's not there in time, and Modern Magic keep their playoff dreams alive. They advance to 3 and 4, and EKC with the upset lose to Modern Magic. I can't believe it.
Modern Magic do it. They get the win. EKC now, they are in a lot of trouble. The 4 and 3, 3 and 4 range is full of demons. Demons Raw, of course, at 5 and 2, a little bit more comfortable, but 2 games left in the season. This is not where you want to be. 8 teams neck and neck in the race for playoffs. The only team to pull ahead is Cosmic Calamities. Everyone else within striking distance. This is a scary season.
I'm so glad I'm not playing this season. I'm gonna be honest. This is so hard. I mean, you go into the game, you load up. There's no way where I imagine Modern Magic doing anything in this game. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I said it earlier. I'm just not used to seeing these names, but I will never underestimate Modern Magic ever again in my life. Carmine might be one of the best brawlers I've ever seen, and that's after seeing the 3ZBZ performance that we had last game too, making basically Soren just like look like he just started at Nassau. Like there's nothing he could even do. The amount of skill, the amount of options that Carmine is finding in these corners with the Juliet is insane. And with the help from Zaxmack and the iron wall of Pensando holding down some of the craziest saves I've ever seen in my life. I want Modern Magic to go all the way. I mean, come on. After seeing that, I just want them to make playoffs. I gotta see more of them.
Yeah, it wasn't even perfect, right? Zaxback KO'd Carmine at the end. Like, it was sloppy, it was hard fought, but the resilience of Modern Magic, this roster, really shone through in the end. And they are in a good spot now. Not a perfect spot. The Sad Boys are lurking at 3 and 3 as well. Return to form. Bozo, Bunn, TKC, all vying for those last remaining playoff spots, but it is so incredibly close now.
Yeah, and depending on next game, if boys lose to Bunn, if Bunn can come back with some force, getting a win off of boys could mean a lot for the playoff picture. It would basically mean that the tiebreaker of 3 and 4 is there. There's be 3 teams that are 3 and 4. Right now there are 2, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong on that one. With Return to Form and Modern Magic now trying to fight their way into playoffs. If boys win this one, they're looking really, really good in this race in order to make playoffs. But that will be next game, as I think that's the end of us, Sai. Anything else you gotta say before we get out of here?
I'm hearing whispers of an interesting Sad Boys roster, but I'll leave it at that. We're gonna head to the next game very shortly. That's all for us on this casting block. Keep your eyes peeled for Bunn versus Boys, a rematch of the best series of Nassau Season 3. Don't go anywhere.
And welcome back, everybody, to our final series of the night. The big showdown, Bunn Bonanza versus Sad Boys. Some veteran teams, some old rivals here, slugging it out. I'm Lego Mage here with Cloak Oak for this final series of the night. And some interesting things have been going on recently. Sad Boys in a bit of a pickle right now in terms of their record. It is very possible that they don't make it to playoffs, but it is still very possible that they make it in, assuming they do quite well here. And Bunn having an uncharacteristically kind of lack of a season right now. Looking for a little bit of hope, and should they choose to be evil, can really mess up a lot of other teams' playoffs contentions in these coming weeks. So Cloak Oak, give us a little rundown here on this series. What are we looking at?
Yeah, well, we got a bit of lore running into this one, especially coming off of yesterday. One of the coolest weeklies that's perhaps been done in OS history. Vaughn and Shapeshifting both playing for the side of Sad Boys today, coming off with a victory in that weekly, taking home the title. And now we have Shapeshifting subbing in for Sad Boys. So coming off a hot victory yesterday and looking to secure another one today. And just as you said, perhaps a decisive one that is going to be critical for their chances at playoffs this season. And meanwhile, on the other side, Bunn Bonanza back at their old shenanigans for the season. Scyther 12 in the goal box. The little bit of the Bunn mix-up. And they've been struggling, but you know what? We've seen crazier things be pulled out. The Underbun buff might go across the season, and maybe they'll get to activate it today. But as the barriers go down, it's already looking a little nasty.
Yeah, it's been an interesting thing that they've been trying for the last few weeks, but at this point, out of playoff contention, what else do you have to lose? You might as well practice it if this is really what you want to run. And it will be the first point going over to Sad Boys here, but we'll take a look at these starting awakenings. We didn't get a chance for that. It was primetime egoist start. Scyther 12 and Shapeshifting going for the primetime on the goalies. Everyone else for the egoist. We got Mag Souls all around except for Bells as well, which is very interesting. Mag Souls Juliet, I think, is something we don't see very often. Notably Strike Shot Rune here as well on Scyther 12. So some really interesting team comps coming out, especially from the side of Bunn Bonanza here, and it really looks like they're just experimenting around and seeing what they can get away with in these final series of the season.
Yeah, I have to admit, I'm not surprised that our brawlers have picked up Egoist. I mean, we see Bells and Liari both running around quite a bit. Liari actually getting taken out there by Bells on the X. But I'm a little surprised that the midfielders opted for Egoist as well. I might be yapping a little bit here, but I feel like the Awakening has been a little lackluster in recent weeks. I feel like ever since it's gotten nerfed, it hasn't really felt the same. Obviously, if you get Catalyst, it's an incredible Awakening, but it's just all right until then. I don't know. I might be speaking out of somewhere nasty there, but I feel like the midfielders could really benefit from those cooldowns. For now, though, Vaughn will be running up with that Egoist proc.
Utilizing the speed well here, Vaughn will pick up first barrier for Sad Boys and pick up a KO here as well onto Liari. We'll find the Giga Blast, Scyther 12, a nice double banish to buy a few seconds. The Firewall Sentry coming out from Lilybun. Buy some more time as well for the forward to come back online now. Core flips here from Vaughn. The pillar from Scyther will block that one away. Save the barrier for a moment. A nice down clear here. Strike shot from Shapeshifting. It's going to change all that, and that's an open net on the side of Bunn Bonanza. Fighting now to get it off their side of the field. But a pass to Liari, but it's blocked by Vaughn. Scyther forced to burn a core flip there. Now Vaughn looking to rotate the core back around. Bunn receiving the core on the top side here. Shapeshifting walking up with the Expanse. Still has a flip available. He's going to burn it here. Pass down to Bells. Bells dribbling, holding on to it. Bellringer comes out. Scyther blocks it with a pillar, but Shapeshifting looking to send it right back in. Vaughn looking for his Liari on the bottom side. Vaughn able to get it around, and Bells not even needing to make contact, and it'll just go right in. Sad Boys bring it to set point.
Yeah, I'm a little scared for the prospects of Rune in the goal box. I do think that this map might be one of Rune Goalie's better maps, just because there's usually more predictable spaces for him to control with those pillars. But It's going to be tough with an X, because one of the biggest counters to Rune is always going to be just the brawler standing on top of them, making it hard for them to place those pillars. But Bunn is making something work right now. They've got an offense cooking up. Their stagger bars are dropping, but they're still making progress as the barriers go down.
Bunn putting in some big work there, but loses a lot of health for it. Still one barrier remaining now. Bunn looking to put some points up on the board. Liari will win the strike war against Vaughn as Bunn pushing back up, but just doesn't have the health to continue through the Obscura zone. And now Bell's looking for the push. A KO from Vaughn. He's going to take out Lilybun there, and now power play yet again for Sad Boys. A nice strike war from Scyther 12, but still having to hold on. It will be Bells bringing down the barrier eventually. Core flip from Vaughn to dodge the banish and sink it right in. Finding that top corner there, and it will be a 3-0 set 1 here for Sad Boys.
Yeah, Vaughn, no surprises, 2 levels above the rest of the lobby, coming away with that MVP. I mean, he was in constant control of the midfield. And that catalyst right there will excuse every question of whether or not Egoist was the right pick for this game. Getting that Kata Ego Exodia right off the bat is a fantastic reward. Both goalies getting incredible picks here. Team player, never anything to sneeze at for Scyther, but perfect form on that Atlas is a lot of additional CDR. I'm surprised that Lilybun didn't opt for Stagger Swagger there. She does get the Super Surge, which is a big buff. They are going to try to take up those sparks, but that does mean that Bells takes away the only survivability awakening in that draft, and as Bunn have been low in the Stagger department, they might regret that as Lilybun goes down.
Yeah, I mean, seeing it right there, just off kickoff, Bells just starts punching the Aimee. And things are looking a little bit rough here for Bunn in this point. Vaughn, a nice little bounce off the center for the barrage. Will pick up the first point, and I mean, yeah, that draft I think went pretty heavily in Sad Boys' favor. They had a really good order, and as you said, that Stagger Swagger pickup it's not only a really good deny, but also it means that Bells, who is probably, well, I guess Kai is pretty low stagger, but Bells is usually kind of taking the brunt of the damage here, and especially with the Aimee Juliet rune. I mean, it's going to be very difficult, I think, now to kill the X when before that may have been an option.
Yeah, I have to say, with how Bells is playing, I'm surprised he didn't opt to go in for Mag Souls as well. The only one in the lobby rocking slick kicks. But he's been coming back on defense a lot. It's kind of been the reason that boys are getting so many power plays here. It's because Bells is willing to come back and really apply the damage to the forwards of Bunn. And he's still going at it even on their side of the field.
And one barrier to one barrier as everyone recovering from those KOs. Bells about to get the Egoist proc, has it here, and is now fighting over the center orb. Gets banished by Scyther 12, though. And it will be Scyther who actually picks up that size buff. Going to deny it away from the X as Vaughn looking to pressure this corner. Everything from Bunn coming out here, but Bells picking up a KO with that Bell Ringer. He's now unloading the X Maximus onto Scyther 12. Just trying to force him back a little bit. Forces the core flip out. They're just burning more and more resources off of this Bunn team. Liari will come back online here. This barrier remains standing as Vaughn makes a nice clear to the center field now. Looking to restart this offense for Sad Boys. Bells with the Bell Ringer dribble. Doesn't get a good angle on the barrier here. A nice strike shot from Shapeshifting to stop the rotation. And now it's Vaughn with the size buff and a flip available. Trying to force it back through to the forward. Bells through the middle. Now on the bottom side, core flip from Vaughn finds the top side of that barrier. And that's an open goal on the side of Bunn Bonanza. This team player is certainly helping out Scyther 12 quite a lot to make these rotation. Liari picking up a barrier in return now. Lilybun with the flip available. Goes for the flip, goes for the dribble, doesn't quite line up the cyber swipe. And the core will continue to bounce around. A bit of a dangerous dribble from Scyther 12. But we'll get it out of there eventually. Now Liari with the core, trying to find a way up. Glitch pop from Lilybun forces a core flip out of Shape-Shifting, and Bells coming up with the X Maximus. That's a KO. He's going to get the point off of it as well, right to the bottom. Sad Boys now 5-0 in Game 1.
I'll say I'm impressed with how Scyther is holding it down here. He's getting a lot of value out of team player, and honestly contesting Bells quite well against the Sad Boys offense, but if you're always a player down, it kind of doesn't matter how good your goalie is. Eventually, the enemy team is just going to have more control than you, and you're going to have no abilities left.
Yeah, and now Liari burning the core flip very early there, but will pick up a barrier for it. As Bunn, yet again staggered, has to wait for an orb there, and that's going to be Bells picking up another barrier here. Not even necessarily needing KOs, even though they've been getting it. A second barrier falling, but they've just been forcing Bunn out of so many plays just by constantly staggering her. It's been very oppressive from this Sad Boys forward. And now with an open goal, an opportunity to take the set. Vaughn's going to pick up the KO with another Giga Blast here onto Liari. Pass up to Bells now, looking to beat Scyther 12. Burns the core flip, and Vaughn right there to catch it and send it back in. Set 2 going to Sad Boys as they are just looking absolutely dominant here in Game 1.
And staying true to the same form, Vaughn's still 2 levels above everyone else, and now gets Fight or Flight. Possibly the best 3-item build that you can possibly get. Kata, Ego, Fight or Flight.
Oh, yeah.
Just absolutely incredible. Stacks on Stacks is on the board here, but it's not going to do much on Bunn. I mean, like, the Bunn forwards have not been able to stay alive against the Sad Boys comp. There's just a little too much anti-heal. They can never seem to get any of that regen, and they have no survivability. And Scyther, the only one to pick up any survivability in that draft with peak performance. I don't think he's the one that needs it. Liari does get double spark though, so if Bunn can make something happen this set, they have a lot of scaling that can happen. But it's going to take a few miracles to get them across that bridge and actually put them on the board for the series.
Yeah, they definitely have the late game potential, but it's going to be a really long road to get there if they get there at all. And now the Firewall Sentry out forces a tough defensive situation for Sad Boys and Liari. Able to open up the goal there with a nice punch. And now it's Bunn's point to potentially lose here. Lilybun some shots on goal, but Shapeshifting holding it down. Liari once again going for this bottom side. Pass up to Lilybun now. A banish coming out from Scyther. Sets up a pillar in midfield, but Bell's able to get to the core first. Pops the X Maximus. Scyther with a nice secondary. Is able to block it off and save the barrier for now, but Bell's going to have another chance. Core Flip's going to bring it down. Goes back to Vaughn. Liari gets there first, though. Able to win the interaction, and barely a missed angle from Shapeshifting. We'll see Bunn put a point on the board and stop the perfect game from happening and give them a small chance here. A little glimmer of hope to maybe take a set.
Well, not only are they now up a point, they've got an energy advantage here. That quickly gets erased by Vaughn trading a flip for a kill. But they also... I was about to say they've also got Lilybun stacks on stacks, but actually Lilybun was the one to get killed there. So never mind. They're only up on points now.
Yeah, they don't have much, though. They already does have a flip available. Going to burn it here before she dies. Will take out the barrier, though, so a big trade here as Bell's looking to pick up the KO. Runs out of X Maximus. Barely misses the bell ringer as Vaughn holding it down, burning the flip on defense. They are finally getting taken out by Shapeshifting. Vaughn building up that catalyst, though, on the center. A neat little trick you can do on this map. We'll get some energy out of that for some damage, but Lilybun controlling the core quite well on Sad Boy's side of the field buys quite a lot of time for Liari to come back off of that power play. And now in the midfield, Scyther 12 on the defense. Lilybun looking to hold it down against Bells, but Vaughn rotating around. The core slipping away just a little bit, but Vaughn able to catch it with the flip. It gets stalled out, though, and the pillar gets set up. Lilybun dashing up. The Astral Projection makes it difficult. The Expanse burnt here as well. Lilybun past Liari, finds the dash punch off the dribble, and it'll go in. Bunn Bonanza now on set point, and it's looking like they might make a little bit of an upset now with an opportunity for a set.
I have to feel like Vaughn trading so much time for those flips just gave Bunn so many more opportunities to score than they've ever had. And now with a 2-point lead, it only takes one more opportunity for them to bring it home and put themselves on the board. Lilybun has this Egoist proc now, is running up, gets the barrier, flips, double flip burned there, and Shapeshifting low in the net, but it is Liari that gets taken out.
Now banish here from Scyther to buy some time. As Vaughn looking for Bells. A dribble off the side lane. Still looking for this barrier. Has a flip available. Not going to burn it just yet, though. Giga Blast from Vaughn to send it back in. Liari back online now. All three members of Bunn are on this defense. Bells looking to push up. The pillar buying a few seconds to stall out that core flip. Still holding on to it here. Shapeshifting in the top side now. Bells able to get his hands on it. Core flips here. Baits out Scyther's flip, and that's the barrier gone. Now it's Liari with the core. Shapeshifting managing to hold it down for just long enough. Bunn looking to steal the dribble away. Passes down to Liari. And shapeshifting now with the decision. Passes it here to Vaughn. The Fireball Sentry getting set up. Now Bell's dashing in with the X Maximus. That's a KO onto Liari again. And a power play for the Sad Boys. Bunn blinking in with the glitch pop. Gets a bad angle but has a flip available. Vaughn burns his first though. The pillar sends it back around. Core flip here from Bunn. Sends it into the corner. Buys a few seconds, but she's going to get staggered for it. And now a dribble down to the bottom side, but that just gives possession back to Vaughn for a second. Now Liari in the side lane, but it gets back to Bells. Vaughn looking to push it through this bottom side, but the pillar is making it difficult. Bunn there as well. Back pass here to Scyther. They're looking to get it around Bells, but it's having too much trouble. The Giga Blast from Vaughn, able to cut the pass, beat out Bunn, and that's a point here for the Sad Boys, staying in this set and looking for this game one.
Yeah, an impressive Giga Blast there from Vaughn. I mean, sometimes team player, you want to get that speed, you want to get the core out of your net as much as possible, but it does mean that somebody like Vaughn can spot that coming, make a play to counter it. And that does mean the Sad Boys are now only 1 point down in this set. Again, on match point here if they can bring the set home. And as Liari and Bunn's stagger bars get whittled down once more, their lead that they got early on in this set is looking less and less valuable.
About to be 3 flips here for the Sad Boys. As Bells with a dribble, looking for this barrier. The pillar is just barely able to block that one. And now Liari staggered yet again. And just having to play around the center to not die. Bunn also looking pretty hurt. Core flip here from Vaughn deals even more damage. Pass up to Bells, looking for the bell ringer dribble. Brings down that barrier, and Vaughn's going to pick up the KO. Onto Bunn with the barrage now. Liari still staggered and looking pretty injured as the pass up to Bells. Shapeshifting here in the midfield. Bellringer forces out the core flip from Scyther. Just going to stand on it and wait. Baits out the barrage. Gets the forward back, but X Maximus from Bells is not going to be defendable. Just punching Liari back into her own goal box. And it's match point for Sad Boys, 2-2.
It's kind of crazy because, like, every single point, and I'm sure we're about to see it replicated again right here, both forwards of Bunn get whittled down very early on. Bells and Vaughn just kind of dump their kit onto them very quickly. And then one of them will just choose to go on solo offense against Scyther and one of the Bunn forwards. And while the other one will just go back and bully. Right now, it looks like Bunn is putting up a bit more of a fight, but Liari is staggered once more. So as soon as Sad Boys get the core here, I bet Bells goes here, and Vaughn tries to get dump on Liari right there. Liari's smart and sees it coming that time, but the boys have been getting a lot of power plays off of that pattern this whole match.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been seeing it quite a lot. And Vaughn, with all that speed, that fight or flight, the mag souls, even the egoist proc sometimes, has been able to fly around this map and just be kind of everywhere that he needs to be. And now with the orb buff as well off of the center, they are on defense for just a bit. Do have an open goal, but Bell's looking to get the core back, though. It's Liari with an opportunity here. Dribble off the top side. Bunn looking for the pass. Liari burns the flip, but shapeshifting, holding it down. Vaughn able to barely snag that core away in time. Scyther sending it in with team player. Bunn pass to Liari, goes to the top side, but Vaughn is there to protect. That bounce off the wall here. It's now Bunn with a dribble, looking for the pass, but the two forwards coming back to hold it down. Bell's popping the X Maximus through the midfield here. Core flip here from the Bunn, gets caught off by Vaughn's barrage, and a strike shot from Shapeshifting, able to catch the barrier out. Now Vaughn with the core flip available is in the bottom side, gonna burn it here, potentially looking for a pass with the Fireball Sentry lasting just too long. And now Bunn with a shot to the bottom, not quite quick enough the core speed. Scyther 12, pass up to Bunn here, Shapeshifting's there, hold it down. Liari has got the orb buff now, is looking pretty big, trying to dribble up the field, can't make anything happen. Shapeshifting able to steal it away, and a perfect pass to Bells. We'll see Sad Boys take game one, 3-0 for the sets. And kind of like we predicted, they were going to come out with the heat turned up to maximum, and so far that's what it's looking like for Sad Boys.
It was a really close last point, though. I think that was probably the best that Bunn looked all game. They were taking advantage of the fact that Bells was coming back on defense to really take value out of that team player pickup that Scyther had. He got free team player procs every time the core got to him, either through back passes from Bunn or just through the boys clearing it. But it just wasn't enough. I mean, the boys are too consistent. This is their game. This is about the time in the season where they just decide to flip that switch, and it feels almost impossible to win against them. So from here on out, I bet it's going to be oops all bangers from the Sad Boys. We'll see though. We're heading into game 2 now, and there's still a chance for Bunn to shake it up. They can't make playoffs themselves, but they might be able to throw a monkey wrench into the Sad Boys season.
As we said earlier, they can choose evil, and the last couple teams that they face all have, I guess except for Cosmic Calamities, but Boys and Modern Magic definitely have a lot to lose if they lose these series, and Bunn are the common factor that can make that happen should they choose to do that. But that game, unfortunately, not going to be their game. 201 redirects, though, from Lily Bunn is quite a lot. Second most in the lobby, other than Vaughn, who had 221 on the Kai. So, still playing pretty well. And like you pointed out, that last point was really close. But yeah, you got to look back to kind of just how Sad Boys were playing the damage throughout that whole game. Like you pointed out, they were targeting Liari and Lily Bunn kind of in turn. Whoever started getting chipped, they would start unloading their kit onto them. We saw Bells on kickoff, basically, kind of just dumping damage into whoever was nearby in a pretty efficient manner, and they ended up getting quite a few KOs off of that, and that was without any real damage awakenings either. So, it can be really scary to see how Sad Boys can just kind of make things happen when normally you would expect there not to be something there. But now moving over to Night Market, another map where you kind of have a wide variety of things that you can pick, but damage is certainly one of them. And you kind of got to wonder what Bun's response to this is going to be, because, I mean, with their new team comp, it becomes almost impossible, I think, to predict like what they're going to pick any given moment. So I would never have guessed the Strike Shot rune was going to come out there, and we saw it there. So I'm curious how this is going to go.
Here's my prediction for what Bunn want to play this next game. They want to play Rasmus Goalie on Scyther, because I'm pretty sure that I've seen them run Rasmus Goalie on Scyther on Night Market multiple times at this point. I think it's a favorite play for Scyther. I think they want to run back the Julie Aimee duo for the forwards. Liari is obviously most comfortable on Julie compared to the other brawler characters. She has some others, but I mean, Julie is the one that I see her cook on the most. And then obviously Lily Bunn has been, forget Aimee midfield, just one of the signature Aimee players, point blank. Someone told me a while back that she's actually the one who originally popularized the Aimee kill combo, which is like kind of a crazy thing to have on your resume as a player if you popularized a meta combo. So yeah, that's what they want to run back. That being said, I wouldn't be surprised at all if at the very least Bells takes away that Julie pick here. Another signature pick on the Sad Boys roster has been Julie from day one. I mean, like way back in the day, some people joked that Bells was a Julie one trick. I don't think that was really ever true, but certainly he's really comfortable on the character. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if the boys take that away from Bunn this next game.
Yeah, I can definitely see, especially on this map, it tends to be one of the more contested picks. Of course, like we tend to say a lot, the brawlers are always hard to ban out, but if Sad Boys want to pinch Liari a little bit, I think they have a little bit more of a chance of doing that just because of the whole role rotation thing that Bun's been doing. So I think they could easily pick up the Juliet, and it would be quite valuable for them. I think we'll have to see how this is going to play out. It is Ariel's team player here. So far, no. Oh, there's the Juliet, actually. Just getting locked in now alongside the rune for Sad Boys. So they will, in fact, be taking it. Aimee first pick for Bunn Bonanza. Interesting. Oh, I guess the Kazan got banned because of team player, and Mako makes sense. But there's the Jakar for Bunn. I'm guessing that's going to be Scyther 12 on the goalie. So we're just waiting on the brawler pick for Liari here. I'm interested if that's going to be an X or an Asher. I think those two could be a Rasmus, maybe. I don't know. I'm not really sure what you play here against Rune. I don't know, thoughts on that? You're the brawler.
Yeah, X is fine here. X is fine into Rune. I think Asher would have been slightly better, especially just for the map. I would say Asher is a little more oppressive than X, but certainly both of them are like meta on the map. I have heard a few people complaining about Asher Brawler lately. I don't know how warranted those are. I haven't been playing Asher at all myself, so I don't know if she feels weird or not, but certainly you can't go wrong with X on Night Market. He is able to control an entire lane by himself, more or less, in the hands of the right player. And Liari, with her background in midfielding, is going to have no trouble keeping possession on this map. So it could be like a very viable game plan here for Bunn. I'm not going to count them out just yet.
Yeah, they definitely have quite a bit of damage here. I'm curious to see how these picks end up going. Aerials is always a weird start, I think. But with team player on the board, it does mean there are some options available. Of course, I think the brawlers are in a little bit of a not so great spot. You got to go with the Dash Awakening, which I do know a lot of people have been getting a lot more comfortable with and do say is like good, but of course Aerial's not usually the ideal one for X and Juliet. You're only getting part of the Awakening, but it can definitely help out here. We do see the Atlas though from shapeshifting yet again, which will be quite useful for dealing with any of the damage that Bunn choose to dump out, though not typically a KO heavy team here, but interested to see Vaughn on the rune. We've seen it a few times. Always an entertaining thing for sure. And I think Sad Boys, they're going full team player. Everyone's going full team player. And full Magsoul strike shot, by the way. Everyone, including the brawlers, on the magnetized soldiers and strike shotters right now. Very cool to see.
Yeah. It doesn't surprise me at all. The meta on this map is like solidified at this point. Mag Souls, controlling the middle of the map is way too important on Night Market to pass up Mag Souls, because you do just you pass midfield way more than you ever get to touch the core. That's just like always going to be true on Night Market, because you pass the field so often, and it's really common for brawlers to come back on defense here, especially X and Julie, because they'll both pressure their dash punches along the wall, or even just X's bell ringer is a threat along the wall. Boys starting it off early, though, and back on their shenanigans as Lilybun is taken off the field. This is already looking familiar to last game.
Yeah, nice little hold here from Scyther 12 as Lilybun looking to respawn now. They are dribbling up the field. Doesn't get a good angle on that barrier, though. As Vaughn now to Bells, dribbling back up. The shotgun will provide a bit of time, but Bells is going to receive the core yet again, and just a shot to the top. 50-50 there for Scyther, and Bells able to find it. It will be Sad Boys starting off yet again with the first point, and good energy advantage as well. That KO on Lilybun set Bunn back just a bit. It's going to be 2 flips to 3 here for this next point.
I will say, for everyone going team player in this match, I feel like there are a lot of characters that have been picked here that don't do very well with core speed. I feel like it's hard to play Aimee good with high core speed. It's hard to play Drek good with high core speed. Sometimes Rune struggles, although I think Vaughn's probably not going to have any problems. Yeah, lots of these guys are going to have trouble, especially if we get into overtime. Everybody's going to be red coring left and right. But we'll see. Scyther with a clutch save on the goal line.
All right, also burning the flip here. Core flip now from Vaughn. Just goes for the dribble. The Banish comes out on 2. Core not able to get back up there in time now. As Vaughn off the middle. Shapeshifting goes for the expanse, but Lilybun with the breakaway now on the bottom side of back pass to Liari, looking for the bull rush, but the barrier still going to stay up. Vaughn looking for a pass to Bells, finds it down the center. Going to go for it again here. Bells bringing out the flurries. Vaughn trying to get the core in, but so far Bun's defenses are holding. Liari falling back here as well, as we are now in overtime, and those red cores, like you said, are coming out. Vaughn to Bells, but Liari wins the strike war. Sends it right back. Shapeshifting down to Vaughn. Back to Bells. Scyther able to defend at that time. Banish coming out, but the glitch pop just in time to deflect the core away. Vaughn with a back pass, but hits his own barrier by mistake, and now it's Lilybun in the bottom with the firewall sentry. The core slips right through, though, and Bells running up to Scyther 12, though, with the magma bolt. Just send it back to the midfield. Liari with the dribble in the center, but Vaughn back to Bells. Kazzes it just a little bit, and he'll give Lillibun another chance to get it out with the glitch pop. Shapeshifting, sending it right back in, but Scyther just keeps rotating it back around. Now Vaughn setting up the pillar on the top side. Bell's looking to get his hands on it, but just the core speed is just going too fast. It keeps slipping through. Everyone trying to touch it. But Liari now on the top side, holding on to it. Pops the X Maximus, shapeshifting pass to Bells here. Goes for the dash punch, has flip available, and that finally will send it to the bottom and get Scyther's core flip as well. This is looking like a game of Oni Village almost, with how this core is moving around the map.
It is. It is very Oni reminiscent, and I will say that I think that favors Sad Boys quite a bit. Not only do I think they have characters that play a little bit better around fast core, but I mean the Sad Boys have been Flare got put into the game. They were the ones that were making all of these crazy plays with it. So I definitely think that they're a little more comfortable with this kind of game, where you really want to keep these passing lanes open and take the most advantage of the fast core. Lillibun's coming up to help. Bunn are getting these little breaks of offensive pressure. It's just going to be a matter of whether they can maintain them for long enough to make something happen. As the power play doesn't go in their favor, it's looking grim.
Yeah, both barriers now down, and Vaughn with the flip available. Pillars it back up to himself. Bells with the flurries, but Scyther able to hold on just in time. Pass up here to Shapeshift against Scyther, trying to run, but Shapeshifting just sent it right in from the midfield, and that core speed at overtime is just absolutely deadly for everyone all around. The little lizard is just not fast enough to catch that one. Now we get into our first draft, and Vaughn the MVP with some of the best rune awakenings known to mankind, except Castellast, showing up here. It will be the hot shot pickup, and I mean, the core's just got a whole lot faster. I mean, what is this?
Yeah, I have to imagine that if you didn't have an Atlas goalie and Scyther wasn't the one in between the two of them, probably would have gone for perfect form himself on Vaughn, but Hotshot is still solid and does save that perfect form for Shapeshifting. That does mean that Timeless actually falls all the way back to Lillibun, as well as double size awakenings for Scyther and Liari. So certainly a lot of lane control for Bunn. I think that gives them an opportunity to possibly blitz points if they can, score before overtime happens. But I mean, boys are making progress even when it's not overtime. Like they don't need overtime to make stuff happen here. So it's certainly still a very spooky potential win condition.
Yeah, and the pillars getting set up. Scyther 12, sending it in twice, but managing to pass the reaction check and get it out of there just in time now as both sides are opened up. Liari with the core. Shapeshifting strike shot will be able to send that wide. Bunn looking for another pass up to the bottom corner here. Vaughn down to Bells. Sending it right back, of course, to the core speed is just too much. A nice clear here from Shapeshifting. Get it past the Bull Rush now. Faced with the giant Firewall Sentry. Bad Boy's able to hold it down. Core flips are available for just about everyone going into overtime. Core flip from Lillibun, blocked by a core flip from Shapeshifting. He gets rotated back around the world. They're trying to feed it up to Liari, but she's staggered. Core flip here from Bells gets traded by the core flip from Scyther. Vaughn in the way to send it right back at him, and it's just moving too fast. Sad Boys picking up another point here. I mean, that was a crazy shot. Vaughn sent it essentially right back to where Scyther was standing, but Scyther had moved down from that position and literally couldn't walk back in time because it was just moving too fast.
Couldn't walk back, and I mean, with the delay on shotgun, I don't even know if Scyther had shells in the chamber, but I have to imagine the shotgun wouldn't have been fast enough to respond either. Lillibun taken off the map once more. This rune just deals so much damage, especially coming out of Banish. It really does seem like Sad Boys have secured every possible win condition in the game early on. Bells is already rocking 2 prize fighter stacks here. They have the barrier advantage. Probably about to have a 2-point lead in this set if it goes according to their plan.
Hampton. Barrier will get actually taken down here by a nice shot from Lillibun.
Barriers get taken there.
Bells with the flurries now, looking for the shot to the top side. Scyther getting thwarted by the pillar right there, and Bells covering that down clear. Will be able to catch the core out, and we set point now for the Sad Boys.
Yeah, not surprising at all that they're grabbing the 2-point lead there. And Bells does have this energy burst ripe and ready to go after just a couple more strikes or even a single dash punch. Liari is controlling the midfield quite well, though. Lilybun and Liari kind of running the strange double midfield. X can kind of midfield on this map if you play it right, but Lilybun just keeps getting KO'd, forcing Liari to come back all the way onto defense, which is not really where this X wants to be. Unless he can consistently deal damage there. Liari making plenty of progress, though, on Bells, as the barriers are both down now.
Bells is staggered, but the pillar getting set up here forces the core flip out of Scyther 12. Lilybun walking up with the glitch pop. Bells with the core, though. Lilybun blinking back to steal it away, setting up the firewall sentry, but shapeshifting clear and end back out. Pass here to Bells. Doesn't go very far with it. Vaughn with the core flip walking up to the goal. Bells pass down to Vaughn. Is going to flip it right into the bottom side. Nothing able to catch that one. And Sad Boys will take another set here, 3-0. Looks like Vaughn going to be the MVP a second time now. Or I guess, I don't know how many times he's been MVP this set, but Fighter Flight's shown up on the board, as well as Rapid Fire and Extra Special. Vaughn's pick of the lot, really, as this could be just another devastating draft here for Bunn Bonanza.
I definitely like the Extra Special pickup there. I think that is a incredibly oppressive pick, especially because these banishes have been landing. I don't think I've seen anybody except maybe Scyther evade a banish. That's Adrenaline Rush denied away from Bells by Scyther. It does leave Missile Prop on the board for shapeshifting. Lilybun getting Rapid Fire is nice. Liari getting more size is nice, but like, those were 3 transformative awakenings. Not just good awakenings, transformative awakenings picked up by the Sad Boys. Like, Bunn, seriously, like, if you want to play the route of evil, if you want to really give the Sad Boys a run for their money, take their season down a peg, make them turn on the switch even more, it's now or never.
Maybe the route of evil is just to get Sad Boys to win Nassel again so they can go back to being the evil empire. Maybe that's the route of evil in reality. But I'm battling back a little bit here. They did get a power play, and they picked up a barrier off of it now. Liari is in a good position, but with Vaughn and Bells now both alive and kicking, it's going to be a second barrier getting taken down here. Liari, though, able to trade it, as Bells now rushing back to the defense, but Liari putting some pressure on shapeshifting. Shapeshifting able to strike his way out of that. Now Bells and Vaughn working their way back up the field here. A nicely placed pillar messes up Lilybun's pass for sure as it gets back to Bells here. Core flip from Lilybun. Stalls it out, looking for a shot, but Vaughn able to block that one. Core flip here from Liari. Sends it screaming past shapeshifting at Mach speed. The team player boost coming in on that flip in overtime, and it will put Bunn on the board. Reminiscent of last game here, had 2 rough first sets, then almost made, well, I guess rather they did make the last set a contest, but now is the chance for them to actually see it through and maybe take a set here.
Yeah, and this is the closest that Bunn have been in level to Vaughn this whole game. He's only got 1 level up on them this time. So they're holding their own quite a bit more. Liari doing some actually incredibly impressive midfield work there with the X Maximus, keeping Vaughn at bay. The banish comes out, though, and 2 pillars dropped, 1 on each of the forwards, and Vaughn still has this energy burst ripe and ready to use to grab this second barrier.
Yeah, burning it here. Scyther quick with the shotgun, though, to be able to deflect that one away. Bell's looking for another opportunity. Pushing up in the 2v1, though. Lilybun, the nice blink, will make that a bit difficult. Trying to get the core back to Liari, who's just trying to stay alive. Gets banished, and a pillar set up here, and that's another KO for Vaughn as we go into overtime. Bells back passing to shapeshifting, but shapeshifting misses the second one. Wasn't expecting that, and that's an own barrier. The second one this game for the Sad Boys, as Lilybun looking to make an opportunity, but might be difficult in this 1v3. Hits the demon angle, though. Shapeshifting, a victim of Sad Boy's own core speed. just barely not able to reach that with the strike, and it's Bunn on set point yet again. Shapeshifting holding on to the core flip, though. Sad Boys, a chance to lose this one. We'll see if they can bring it back like they did last time.
A slight advantage for the side of Bunn as well. Both goalies having their flips up here, but the forwards of Bunn significantly closer to their bursts than Bells or Vaughn. But that's a double barrier that Bells finds, and with air at his back, Scyther 12 is sweating for the first time this point.
They'll have a core flip to work with in case things get a little bit hairy here, but Vaughn pushing up, brings out the banish. Only hits the core, though, and sets up a pillar here. Bells now with the core dribbling, gets it back down to Vaughn. All three members of Bunn on the defense. Firewall Sentry getting set up here as well to limit the passing plays that can be made. Scyther trying to get it back to Lilybun, but strike 4-1 by Vaughn. Core flip has to be used from Scyther 12. Sends it past and gets the barrier here, but Vaughn now with the core. A pass to Bells, goes to the top side and able to sneak it in. And it's Sad Boys coming back now, putting a point up 2-1.
Yeah, they don't even need prize fighter stacks on Bells to make something happen. I mean, they've got so much core control potential that even with all of the KOs that they're grabbing onto the Bunn, doesn't even feel necessary. Bun's still up a point here, though. Chance to make something happen here, and flips on both of their forwards means that they have a big opportunity. Unfortunately, he already burns hers there, trying to find a kill on Vaughn. Doesn't find it. And again, a fantastic defense against the Firewall Sentry means that Shapeshifting's barrier stands strong. I mean, there's a reason this dude is on the roster as he picks up a KO right there. The Sad Boys can cook with this man.
And the team player passes coming out here. Lilybun falling back on the defense, but Bell's able to sneak it through right as Liari respawned. Finding the crack in the armor. Didn't even have to burn the flip for it, and now it's Sad Boys locked in again on 0.5 of set 3. They're going to have 3 flips to work with here to close this series out.
3 flips, and they are saving them until absolutely necessary. Back to their back pass shenanigans. Luckily, Shapeshifting strike shot there to save it. Liari probably going to get KO'd here as the dash punch comes out. Saved by the Firewall Sentry, and the barriers go down. A flip pop into kill. It's 2v2 now. Shapeshifting has his flip up, back passing from Bunn in an attempt to make some core speed plays happen. But Bunn are the ones with the barrier advantage here. Both the forwards now back on the field. Bell's going in for the barrier right here. He finds it.
They are with the X Maximus now. Lilybun trying to get it through Vaughn, but Vaughn winning the strike worse. Solringer getting set up, but Scyther 12 able to sneak it through in time. Core flip's got to get burnt there. Background Shapeshifting Vaughn to the bottom! Banished Liari and sent it right through her. Found the gap between the pillar and the center for the shot. A beautiful strike placement there from Vaughn. We'll see Sad Boys take the series cleanly. 6-0 in terms of sets. It's about as close as you can get to a shutout. And Sad Boys looking really good this week as they continue to march toward that playoff spot. Still, of course, very competitive. But yeah, a very solid step toward the closing weeks of Nassau for the Sad Boys.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a little bit of goofiness that game, right? They were doing some back passing that they probably didn't need to do with the team player, but for the most part, I would argue that the switch is on for the Sad Boys. I mean, they were doing some seriously impressive stuff, kind of back to their old flashy synergy that they have been showing off on every season in the North American Strikers League, taking home multiple championships. And this victory puts them in line for another, likely secures their spot in playoffs. I'm not entirely sure if they are completely secured yet, but certainly. Okay, I have been informed that there are 1 million teams at 4-3. So, oh yeah, actually we were looking at that right before the stream. Yeah, that just puts them in line with Modern Magic and Return to Form, if I remember correctly, are the other two 4-3 teams. So yeah, in the running for playoffs, but still not secured.
Yeah, these playoff spots are going to be these like bottom 3, bottom 4 playoff spots are still very competitive. It's really only kind of the first like 1 or 2 teams that are kind of guaranteed. I think maybe only Cosmic Calamities is kind of guaranteed, but yeah, it's going to be a pretty interesting next few weeks for sure. We could see a lot of upsets come out, but Sad Boys, I mean, I think this game was a good example, right? When they want to lock in, they will absolutely lock in, but when they're kind of being a little bit more goofy, you know, we'll see them make mistakes, but when they want to win, they will easily bring it back, as we saw in those final sets of each of those games. But that is all for Nassel Week 7. It's all from us, a bit of a short series there, but stick around. We'll be having a post-show coming up next in just a few minutes. So, Cloak, you have anything else to say before we dip?
I'm just feeling like you and I are a bit of the prophets right now. We called it week 1 when we casted the Cosmic Calamities and Modern Magic upsets against Sad Boys and Demons Raw. We said that this was going to be the closest season of NASL in the history of the league, and I think that prediction is playing out quite nicely as we move into perhaps one of the closest runs for playoffs that we've ever seen. I'm looking forward to seeing how the rest of the season plays out.
Yeah, certainly. Come back next week for week 8. But now we're going to take a few minutes for a break, and when we come back, it'll be the post show. So stick around for that.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the stream. I'm here with 4 of the winners from today, 2 from the same team. And we're here to talk about the rest of the season. Only 2 weeks left, and the playoff race is heating up. So first of all, Modern Magic, 2/3 of Modern Magic. Big win today, taking down EKC, setting the team up to 3-4, which is definitely within striking distance of that top 6 spot. I guess, first of all, how do you feel after the win?
Feeling pretty good. I don't know
I
about you, Carmine.
feel wonderful. Oh yeah.
Wonderful.
I'm like a little happy little fairy. I'm on your little shoulder for some reason.
I know,
Let's
I
go.
noticed that too. What I will say, to add a little bit more to that, Carmine's words, and I quote, after we won that game, were, "My voice is hoarse," because he yelled that loudly.
Yeah, I mean, I did a victory shout once or
Throwing it out
twice.
there.
Oh, what a coincidence, since your team is a spammer of the horse emote. I don't even know where that's from.
You mean Bronco?
It's the Bronco.
My bad.
Bronco energy.
But also, more on that, Zach Smack, at the very
Yep.
end, were you feeling nervous? Because I saw Carmine fly off the field. I saw a Drakkar sighted near the crime scene. What happened there?
Oh, people aren't going to like this answer. I said goodbye, Carmine, before I hit the car. It was not an accident, Saya.
Yo, but there was no Carmine wasted his evade right before that. So
That's what I'm saying!
Carmine's fault.
That's true. That's so real.
He evaded the
My
imaginary
bad.
glitch pop.
I mean, I sure did get comboed by Soren and Zach, you know. All good.
Yeah, and that black hole being gone got us the final point. I'm just saying.
That's
True.
yeah, sure. Yep.
True.
All right.
That's so real.
And moving on, Twisty with Showtime. This time a
Hey.
bit more of an emergency substitution, but you maintain your 100% NASA win rate. How's it feel?
It was pretty good. I'm not even gonna lie. I only woke up because Doxy was like, "Hey, we gotta warm up EKC," and I was like, "Fine." Okay, I'll wake up, and then I'm up for like 20 minutes, and then I get a ping from Barcode. He's like, "We might need you." I'm like, no, I gotta play half asleep. All good though. I woke up and I bust up.
Yeah, and against the return to form roster, I guess apparently you guys ended the streak of Leo Leon getting X like 8 games in a row, so that's a little crazy. No, wait, yeah, wait, I'm talking about the right.
Are you
game,
asking me or
yes.
Twisty, Saya?
Yeah, I'm kidding. I don't know.
I'm talking about. I moved too far ahead.
All good.
Okay.
I had to recalibrate. Okay. Showtime
He's off
questions.
script.
Showtime questions against Bang Bang. Okay. What do
Yeah.
you think about the Bang Bang role swap? Because Gramella's in the goal box. Fudgy Waffles is in midfield. Sometimes it kind of looks like they're still playing the same roles anyway. What were your thoughts on that?
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't notice until like 2 points in to the first game. I was like, wait, oh, they're role swapped. Oh, okay. I was like, because playing against Gramella, I haven't played against Fudgy Goalie a lot, but playing against Gramella, like, I think he's pretty solid. There's just like a few holes every now and then that open up, and I was like, I don't think Fudgy would normally do this, so it was a little weird. And then I was like, oh yeah. So I think Fudgy also played really well on the midfield. I don't think that they played bad at all. I was kind of impressed how like fluid they were. But yeah, I don't really know what else to add.
Yeah, and okay, Threesy, for real this time. The Leo Leon X streak over. You won on the pick, and well, I guess won against it and on it. As someone who used to be really known for the X, how do you feel about that?
Well, now X is just another brawler, but he might be the most broken. He's a little weak. He might need immediate action. We'll see what happens this next patch. He's always fun to play. I mean, you get perfect form and then you just have infinite cooldowns, so that's pretty chill. And I didn't have to play against Alice, which was nice. So yeah, X is fun, Julie's fun, brawlers get it done. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, and Zach, back to you for one question before we outro. Drakkar, a character that does not see a lot of play, consistently in the bottom of the pick rate this season, but you seem to be a bit of a believer. What makes you think that the character is going to work time and time again?
Before he says anything, Messelprof.
Okay, well, Yeah, it was 2 missile prop starts, you know.
Yep,
Yeah.
that was literally it.
That's
Honestly,
it?
I went to the series. Yeah, I didn't even expect to play Jakar today.
Okay.
We were planning on totally different comp, but then missile prop just kept showing up, and I'm like, well, sure.
All right, and on
Work.
that note, any shout outs? Anything you want to say, YouTube, before we close out?
Shout outs to Tragic for helping me on Photoshop or whatever the hell it's called, and Dragon Claude for making whatever noob, and Dragon Claude for this cool profile picture. Let's go.
Yep, good job, Dragon Claude.
Yeah, thanks.
Big shout out, obviously, to the other member of the team that's not on here right now, Penny. Or sorry, Pensando. Fuck. Pensando. Whoops. I told myself I wasn't gonna do that too. Yeah, he played amazing today. Just start to finish, it felt really good. And shout out to all my corpse control buddies. You know, maybe you can make the jump from NAS to Nassel too. See you next season.
I see you, Weasel.
Exactly.
Quick shout outs. Anything you want to say, Twisty?
Shout out Joker specifically for. I mean, I did this last time, but like, shout out to him for believing in me. Shout out all of Showtime. I love this team. They like gave me such a good platform to like just grow as a player, and I really love all of them.
All right, finally, Breezy Breezy. Anything you want to say? Cosmic Calamities, guaranteed winner side playoffs.
Hey, shout out to my teammates. They both played super well today, like they do every week. We worked really hard to continue to improve. I think we're showing that we are still improving every week and playing well together. Shout out to Ian and Vaughn and Travis, everyone who funded the TPT yesterday. That was a lot of fun. Learned a lot playing matches yesterday too. Shout out to you, Saya. Shout out to all the casters. Omega Strikers community once again. A great week of Nassau upon us.
All right, with that, thanks everyone for watching. See you tomorrow for NASA, I believe. We're finally out of the 6th week of NASA after 3 weeks of it. Yeah, thanks for watching. Goodbye. I need to go eat breakfast.
Bye. Thanks for having us.
See ya.
See ya.